live on Facebook. Alright guys, what we're doing today is a Realism Archangel Michael with a Memento Mori custom lettering thrown in there with Staircase to Heaven's Gates. This shit's gonna be super dope. I did this Jesus on this side of the cap. We're gonna spend the day on this. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, bro. Let me see if we can get him. Like 50 more.
It's like those FRE ones.
I don't know. Great place for the guys. Hold on.
This is fucking frustrating.
There's something back there.
Just gonna print it out. This is a reference copy. For sure.
was that?
Print job. I'll have to know what he said anyways. But this is fucking probably
You can send it to your phone.
yeah. This shit's so annoying, bro. Like, I'll come in one day, our printer will print perfect. A printer that didn't work the other day. It's like the most fucking retarded shit. And then we'll print blanks even though it's full of ink. These are all brand printers except that one. I don't fucking know. It drives me nuts. Same with Razi. We bought him a whole printer by himself.
Same thing.
Sometimes it's like hit or miss. It's fucking annoying. There we go. Fuck. Well, restart my iPad with it.
Good.
If that don't work, just copy it. Gucci.
Did you bring any vapes, like any cartridges? Hey Siri, text Razio.
What do you want to say to Razio?
Are you going to the dispensary at all today?
Sending. Are you going to the dispensary at all today?
Yeah. Yeah. Some cartridges.
Something.
A little bit.
No.
Is that RSO?
So, yeah, bro.
One of these. Try one of these. These are fire. It's a little mint. They're mango habanero.
Can't do it, bro.
The mints?
Nah, I can't.
They're not weed.
Let me see.
Yeah, they're not weed at all. There's not caffeine. These are just mints. They've got L-theanine. And it's like a habanero mango, bro. They're actually kind of fire. And the L-theanine is what's in the alpha brain.
Feels like escaping death's grip and we're getting. Where'd you even get these, dude?
The gas station.
Really?
Oh, nice. Now my focus comes to
Nice, bro. Oh, shit. It smells like exactly what it is. How much I don't know.
They are pretty good.
This thing is sick.
Yeah, this is dope.
It's crazy.
Hey Siri, text Razio. Okay, thanks, man. So I'm gonna let that cream sit as much as we can while I'm setting everything up. That way you got a little bit of relief. Hey, Dad.
I don't want to relive it.
Yeah, you can move around.
You'll be in that position for a while.
Yeah, definitely move around.
Oh, this is nice right here, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's super nice. Good trash.
I'll put it. Let me bust out of that.
Go out this door, go left all the way around the hallway, here's the key fob. And then that's the
Left and then right.
yep, all the way down. It'll be on the, it's like a U.
Hey Siri, text wifey. Loving you, baby. Send me that song so I can show it off.
Power on. Bluetooth pairing. Bluetooth connected. Good job, Logan. Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan podcast my name all day. There's only three of us in here, you know. Yeah, they're great, man. My buddy Joe, they got them from him. Yeah, they know too. Yeah. I don't think so, but I think you just mentioned that. You have waited to you do network help you out. This is yes, I'm gonna keep it free. I'm like
Really?
Yeah. Luckily, my clients almost always return.
Yeah.
I'm so stoked on this tattoo, bro.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah.
It's like fucking bullet holes in our weed. You can test positive just for that, just for eating weed. Just for having bread. Dollar bill says positive for coke. It's some crazy number. Yeah, I can imagine that that's probably true. This guy tests positive. That's Art Bell. Stepdad? No, that's Art Bell. You don't know who Art Bell is? Coast to Coast with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nye. Yeah, Perut, Nevada. Yeah, that's Art. He's the godfather of fun conspiracies. Yes, he's like UFOs, the radio station. Yes. Oh, he was my nighttime jam coming home from the comedy store. I can see that. Always, because you come from the comedy store, it's like, 1 o'clock in the morning.
All right, as you guys see, I'm spraying the shit out of this alcohol.
I want
my skin to be completely dry, so my stencil stick is perfect. We don't want to lose any details at all.
Probably a couple. Oh, yeah. At least one. A couple they probably can't find their way home, too. At least one.
I use Jesus juice. It's fire.
Now, you get a car with some speakers in it. Yeah. Driving around listening to Art Bell. Oh, there's a lot of people listening. He was really popular. Well, no, I know how popular he was, but I mean at a level where you would bump it with space. Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, I loved it. It's like the perfect stuff to occupy your mind coming home from the comedy store. Because occasionally it was like real shit. Like occasionally you have some people talking about some really fascinating things, like asteroid impacts. And I've seen a lot of interesting people, but then every now and then he would mix it up with a dude who says he's a werewolf. And Art would never go, man, you ain't a werewolf. He would go, interesting, tell me more. He let dudes talk. He let dudes say the most ridiculous shit. It was fucking great. I got to do a show once. I did it when it was on the radio, or on the internet rather. It wasn't on the radio anymore. I had an internet radio show for a while. Did he know you worked that one? Yeah, luckily. But to me, it was like, fuck yeah. It's like a few things in my life where when I did them, I was like, yes. That was a big one. I hung up the phone. I had a giant fucking smile on my face. Yeah. I just did the Art Bell show. So dude, that's so cool. I can't tell if I can see it better without these. I think it's psychological. I'm telling you, those glasses don't do a damn thing. They don't even change the shape of your face. Sometimes people put them on, and I always go, how blind is this motherfucker? And I'll look to the side, and I can see, like, their face keeps in, like a half a foot, because they got giant magnifying glasses over their eyeballs. But with you, it looks exactly the same. The line of your face doesn't change at all when you turn side to side. I think they're fucking with you. I think they think you're crazy. And they're like, his eyes are perfect. Just give him some clear lenses. And they're like, yeah, I think this works. I think I see better things. I think, y'all got a vape pen? Yeah. Get that vape on me. There is something about when people wear them, they look smarter. Oh, for sure, dude. My friend was wearing them the other day, this girl. And I was like, dang, this girl, she must be a genius. Yeah, hot secretary. Oh, or hot professor, hot lady professor. Let me do some homework up in the undies. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Let me get up in that study hall, baby girl. Baby girl. Extra credit points. That's cool. Yeah, dude. But if you're a dumb dude with glasses, that's a bad look. Because not only are you blind, you're fucking stupid too. It was like Stephen Avery's cousin that was telling us about them, like, it was grilling hot dogs on that burn barrel in the oven when they
You get up and move around again. Do not let your leg touch your other leg.
Making a murder, was that him?
You see it while you're standing.
Yeah. What was his case? He was a murderer. Well, they said he was he?
Yeah,
yes, he was a murderer.
In jail for it.
He's in jail for it, and he had his little cousin.
Oh, this is the guy that's a little mentally challenged. Yeah, I've read some stuff.
And his little cousin, that's him, has shades on. Brendan Dassey, B. Dassey. Who's actually, we did a little bit of pen paling with him, tried to anyway.
What do they think about this? Do they think that?
I think he did it. I think there was like, I believe people said that the Netflix thing got like edited strange and left stuff out.
That's the thing, you can't tell what's real anymore. Who knows?
Well, selective editing is crazy. It's crazy that they still do
Some
that.
of that, bro.
Editing's crazy right now.
I know.
I mean, I feel like this is the year. Do you feel like this is the year
That halo logo looks sick.
people realize that, like,
you know, some like
both either side of the government is working for us? Is that a weird thing to say?
Well, it's true. It's pretty obvious.
it's really not.
Okay.
Like, there's no room for anything else
No
besides
matter
like
what,
yeah,
they,
like
even if they're
halo
good people that want to do well for you,
around it.
their obligations when they get in there.
This didn't hurt me at all in the front.
Oh, really?
Like, this was terrible, bro. You remember I was there? Dude, that was bad.
You were dying.
Yeah, bro.
Money,
The legs just for me.
money.
I'm
That's
done
what
after that.
this
After this, I'm
shutdown
done.
shit was all about, man.
I only have one
It's
more
all
spot
about
left on my
healthcare,
stomach. I'm not touching
right?
it back.
So it's all about how much money is getting funneled through these corporations. If you really think that what they're trying to do is make sure that people get health care, you're fucking naive.
Yeah, you're
Okay? What they're doing is they are protecting some kind of slush fund. If somebody digs into this and finds out where that money's going and finds out how this money's distributed, it'll make more sense. Because there ain't a fucking
Bro,
chance in hell
crazy,
that they're
bro.
keeping the government shut down to protect your
Yeah,
health.
let me see real quick.
There's not a chance. There's not a chance they're shutting down the fucking air traffic controllers. Not a chance they're shutting down NASA because they're worried about you getting the flu. That shit is not happening. That's not what's going on.
But I think everybody's starting to realize that. Dude, I went to the post office. Have you been to the post office recently?
I have not.
Okay.
Not since I voted. That was the last time I was at the post office.
Okay. Well, it's over. So, if you want to know what the post office is like, dude, I'm not even joking. I went into the closest branch near me in Nashville. There was two birds. There was two crows in there. One was a crow, definitely. One was a pretty big bird, and I thought it was a crow, but he had some discoloration, or so maybe like a mulatto crow or mixed crow or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Pulling a fucking box, like fighting over a fucking box in there, and there's a lady, kind of like a darker woman in there, and she's spraying fucking Lysol trying to get them out of the fucking post office. I was like,
Lysol.
yeah, or like a Fabuloso, like a cleaning spray, like this stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Like she's standing on a little step
Yeah,
ladder trying to
right.
Not really. A little bit.
Under like little leg.
On my shin, I got
We're
some
fucked, man. That's
You-
the government.
Right? That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it seems like a Stephen King out today.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'm like, this is where we are. This is how, like, everything's privatized now. It's a wrap. Do you feel like it's a wrap? Like, I've been thinking for years that America just feels like a shell company, like a shell LLC.
Here's the thing about it being privatized. Some things probably should be privatized because they work better.
Okay, well, like FedEx came along, UPS came along,
Right.
so those came along.
But the post office still does a good job, man. You know,
I'm gonna disagree with that. I'm sorry, I never disagree with you. I don't think.
the post office, the only people that are sending letters for you for like 30 cents or whatever it costs. And then the post office was the only way that you could ship chickens, live chicks, like little baby chicks. They have to do it through the post office because they know what to do and they keep them alive. They know they're chicks.
Well, that's nice. I didn't know that.
We've had chickens, you know, and every chicken we can when we get them, the baby chicks.
And they come in the mail.
They get them through the post office. Post office delivers.
You hear the packages like that. It's like,
Yeah, bro, the post office, it works. It's not perfect because it's the government, and there's no government programs that are perfect, you know?
it doesn't work that good anymore, though. I think it's gotten so bad, dude. The post office is,
Maybe.
bro, it's gotten bad. I sent my niece a birthday card, dude. She never got it. They had money. It's gone. She'll never get it.
Bro, you know what always
Nobody's
kills
getting
me?
anything.
The videos of these people dropping off UPS packages, they take a picture of the package, and then they steal the package. I've seen that. I've seen videos of that. I think people are kind of hip to what Ring cameras can do. But bro, there was quite a while where people were doing some really fucking horrible shit right in front of those cameras because they didn't know. They didn't know. You can't be just stealing people's packages after you drop them off like the fucking UPS driver.
It's like I heard this
You know?
podcast, bro.
I
love
a
this.
lot of videos of that, man. They put them down, take a picture, they pick them up, take them back to the truck, and take them back. And then the camera's like, hey, fuckface.
Dude,
That's
Hey,
what I look at.
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by Visible. When your phone plan's as good as Visible, you've got to tell your people. It's the ultimate wireless hack to save money and still get great coverage and a reliable connection. Get one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for $25 a month. Taxes and fees included, all on Verizon's 5G network. Plus, now for a limited time, new members can get the Visible plan for just $19 a month for the first 26 months. Use promo code SWITCH26 and save beyond the season. It's a deal so good, you're going to want to tell your people. Switch now at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. Limited time offers subject to change. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
Listen, man, they should have different, like, ring camera, like a voice, like, this is Mr. T, you to bring that package back.
That is one of the dirtiest things. Porch pirates. People that just stealing shit off your porch.
To get that close to somebody's house right there. That's one thing I like about living in a state where there is the ability to express something
You're talking about guns.
bulletarily. That's all I can say. There's the ability to express something bulletarily to somebody if you disagree, if their behavior is illegal.
Yeah. You gotta be careful about what that, though. The laws are different in different places. Like, even if someone's stealing something, you're not allowed to kill them. A guy just got in trouble because dudes, I think there was 3 dudes, broke into his garage, and he went into his garage, and they went after him, and he shot them, and he killed one of them, and now they're bringing him up for manslaughter. Because I guess they're saying he didn't have to shoot them, he could have just scared them, or he didn't have to kill them, he could have just retreated back into his home. Like, California, they're literally telling you,
I was just scared with a gun, I guess.
I guess, but like, you don't know what they have, you don't know what's going on. These are split-second decisions you're making with your life in danger. And if you have a wife and children, bro, you're gonna shoot first and ask questions later. You're not gonna make a mistake that's gonna have your kids killed.
You can be like, you're scared or what? You can't say that kind of shit.
No, bro, it's scary. Someone's breaking in your home. You have no idea what they have. You have no idea if they're there to kill you. You have no idea if they're there to rob you. If they're gonna duct tape you and torture you for a week. You don't know what the fuck is going on. And if you have a gun, you're most likely going to use it. You're going to shoot them. And the fact that these people broke into his house, they were committing a crime and defending his property and maybe his life. He's getting charged with manslaughter. That's ridiculous. This is the problem with liberal politics. And this is where I get really confused. Because I'm like, I don't know what they're trying to do. But if I was going to try to destroy civilization, that's how I would do it.
Yeah.
I would keep letting violent people out, keep saying it's racist to keep them in jail, keep saying, they're a victim of systematic racism, and just like let the violent people stay being violent, and then when people defend themselves, lock them up, have everybody scared. Like, if you want to destroy society, you would do it exactly this way, and I don't understand that. I don't understand. Like, I understand being a kind, compassionate person doesn't believe in gun violence, absolutely. But if that's the case, like, there's no better deterrent to gun violence than someone who has a gun and you can't get to their house because they'll fucking shoot you, okay? Like, that's a really good deterrent. Unless you're gonna have police everywhere, and you don't. So, like, who's gonna protect people from bad people? If you're gonna admit that bad people exist, if you want to stop bad people from happening, that's a conversation I'd love to have. That's a real conversation. Like, let's figure out how to clean up a lot of these neighborhoods and figure out what's causing all these problems.
And nobody wants to do that, or it would have been done by now at this point. People just want to kind of keep these higher powers. They know what they're doing. It just starts to feel like the experiment. Like, we're just really seeing the experiment, It's almost like, say you were playing the game Mario or something.
Right.
One day Mario, instead of just going this way on the screen, he fucking turns and looks at you, and he's like, I see what you're doing. That's what it feels like we are right now. Like, we're looking
Right.
at the people controlling everything. And we're like,
Yeah.
oh.
That's all because of the internet, dog.
But it feels
If
like,
it wasn't for the internet, no one would be looking, because we wouldn't be getting these conversations.
right, people would still be
You'd
disillusioned.
be getting CNN. You'd be getting some horseshit version of what's actually going on. But because the internet and real independent journalists and people that are breaking things down, you start to go, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, who is doing this? Why are you doing it? What's the coffee doing?
Can I have some? Oh, thanks, buddy.
No.
Yeah, man.
I mean, we're the first generation that has that. Cheers. Cheers.
Good to see you, dude.
See you always.
Really, I'm excited to see you.
I'm excited to see you too, folks.
Man, I'm excited to see you a little clearer than
I don't think you are. I think they got you. I think they're fucking with you, man. I think they're giving you placebos too.
Oh, yeah, really?
Yeah, I think they gave you. Let me take some whatever pills they give you. Let's see what happens.
These are 15s. I think these are good.
15. What does that mean?
All right.
It's
good money.
You fucked up quick. You fucked up for the coffee, gotcha.
You fucking can't get that molten coffee, dude.
Black Rifle in the house.
Is it?
Always. That's all we drink.
Dude, I went, this is the journalism now. I can't know this.
It's not that hot.
I'm reading these glasses for my tongue after I drink this, dude.
No, it's an illusion. It's warm. It's decently hot. You know, like nice. Yeah. Refreshing.
That's all right. I don't want to get too crazy with it. I'm still figuring the shit out.
Figure that out.
Because I don't even think that's coffee anymore. It's almost become like McDonald's. It's just a
Fuck yeah.
This is the program for it too?
It's a taste.
Yeah.
It's just
I was thought, and then I got this guy over here.
That's what I drink. That's what I like. I got into it a while ago, like years ago.
See, now it's tracking your hand.
Remember we had that guy Peter Giuliani
Left
on?
hand.
That was the coffee connoisseur. That got me.
Yeah.
I started drinking black coffee from then on. That was a long time ago, at least 10 years ago, right?
Sparkling.
Real coffee connoisseur.
All right, hop up, buddy.
All about coffee.
Sort of sommelier kind of.
Yeah, man. He brought in a bunch of different coffees. We were tasting like these Ethiopian blends that almost was like lemony. He was like, you taste the hints of it. I'm like, I do. Did you know all coffee comes from Ethiopia? Yes.
So all of them from some comes I know from Kona coffee, isn't it?
Right. But it all originated in Ethiopia. That's where the plant originated. Yeah, so they moved it into South America. So like they started making it in Colombia. They make it in Hawaii. That's bomb digging coffee. Coffee is some of the best coffee in the world. I guess probably the soil, like some of the.
We're also in Hawaii. If you fucking drink my piss in Hawaii, it's a little better than if I'm drinking in fucking outside of Akron. You know what I'm saying?
Outside of Akron, smokestacks in the background. You can't think you're gonna clean your piss before you get in the sauna with your neighbor.
Before I get a little bag from
Someone's got a urotherapy protocol they have to take to drink cocaine.
yeah. Bro, even a hot batch of piss in Hawaii tastes way better.
That's so true. But I drink it in America. Like I used to order Kona coffee.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
Before I went Black Rifle exclusive.
Yeah. Well, I met the guy from Black Road.
Evan,
right?
right?
Nice guy.
I love him to death.
Yeah, he took me around whenever I was there.
He's one of my absolute favorite people. I'm wearing one for sure.
He's pretty stupid, though.
He's the best.
Dude, someone sent me that thing. There was a,
You got notes.
she sent,
I just you brought notes.
because they don't want her to talk about his it's been hard for me to remember stuff.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
you will?
Yeah. Yeah, get some alpha brain. Take some. Have you ever take vitamins for your brain?
No.
It works.
I will take some.
Yeah, you should. There's a bunch of different kinds. You should try what you like. But another real good one is this company, Neuro Gum. They make Neuro Gum and Neuro Mix.
I've heard you talk about it.
That's really good. There's one called True Brain. They make like a little shot. That's really good.
Magic Mind, I know.
Did you see what happened to
That's
that
a different one. That's a different kind.
Diet,
They use mushrooms.
Dick Cheney?
That's a good one too.
That's good.
I think
Yeah.
synergistically they would all work
Is he a
well
down?
together. But
No.
there's legit vitamins that work on your brain.
Yeah.
Yeah, that work on your memory.
Yeah, I wanted to, I would like to
I'll give
try
you
it.
some before we leave. I have some Alpha Brain Black Label around here somewhere. I
Yeah,
definitely have a few bottles in the kitchen, but that's the best. Alpha Brain, I've tried them all, even though I know I'm associated with Alpha with on it, and I'm probably lying. I'm not. I tell you about all the other ones, I don't make a penny off of them. But Alpha Brain, I think, is the best one. It's the most effective. And it's the only one that I know of that did 2 double-blind placebo-controlled studies with the Boston Center for Memory. Yeah. So we did that because a lot of people were saying it was snake oil.
The Boston Center for Memory, like, how many years did you have, buddy? In 2000.
Dick Cheney was a Republican, bro.
Yeah, that's what I
What
thought.
year did the songs make it into the series?
He was the vice president to
One
Bush.
time I was going into a show.
Yeah, he's a
We were outside.
Rhino.
We had a show
Yeah.
outside of Boston
Warmonger.
Theater. It's like 15, 20 minutes away. And I'm walking in late. Everybody's already in there. The show started. So I'm coming in, and a guy and his wife walking out with pizza they had in. And the guy's like, Dorothy, give me your fucking pizza. And the guy's like, I'm just late for work. And I'm like, I'm fine. And first of all, why don't you just give me your pizza, dude? He's like, Dorothy. This kind of big bag lady. She said, "This muffling down a piece of pizza, dude."
He was trying to get you to give her pizza,
His wife to give me her pizza. Like,
but not his pizza.
yeah.
Interesting.
Like,
That's a bad relationship.
Like, Dorothy, can't you see the guys? He's running late for work.
He's trying to tell his wife he's fat. He's doing it in a subtle way.
Well, he was using me, so I'm like,
He was using you.
Dorothy, I'm fine. You know?
Yeah, he was using you.
But it was just like just Boston thing.
Or he was just trying to have some conversation. It might have been that. Maybe we're looking into it too much.
Dude, I had a dream you were in EMT, dude. Have you ever had that?
Really? You had a dream I was an EMT?
Yeah, I've had it 2 times.
That really? Like, what was like tending to car accidents and stuff?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't think it was in Boston. I think it's what even anything.
I could have gone down that route in life, maybe. Things have been different. That's possible. I could have saw that. That could have happened. I almost joined the army when I was 18 for their Taekwondo team. There was a dude, oh God, I think his name's Clay Barber. He was one of the national competitors that I looked up to when I was on my way up, and he was in the army, and he had like the army paid him to train. And I was like, oh shit, you could join the army and they'll pay you to compete. You know, because they had an army boxing team. Like I believe Ray Mercer was on the army boxing team when he fought in the Olympics and won the gold medal.
Do you have to be, but do you also have, like, do you have to do service as well? Is that him?
No, he was a black guy. Oh, see the Taekwondo? So it says right there to the right. Yeah, the one on the right where it says his name, right there. Click on that. The one that your cursor's over, dog. Clay Barber, right there. Yeah. So he was really good in like, I guess it was probably like 86 or yeah, somewhere around. I was 18, so it had to be 85 or 86.
Baby girl.
But that's the dude right there. He was an elite national competitor in my weight class.
You don't kick a fucking whisper out of your mouth. That dude's a gangster, huh?
Yeah, he was really good. But he was competing for the army team, and so I was like, you guys join the army. And then I thought about it, I was like, I don't want to get shot. Like, what am I doing? Like, I don't trust anybody.
Did you try on the closing hum or anything? Did you do anything?
No, I didn't try to close.
That's
I
what I'm saying.
was married to the miracle. I'm like, no, we're good.
Yeah. I guess I don't know if I could see you in the army, but yeah, it was just a dream. It was just I think it was like you. Honestly, I think it was like you and Goggins. I think we're maybe like EMTs or whatever.
That sounds like something God could do.
But y'all did not fucking. You guys did not deal with anybody's bullshit. Like you guys should have. You were like, get the fuck up. What the fucking pussy? I don't think you had anything like. I don't think you had even a step. You had like a whistle. You're like, bullshit.
You know what Goggins does that a lot of people don't know about? He smoke jumps.
Oh really?
Yeah, like
Because he wants to play high school basketball.
that's very different. It's very different. He parachutes
See
into
this?
fires.
See this thing just came out with?
Oh yeah,
What?
that's not it.
Like in Canada,
World's first
because
automated
it's hard.
tattooing device.
literally.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that
Like
much
an
worth like $30
operator.
million. He jumps out of fucking planes with parachutes. And he sent me a photo of the giant ass fucking grizzly track. They landed in Canada at this place, and right where they landed to fight these fires was like a grizzly track. And he was like, wish me luck. I was like, dude, get the fuck out of there. You see that track? Get the fuck out of there. That's a 1,100-pound wild dog.
Wow. And he just does it because he wants to.
Because it's hard to do.
Your land just in smoke.
Yeah.
Now, when you get in there, do they have a plan of where you're going? Is it fire? It's fire going to fire when you're in there?
Well, there's a lot of different tasks that they do, but one of them is you're digging a fire break. So you dig, like a lot of what happens is embers land on the ground, then that starts a fire, right? So what they do is they'll clear the ground for for a wide area where the fire is coming. So the fire's on its way, they'll get ahead of the fire, and then they'll clear a giant path on the ground.
Girl, that was scary.
It's scary.
That was scary.
Guys die. I mean, they 100%, they get trapped and they die.
Yeah.
Ships, you know, sometimes things are unpredictable, but he does it just because it's hard. He's so crazy.
Does he have to sign a con? He must have to sign something. Huh?
Bro, I don't know what he does. I bet he doesn't even tell him his damn Goggins. He just shows up. I'm telling you, man, he's a different cat. Like he's the real deal. Like he's not pretending to do all these things.
Right.
You see those videos where he takes UFC fighters on workouts and they're dying? Like he took Israel Adesanya. Israel Adesanya, 2-time middleweight motherfucking champion of the world, one of the best to ever do it, elite athlete. Dying. I mean, Don couldn't keep up. Goggins was talking to him. Come on, son, keep going. He's like, he's throwing up in a garbage can. Like, no bullshit. It's crazy to watch because you realize, like, the level of conditioning this guy has.
Yeah.
He's 50 years old. He's not doing it for any reason. Like, he's not getting ready for the World Series. He's not in the Super Bowl. He's just himself. You would have to ask him. I mean,
I guess the
he
challenge
says he's
is
learning things. Downloading lessons. Like, it's just, he's that guy, man. Like, there's a lot of, what is that? What is it? Oh, show me. I sent it to you, right? Yeah. Put the headphones on. All right. Check this out. Show me.
That's all?
Yeah. Yeah.
The Cure, yeah. They were good. They passed away, huh?
Did they?
I think before they, yeah.
I don't think. Well, there's multiple members. Did that guy pass away? The lead singer of the Cure, rather. What's magic?
I had it on my phone. I didn't have it on my computer. Yeah, and I
Good job, fix mine. Look at that. Look at that, dude. Look at that paw. That's crazy.
Where's it going? Probably over the mountain.
Bro, that's so sketchy.
That's cool.
That's so sketchy. He sent me that.
Bro, I had to like factory reset.
Other people are like, I'm watching football.
Fucking my computer to be able to run all this shit.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's nothing scarier than that.
Talk about a fucking hassle, bro.
Yeah, I
There's
believe
nothing
it.
scarier.
I get the most scared, honestly, in my life. There was young, they have like a lot of pedophiles in our area, and I think that kind of like made me nervous, but probably being in the ocean.
You have a lot of pedophiles in your neighborhood?
Oh, yeah.
Look how many.
I mean, I think at least 3 is enough for like a small area.
3's more than enough.
Yeah.
But nobody did anything about it.
They did. I mean, they put them in our neighborhood. Like, yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, I don't nobody arrested them.
Oh, they've been arrested. Yeah, they were guys who were like, they used to release. Yeah, they used to have this thing. Remember when they had this rule? That rule was. It was like the pedophiles had to go around door to door.
Oh, let everybody know.
You know that we're pedophiles, right?
Right, that was a law that they passed. You had to alert people that a sex offender had moved into the neighborhood.
Well, our mom worked all the time, and we were just at home all the time. So you'd have pedophiles literally come to the door.
Let you know.
Yeah, and like, is your mom home? And be like, no. And they're like, well, I'm a pedophile. You're like, well,
That's a problem.
yeah, come back after 6, you know. But so it was just crazy, like, you know. But then at least you didn't know who the people were. But it was definitely weird that you're setting, and they don't live in nice neighborhoods. You know, like now there's a lot of like billionaire pedophiles that our government protects and stuff. But back then,
That's what makes me nervous.
no. I mean, they just said that thing that came out about the Trump Epstein thing. That whole thing's just a kickball at this point. I feel like.
Bro, did you ever see that video of me and Tim Dillon, where Tim Dillon was laying out the scandal that took place in, like, was it the 1970s, Jamie? The Franklin scandal?
Yeah.
What year was that?
Bro, we're all dressed up like astronauts. contest? Was that
He didn't do it. No, it was normal.
Okay.
I don't even think he had the crazy glasses on back then. That was before he was protecting his eyes. Now he protects his eyes. Play that video. I sent it to you, right? This video is nuts, man. This was Tim laid this out quite a while ago, and I kind of forgot about it until it popped up on my feed. I was like, oh shit! And I said, I can send it back to you.
Thank God for Tim Dillon.
Oh my God, he's the best. There's never been a better ranter ever in the history of rant ever.
Since who? I bet there was somebody a long time ago that was good, but we don't have enough of his work to really compete against him.
He's the funniest by far. He's the most sarcastic, the most tongue-in-cheek, and the most well-read.
Yes.
The thing about Tim Dillon is like he doesn't just go with narratives because he thinks that you want him to say certain things. You know what I mean? Like he's very, very well-read, and he forms his opinions based on facts, and then turns it into humor.
Yeah.
He's the fucking man. Play this.
Scandal was a scandal out of Omaha, Nebraska, the Franklin Credit Union, where there was a guy who was embezzling money, and then he was being investigated for that. But they said he has all this money because he's running an interstate pedophile network, and he's pandering kids to, people in Washington D.C. and New York. And it was a headline in the Washington Post and the Washington Times that were like, "Call Boy's get a tour of the Reagan White House."
Unidentified White House aides in the Carter, Reagan, and Bush administrations developing investigators are using the services the call boy ring. In the report, that two of the male prostitutes were given a late night tour of the White House last year.
And, this was a scandal. Real victims wanted to testify that people started dying. The private investigator they hired, his plane broke up. One of the girls that did testify was found guilty of perjury, and then she was put in solitary confinement. They had to use 2 grand juries in Omaha to get rid of this scandal. And it's it's not as sexy as like a Pizzagate or something, because it happened in the 80s and 90s, but this shows you the blueprint for the government, using marshaling resources to silence people that were victims of this stuff. This is not new. Congressmen, senators, blackmail being used by intelligence agencies, none of it's new. It was pioneered by the mafia. If you're having sex with somebody who's underage, then they own you forever if they have photo, audio, video of you doing that.
Wild. So if that existed at all in the 1990s, okay, that Mitch McConnell guy was around back then. A lot of these Nancy Pelosi type people, they've been around since there's photos of Nancy Pelosi with JFK. Think of that. That was before we didn't go to the moon.
Yeah.
It was 1963.
That's before Israel didn't kill him.
You think so?
I didn't say anything.
I heard you say Israel killed him.
You did.
That's what I heard.
Maybe did you put something in this?
This is the glasses. It didn't even. Oh, before Israel didn't do it. Oh, I see what you did. I think.
I didn't say anything.
I think Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone.
Lee Harvey Oswald was my middle school. You know that? No. Yeah.
What? No shit. It was their plaque.
No, we did have a thing. There was a thing.
Let everybody recognize.
LHO. Yeah. And they
LHO.
Lee
That's
Harvey
what you guys still call them?
Yeah.
Like L. Ron Hubbard. The LHR. They also salute L. Ron Hubbard, salute LHR with the big. Ever see Tom Cruise with the big pie plate medal? He got a medal for being the most awesome guy ever. He did. Yeah, from Scientology. And he salutes the photo of a science fiction writer. Bro, it's the cookies thing. You never seen it?
plate,
Bro.
Does he eat it?
You've never seen those Scientology awards? They're.
I don't see him eating a lot of desserts, really.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
I didn't know that.
Look at that pie plate of times. Look at this.
Okay. These are the times when we all remember. Were you there? What did you do? I think you know that I am there for you. And I do keep so very, very much.
What is this about? Is this a Marie Callender's ad?
Bro, this is amazing. Just watch this. To LRH.
Crazy, right?
Bro, you want a Mission Impossible guy? You want that guy? That's what you get. Okay, you don't get a normal dude who's that good at acting. You got a fucking crazy person
Who's that good at being himself?
with a pie plate around his neck, a golden pie plate for being the most awesome guy ever. He's a science fiction author, who's, by the way, one of the worst writers in the history of writing.
Elron? I've done the thing in New York where they try to electrocute you and see if you care about him or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I did that in San Diego.
You did?
Yeah.
When?
I was filming a TV show down there, and we were in the middle of a break while we're filming, and they had like a conference table set up. It was like a free personality test. And I was like, what is this? And I kind of knew what it was. I knew it was Dianetics, which is Scientology. But the guy was like, they made him do it. You could tell he was like not enthusiastic at all about it. And, he would like ask you questions about like, has one of your pets died? Like that kind of shit.
Yeah.
You hold this e-meter, I'm like, how's this work? Like, what is actually making this happen? I had all these questions he had no answers for. And then I started.
Of course you did. That's your whole life.
L. Ron Hubbard wrote more fiction than any human being that's ever lived. He wrote more things that were not true, more published fiction than any human being in the history of all human beings. That guy, the guy that created Scientology. And you know how he did it? It was all terrible. He never wrote a second draft. Everything was just nonsense.
One hit wonder.
Just start typing. Breathe. He was nuts. He was out of his mind.
But people liked it enough, though.
Did you ever see that show? They didn't, though. He wasn't successful until he really started. He did a lot of those like goofy magazines and stuff. This is a long time ago.
Yeah.
I realized. But then once he started religion, that's when things took off. That's when started making money. He gave himself a bunch of awards too. You ever see he had a wearing jacket and he had like all these awards on his chest that he had given himself.
That's crazy.
They love to give awards.
It's like the Golden Globes or whatever.
Yeah, same thing.
It really is.
They give themselves awards for being the most awesome people.
How crazy. It's all weird. But that's why I feel like all of these balls of yarn that used to feel like they made so much sense. And they kept us.
Yeah, I need to see the bottom part of the leg, and I keep printing the wrong part.
What's going to happen now? Because these are a lot of things that have felt like some of the blueprints of our existence,
You know what makes me nervous?
Does that make any sense to you when I say
Yes,
that? 100%. Because that's kind of what I'm most scared about. I think, like, even this year, it's like some of my sense of, like, purpose or, like, I just worry that other people don't have a sense of purpose or what's going on, and it makes me kind of scared sometimes.
Well, that's a good perspective, and I think it's accurate. What makes me nervous is the people that are not aware that all of our assumptions of how the government works were all based on bullshit. The people that still believe, that are like true believers of one side or the other, true faith in government and experts, those people make me more nervous. Because some of them are smart. That's what's crazy. But smart people are completely unwilling to recognize that conspiracies are not just real, but they're also not rare. They're very common. They're common and people get away with them, especially when they're in positions of extreme power, like running intelligence agencies. And there's a lot of things that they do that are morally reprehensible, but totally illegal. Like they can do it because they're allowed to, because they are a 3-letter organization and they have ultimate power to do a lot of like really gross things that are in the nature of, or in the interest of national security. So like this is the whole idea behind this. Like this is our decision. This is the best move for national security. This is how we compromise assets. This is how we gather information. This is how we keep America safe.
But they're not. Why is it our FBI and CIA are working against us? That's what it feels like. They're just tricking us about it. It feels like
they're tricking some people on purpose.
Why is that even their goal? Like I thought that
because they're trying to arrest people. So this is the problem with your career. Like this has been explained to me by a lot of people that are experts and people that know. John Carricow explained it this way. Your reputation is based on how successful you have been arresting people, cracking cases. And so people set up cases so they can break them. And they basically set up an escape room and they're like, I know how to get out of here. And they pretend that they're just like a regular wizard that stumbled into the escape room. No, you set the whole thing up.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, it's the same.
There's
Just
a bunch of those stories.
Oh, I think it's the same with like Hollywood. And, I remember one day I was walking in the Century City Mall in Los Angeles. It's off the Santa Monica Boulevard, and there was a blue collar guy walking by, and he was working construction, they were building something. And I was like, he's like, Theo, or something. So we're talking for a minute. And I was like, what are y'all building? He's like, you're never gonna believe this. We're building. He's like, 10 floors, 24 building. He's like, 10 floors are talent agency, and the other 10 floors are for the CIA. And I was like, what? Really? I was like, just in the same building, just happened to be that's what he's building. He's like, yeah, that's what we're doing. And he wasn't lying. I don't think he was lying to me. It just seemed like it was just
Weird mixture. Yeah.
right. But I think that this starts to happen. News stories get created, right? Things get, whether they're fiction or whatever goes on, you don't even know a lot of times what's news stories. You can send actors out to create a scene. You can see a video, you believe it.
Oh, yeah.
And then they make.
That's been done before.
Right.
That's been done.
Oh, yeah, there was. But then you see movies and stuff come out later about it, so it's like you're almost creating your own news to then make like a based on a real story. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's almost, I guess.
Yeah, like they let the talent agencies know that they're about to do this. So you start casting dramatic.
It makes sense because it's like then you're just
But
it's just like what do we do? You know?
Well, they've been doing this forever. They've been doing this
Probably
forever, and they've been shaping our views of war, and that's one of the reasons why they started making all these war movies. Do you know that? Okay, so in World War one of the problems that they had was people didn't want to be over there killing people.
Yeah.
And so people were shooting, but they weren't shooting at the actual enemy. They would like shoot over their heads or shoot to the left of them or to the right. They didn't want to kill people. And they realized like that you take people, just regular people from the city and from the farm and put them in uniform and tell them they have to go kill people. This is no YouTube back then, no television back then, right? So their ideas of what's right and wrong are all based on their life, their actual life. And so then they realized, well, we've got to do something about that. And so after that, they started creating all these really patriotic war movies where the guys are heroes, they go over and they shoot all the bad guys, and then they're awesome. So the next group of people that go to war are all going to be indoctrinated with these films. And these films are that America's the best, and we're number one, and we're going to go over there, and this is how you get all the girls to be a fucking hero and go over there and shoot those Germans.
You can come back and play with it.
Yeah, exactly. Come back and get rid of the fucking cowboy. Yeah.
The tits will be here when you
Let's
get
go,
off the boat.
Yeah. And that's what they did. They see that, and I mean,
makes sense for sure. Because
it
it
was
was also
also
advertising.
The CIA and various federal organizations have a say in how America's portrayed in movies, right? So if you're going to get access to, if you're going to do some film on, the Pentagon or something like that, you bet, bitch, this better make us look good. They're not going to let you make them look like a bunch of bumbling fucking retards that are just doing it for their career. No, you better make us look good. You can't fake what the Pentagon bitch. You're like, okay, sir, tell me how you like Mr. Cruz to talk about his work. And you make them look like the most awesome human beings that have ever been. So that way you want to support them, you want to fund them, and you want to listen to them when they're talking on the news.
Well, in a lot of like the projects, I think they have to have people from these organizations that come and like oversee how the organization is presented, right?
Yeah.
So it's like if you want to do something where the Navy's involved, you have to have people there from the Navy that are like overseeing it and making sure that everything is presented to be true to the Navy, but also like there could be maybe some manipulation there. But we just had Gary Sinise was on the podcast, and it was really cool.
Oh, he's cool,
dude. If you ever want to donate to something people do, man, what just an impressive. His whole organization.
What is he doing?
Well, he does a lot of stuff for veterans, right? He does a lot of stuff for first responders, or EMTs. He does a lot of stuff for. He does this thing where they take kids who have lost a parent in military action. He takes them to Disney World every year, like this big group of them, just like really. Like does it, like he has a band that plays. There's a bunch of organizations. He was like one of the first responders of out there feeding people, feeding the first responders who were there in the Palisades when that happened. Just like a lot of neat stuff,
Did you ever think you'd be in a position you're in where you're just having all these weird conversations with interesting people? Because it's not like, when I first met you, I would have never suspected that this would be a path that you would go down.
Yeah, no, Not at all.
You know, it's interesting that you went down that. Like, what led you to want to start doing that?
Well, I think a couple of things. I think I didn't know I was kind of competitive in some ways. You know, like I think I'm kind of competitive. Like I want to see what's possible that's maybe inside of me. You know.
So competitive with yourself, or competitive with other people that are also doing it?
Just competitive because I think I felt like maybe some people thought this thing like, oh, this guy can't do it. You know. I don't think that's. I think there were some people that were maybe like, oh, I'm surprised if this guy enjoys this or likes doing it. But I think there was like, yeah, that this guy can't do it. And I just never had a voice when I was a kid. You know, I never had a voice.
Right.
You know, so much of my childhood, I just couldn't even speak up for myself. I didn't even know what I wanted to say. I didn't even know what my feelings were. Right. I was just like this. It just felt tough, you know. And so I think when I started to kind of get into podcasting, have a little bit more of a voice, and then to get to talk to some people that I felt like were important that weren't getting voices. Like even like we had a doctor from Gaza on last year or this year, and that was like a moment for me. I was like, oh, this is important stuff, you know. Like other people aren't putting this voice out there, right? Some people are. But like the mainstream media, I don't feel like was doing a good job of it.
This episode is brought to you by Blinds.com. You ever notice how much your environment affects your mood? The way your place looks, the lighting. Nothing kills the vibe faster than bad lighting. Blinds.com makes upgrading your space ridiculously easy. They've basically blown up the whole old school window treatment game. No pushy salespeople coming into your house, no hidden costs. With Blinds.com, you're in control. Upfront pricing, zero pressure, totally on your terms. Browse on your own and go full DIY if that's your thing. Or if you're like me and you don't want to deal with that stuff, boom, white glove service, licensed, vetted pros show up, install everything, you sit back, done. Not sure where to start? They've got design experts who will hop on a free consultation with you whenever you want. You tell them your vibe, they'll help you nail it. And this is huge. Every order is backed by their 100% satisfaction guarantee. That's how confident they are. And right now, Blinds.com is running Black Friday deals all month long. So head on over to see what they've got going on today. And as always, you can still get 40% off your purchase when you use the code Rogan40 at checkout. That's Blinds.com, promo code Rogan40. Limited time offer, rules and restrictions apply. And it just like that's not what they do. You know, I mean, the reason why we can do what we do is because there's not really anyone over there doing it. They never figured this out before. They never figured out that, hey, there's a lot of people that are in their car for hours every day. They're on the train for hours every day. They're in the gym. They're doing different stuff where they want to listen to things. Or when they come home, they don't want to watch late night TV. They want to watch an interesting conversation. You know, yeah, they didn't know that was the thing. That's all that was. We snuck in. I think we snuck in. I think they had no idea. They thought this was just shitty radio.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think my whole life, I think people looked at me and thought, oh, this dude's just fucking shitty radio.
Yeah, but
or I felt like that in a way, you know?
Well, I think like most
and I still think it is my show. I mean, look, I feel lucky to have a show. We work hard, you know, with podcasting. I feel lucky to get to talk to a lot of people. I don't think we do a lot of information type of stuff. You know, and I wish we could do better with that sometimes. I think maybe that's a goal of mine next year is to try to learn more stuff just in the day-to-day so I can have conversations that are maybe more important. But then also, maybe that's not what I'm supposed to do. I'm just supposed to be just having conversations that are fun. And so,
well, it's what you're supposed to do if that's what you want to do. But what I think is the only important thing,
is what you want to do.
Yeah. To be genuinely curious about whatever you're talking about.
I agree.
You know, and then hopefully be talking to someone who's telling the truth. That's where it gets weird. You know, sometimes people will be charismatic and they'll be very persuasive, but it turns out they have an agenda and they're not telling the truth. And you might not know that. That becomes a problem.
Yeah, I realize that. Some people are taking advantage of the fact that they'll come on, and I sometimes have been a little bit naive to think that somebody would do that, but people do that.
100%. Like heads of state, you know, if you're going to have someone who's the president of a a country that's in the middle of a war and they want to come on your podcast and talk, you're not going to get anything objective. You're going to get them selling that they're the good guys. And that's weird. That's a weird one, because unless you're an absolute expert in what is going on in that region and you know exactly what's true and what's not, and there's two very compelling and very loud narratives, good luck. Good luck sorting out that conversation. I'm not interested in having those conversations, but I am interested in having conversations with people that I think are intriguing, that I think are being honest, and whether I agree with them or not, they're being honest and they're intriguing. That's what I like.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think some of that is me learning a little bit more. I mean, I think I do like having stuff where people have more feelings and their stories about stuff, So that's something that I would maybe like to focus on more next year. Like people's genuine human experiences, Like a guy or a woman or a kid, somebody who's been through something, almost to share some of that.
Right.
So maybe that's something I'll try to get into a little bit more. I don't know. But yeah, I just feel lucky. Like my mom listens to my podcast every week, and we never got to spend any time together when I was a kid. So sometimes that kind of even keeps me going, It's like she's like our biggest fan. So it's weird.
You gotta make her proud.
It was just so weird when I was a kid. Like she didn't have any time, and then now she just like, she
a lot of
loves
time.
it. Yeah. So I think I don't know. And it's like just afforded me a lot of like just neat opportunities. Yes, and I was talking to people like. We got to learn about like the healthcare last year and how, a lot of these political parties have put forward these, like these presidential, what's it called when they sign something like this is an order, like an executive order, right? That price transparency needs to happen with healthcare, right? So that was something that I realized was super important to me because like Bernie Sanders agrees with it, Trump agrees with it, Thomas Massey agrees with it, Ro Khanna agrees with it. There's all these people that say they agree with it, and everybody says, but it never really gets to where it needs to be, right? So you can go to a place in a hospital can charge you anything for an MRI, right? They're supposed to show their prices like a menu, and if they do that, then they have to compete. You can call two places. This person's like, well, it's $30,000, and this person's like, no, it's $700. So you're going to go there, but they keep it vague so they can like keep their prices really high, and then they can keep this whole insurance rigmarole going on.
They're private corporations. That's what's nuts. And the private companies own hospitals. They're private.
So that's probably why they're doing too.
Yeah, they're there for your best interest. What they're there is to make the most money possible, and one of the ways they do that is they're incentivized to give you certain medications financially incentivized to give you certain pharmaceutical products, and they make more money if they do that. I had Mary Talley Bowden on the podcast. She's a respiratory physician, and she, doctor, whatever it is, she was saying that if she vaccinated all of her patients, she has a very small practice, if she vaccinated all of her patients for COVID, she would have made $1.5 million. Like that's motivation. Like that's not, someone's not gonna, they're not going to give you objective advice unless they're a really good person like she is. They're not going to give you objective advice. What they're going to say is, hey, they say you should take it. I say you should take it too because I want to go golfing.
Yeah.
I want a BMW and I want to go golfing, so take it.
I don't care if you're in a fucking wheelchair in 3 weeks and a part of myocarditis.
I want an M5. I've got it picked out already. I want the carbon interior. Carbon fiber accents.
It's just
but it's a trap.
It's a trap. But learning about like that kind of stuff, like things like that used to be like, oh, this is a little cause that like means something to me, because you think there are people probably right now that are afraid to go get health care because it messes up your credit, right? Like the number one cause of bankruptcy in America is medical debt. Like, that's crazy.
It's crazy.
So now you're in debt, and now there's the stress of that. It's like.
Also, the problem is the system is so deeply intertwined in our society that to unwind it now and somehow or another start some sort of competent social medicine. But that's the other problem, is socialized medicine has not been effective anywhere. Like everywhere else, like the difference between, it's really a difference between money. Like if you have money in America and you break your leg, you can go to a really good doctor and you get your leg fixed. Right? If you have money, and if you have socialized medicine and you're in England, for instance, I have a lot of friends in England that they use the socialized medicine there. They have it in Canada. Like my friend in Canada, it took her a year to get a knee reconstruction, and they did a terrible job with it. they repaired her ACL, and she's fucked. She can't fully straighten her leg out.
Yeah, every time she fucking look, yeah, she just moonwalks everywhere.
You know, a limp, a noticeable limp, and they just fucked it up. They did a shitty job, and you know, look, that could happen in America too, but you can get an operation quicker here, but it's really just money. And the real problem with America is that you could have something really wrong with you, and you have insurance, and then your insurance denies you coverage for what's wrong with you. Like Ben Askren. You know the story with Ben Askren?
I know he's been getting better, right?
He's been getting better. He had a double lung transplant. He had and the insurance didn't cover it. But how could you not cover that? The guy gets sick. It turns out he's a very rare, like I think it was like a staph infection or some kind of bacterial infection that was eating his lungs. So they had to put him on a respirator. He was on a respirator for a long time. Then they had to give him a double lung transplant. And insurance companies didn't cover it.
Yeah. I said, what were you even there for? And then the stress, imagine his wife probably, or he is in and out of consciousness. He has to call him out. And just the stress of like, we can't do it, keep fill out these forms. It's almost like they just want to kill you with the stress. It's just,
they just want to spend the least amount of money possible and make the most amount of money possible.
Is it
United Healthcare, there's something about United Healthcare that's attached to this government shutdown bill. The reason why they were shutting down the government, there's something about the flow of money to United Healthcare, which is, you know, that company where that guy got assassinated. Everybody cheered. Because Luigi's kind of hot. Good looking guy.
I didn't see it.
You didn't see Luigi?
No, I'm joking. Yeah, I thought he looked
Good looking.
yeah, I mean, he's fine. Yeah, I like that. I like women.
Handsome hero.
Yeah, but still,
I'm not saying you don't like women, but you know, I'm not saying you fuck out here. You know,
Get my leg tatted, bro. What's up, bro?
Hey, I ain't gay, but I'm holding on my mouth.
You know, if I told you, I know if I told you it's an alligator, you might be like, bro, I'm not gay.
Hey,
Yes, it is an
talk
alligator.
about that.
You might like, oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm saying Luigi's handsome, and you're like, I'm not gay. And I'm like, that's not what I asked.
Right.
I asked you if you can see things. Take those fucking shitty fake glasses off. Maybe you can tell Luigi's a handsome man.
Helping or not.
You know, a lot of people think that Luigi was like some MK Ultra thing. They tricked him and hypnotized him and got him to go in and shoot that guy.
Well, I think there's a lot of that going on. And yes, I did have dinner at Candace house recently. So, you know, there's definitely, you know, a lot of conspiratorial foods on the menu over there. You know, I don't know if I'd say that. I mean, they had like an unvaccinated quail with like an mRNA demi-glaze. So maybe, you know, kind of, you think?
But they're trying to vaccinate cows. You know about that?
Oh,
They're trying to give cows mRNA vaccines.
are they really?
Yeah. They're just trying to use the technology to make money. If you really think they're doing it to protect the cows, you're out of your fucking mind. Any of this stuff is just about money. Cows are fine. There's nothing wrong with the cows. The cows are fucking fine. Let the cows eat grass. They'll be even better. That's what they're supposed to be eating. Let them all eat grass. They'll be fine. But occasionally some cows will get sick. Brucellosis is real. It's when bisons and cows intermingle. You know, bisons give cows brucellosis and it kills a bunch of them. But other than that, fucking relax.
Yeah.
Relax.
Well, it just never ends. It feels like there's everything. There's just always a problem with everything. I don't know. Maybe
Well,
I'm tripping.
the worry that people have is that somehow or another that stuff's going to get in your food. You know,
They're right, probably.
yeah, they're right. Because they've already talked about somehow or another getting mRNA vaccines in vegetables so that you wouldn't even have to get vaccinated. Just get it from your diet.
Yeah, just give me 1 second.
They try to give me a tetanus shot.
It doesn't even work!
What, tetanus shot?
No, the fucking mRNA vaccines, you're putting it in food and it doesn't even work.
I'm not
It
taking it.
doesn't work when you take it. People aren't even taking it anymore, and now you're trying to put it in food.
What are they putting it in? You said radish. Oh, what was it?
Radish and caramel. They were trying to put it in vegetables. It's like, I mean, I think it's theoretical at this point, but I don't know what Jason's talking about.
Just, you know, it's like, when does it end? Like, when is it like?
That's when they stop making
Oh,
money.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as they can figure out a way to trick
The
you
fog is
into
on the
thinking that
horizon.
you need something, or you know, you're not going to make any money. Did you know that tetanus, when you were talking about tetanus, you know tetanus is a bacteria, and it's extremely rare in America. Like very, 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 very few people ever get tetanus. You think tetanus comes from a dirty nail, you step on a nail. No, tetanus is a bacteria.
Yeah.
And it can be cleaned out. And also, Tetanus is one of the rare vaccines
Want one of these?
that works as a
Oh, I'm
prophylactic,
alright.
like
I'm
after
not
the fact.
bad.
Like you can
They
get step
make
on a
my
nail. You don't have
nose
tetanus yet.
stink.
They give you the tetanus vaccine after you stepped on the nail,
And then
and
you
it
get
still
it.
protects you. No, it protects you.
Right.
So you don't need to take it. Tetanus is super rare in America. It's not, you can completely fix it by cleaning out the wound. And if you get tetanus, they just inject you with the tetanus vaccine then. Like, there's no need to give tetanus shots to babies.
Yeah, they were saying maybe you should get it, and I was like, I don't even know if I've had it, you know. But I don't want it. I don't want anything else.
You probably had it when you were young.
Yeah, I think I had that, but they're like, you should get it every 10 years. I'm like, I don't know. I don't care. I'll be fine. I'm okay.
It's real common in other countries. Apparently, they said the
What
common.
tetanus is?
Yeah, it's a bacteria. I didn't know it was a bacteria. I thought it was something you got from rusty nails. You know, but it makes sense if it's a vaccine that it's protecting you from something that's kind of alive. Like a virus is kind of alive, right? Like they don't consider it a life form, but I mean, it seems like it spreads. It gets in a bunch of different people. It needs the person as a host. It seems like it's a kind of life.
I mean,
It's trying to consume you. It's trying to destroy your body, and you're fighting it off.
yeah.
And it hops from you to your kids to your neighbor to, you know, it's all kind of alive, and it kind of needs a person. If it's propagating, right? If it's spreading, like what is it?
A virus?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they consider viruses a life form. It sounds a lot like a different kind of life form, like a parasitic life form. That's what it sounds like, doesn't it?
I mean, I don't think they're saying that it's not. They're saying that it's bad, right? A virus.
No, I don't think they consider it a life form. But do they consider viruses a life form? Put that in perplexity. We have a sponsor. We have an AI sponsor.
Ice perplexity.
It's really good. But let's find out if they consider, put that shit in there. Let's find out if they consider viruses a life form, because I don't think they do. I think it's considered something different.
Dude, I'm so
Here we go. Is a virus considered a life form? Viruses generally not considered life forms by most biologists, primarily because they cannot carry out the basic processes of life independently, such as metabolism, growth, or self-sustained reproduction without a host cell. However, this status is debated in scientific circles due to viruses' ability to carry genetic material, reproduce inside host cells, and evolve through natural selection. Yeah, I'm one of those folks. It's a life form. It's a weird life form. And here's the crazy thing. If you think about it that way, then you got to think about gain of function research. Gain of function research is like taking a grizzly bear and go, that grizzly bear should be on roids. And you take a grizzly bear and you jack him up on tren, and you give him testosterone and cocaine, and then let him loose in the woods. That's what gain of function research is. And our government was funding that. They were funding making more evil life forms, and that's where COVID-19
Yeah, to anybody watching,
came from. Our tax
photorealistic
dollars
tattoo
that
here.
goes off to this lab.
Archangel Michael,
working on
Heaven's
making
Gate,
a
Stairway to
life
Heaven,
form more vicious.
Memento Mori.
It's a fucking weapon. That's what I think.
But then they just use it against us.
Well, I think it got out. I don't think they tried to use it against us. That's what I think. But I think that they 100% are developing these things to dump them on other countries. That's a fact. They've always done that.
But why at this
They've done
point?
tons of research that show that the United States has been involved in stuff like that forever. There was actually bioweapons labs that were in Ukraine when the war broke out, that the United States was somehow involved with. Put that in there. Put that in there. What bioweapons labs was the United States involved with in Ukraine? Or how about this, instead of being leading? Were bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? Let's put that in first and see what it says. And then I'm going to ask it, were they funded by the United States? Because no bioweapons labs have been discovered in Ukraine, according to the United Nations. The U.S., Ukraine, and multiple independent experts, the allegations made by Russia and echoed by some Chinese officials involve claims that U.S.-funded laboratories involved in military biological activity were operating in Ukraine, but these claims have consistently been denied and refuted by international authorities. That doesn't mean anything. Independent investigations and statements by the UN disarmament chief confirmed there's no evidence of biological weapons programming. Ukraine. Yeah. Okay. Are there any stories online about bioweapons labs discovered in Ukraine? The allegations made by, yeah, but we don't know that that's true. So here's the thing. If the United States is running or funding bioweapons labs in Ukraine, and it doesn't become a national news item, you think they're going to come up and say, "You're right, we did it"? No, they're not. But if you're gonna fund bioweapons research in China and a lot of other places, are there stories about the discovery? Let's see what it says here. Stories about the alleged discovery of bioweapons labs in Ukraine have circulated widely, primarily promoted by Russian officials and state media. But these claims have not been substantiated by independent sources or international organizations, nor could it be. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to get in there and fucking rat everybody out in the middle of a war that's going to kill you? Like,
and they wouldn't let that out.
Chinese foreign ministry and various conspiracy theorists have also amplified these stories, including claims of 26 biolabs and illegal research discovered by Russian forces.
I would hate to work in one of those places.
Right. Yeah. Okay, here's the problem here, right here. International news organizations and independent scientists, including the BBC and experts at King's College London, have reviewed the alleged evidence and found it lacking, noting that the pathogens and documents cited by Russia are consistent with public health research, not weapons development. Okay, public health research is one of the ways that they do weapons development. They do it under the guise of public health research. That's the whole original premise of gain of function research. We're doing this so that we can figure out how to heal people. And if these diseases do come our way, we know more about them because we've been researching them. Like, okay, so the problem with the BBC saying it, we just found out the BBC's bullshit. That whole thing with Trump where they took a speech and they edited it and put a Marcus more than 50 minutes later in the sentence to end the sentence. Like, they completely changed what he
Just waiting for my client, guys.
The head of BBC had to resign. This is a giant scam. So I don't trust that. But I don't know who's telling the truth or who's not, because if I was Russia and I had invaded Ukraine, I would also say we found bioweapons labs. Maybe there weren't any. You know, maybe it is a lie.
What's the same with like the weapons? Imagine it's just so hard to know what's real. You know, at our level of just like being a consumer.
See if you can find online a story. So we can pick apart the story that says bioweapons labs found in Ukraine.
It's tough to know who to trust. It's just tough to know where to trust things. So I think you just
true. But there's a fact that we have had bioweapons research, and so has Russia. This is a story that I did when I did that show, Joe Rogan Questions Everything. I interviewed a guy who used to be a part of Russia's bioweapons research program, and he explained to me how they're creating anthrax. They had all these bioweapons available, and I said, do you think that there's a possibility that they were making various infectious diseases? He said, absolutely. That was research that was being done. And then we went down to Galveston, Texas, and we went to one of those bio research labs that they have in America, one of those giant crazy labs where everybody wears the hazmat suits and there's tubes that come off their suit, and they're working with like Ebola and all this like super. And his perspective was what he was worried about was not something made in the lab. What he was worried about is some sort of a natural jump that goes from animals to people and just wipes us out. This one doctor.
I don't know.
The problem is, I would say that too goes in the middle of gain of function research. But I say this stuff is nothing. Don't worry about this. What I really worry about is chicken pox from chickens.
Yeah. Is that the big thing now? Well, dude, in our I just don't even know. It's like, I don't know if they want to wipe us all out though, because then there's nobody for these like dark lords to play with.
I don't think they want to wipe us all out, but I think they want to keep us as controlled as possible, as scared as possible. You see what they did in Canada? They just shot 300 hostages for no reason.
And Canadians, dude, who also have very good posture. Austria's probably great posture for birth, you say.
Look at them crazy neck.
Right.
That's just posture, otherwise it would fall down.
Yeah, so
imagine if your neck was like 3 feet long, that'd be crazy.
Best posture I've ever seen in the world. Toronto. Oh yeah, if you're fucking 3 foot neck.
Rock and roll.
Like everywhere you go, your That's that shit hurts.
Bro, you see that?
Smacking you around.
Have you seen those giraffes with the little
I'm
neck?
doing this, but
Blowing bitches up good.
Oh, I have
You ready? We're on it.
Yeah, what are those called?
Like Mexican giraffes or whatever. Or giraffes.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Showed it one of them. Look at that.
Bro, that's weird. Wait a minute, is that? That's a guy dog. That's what it looks like. The short necked giraffe native. Really?
Yeah, that looks like they wear
They have hats.
bowler hats.
No, that's what they look like. No, I think that's genuinely what they look like.
That's the one right there.
That's it.
That's that thug. That's kind of how I'm built.
That is a weird giraffe. Interesting. Oh, from Wakanda. So they're real. It's definitely real.
Bro, that's the thing. You can't tell. There's no information anymore. It's all just a blender of fucking who knows. Anything you put in a TikTok, the next story it's merged. Your last research is introduced into a new. Sora is making new things, and it looks so real. It's just like I don't even know what if information even means. It's just everything feels so bizarre. You know?
Yeah.
Don't you feel like that?
It's getting weirder. It's getting weirder and harder to tell what's true.
By the month, it's getting there. By the fast.
Yeah. It's getting very strange.
So you gotta lock in. I'm trying to think of the things of that just even still feel real to me. You know?
I think this is a real important time to minimize the amount of time you're online.
Yeah.
This is as things get squirrelier and squirrelier. Check in every now and then, but don't allow yourself to be looking at that goddamn thing all day.
Yeah.
Because that's part of what's wrong with us. Is we're staring at these goddamn things all day and they just hypnotize us with bullshit. Just at the end of the day, you're confused, aimless. You go to sleep, you feel depressed. You wake up in the morning, you get up in the middle of the night pissed. You're like, what is life?
Yeah.
You go back to bed. Like, what am I doing? Yeah. Those things do that. You take away those things, and life is pretty normal.
Yeah.
They are amplifiers of anxiety.
Oh, that's for sure. For sure. Well, it's even like they had that like a lot of these shooters, like people that have like these young guys who become what's it called when you see stuff online and it makes you more radicalized, right? How are some of these companies not legally liable? Like if you go to a restaurant, right? And somebody poisons you, you can take something up with that restaurant. Right. They poison a bunch of members, sue the restaurant or some recourse against that restaurant with the establishment. But these entities like these social media places, like if they radicalize someone and they go shoot somebody or something, there's no like accountability for the company. That doesn't, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the company's not radicalized. But I think it's a real danger what you're saying, because what you're saying is you're opening the door to censorship. You're opening the door to the government saying we're here to protect you, so you can't talk about certain things. Because these things can radicalize you. Because anybody's definition of what radicalizes people is it's very variable, right? Like during COVID, I could have been considered someone who radicalizes people against taking the COVID vaccine. I could have been seen as a science denier and a dangerous person that has to be silenced. You have to remove that from public discourse. So what you're saying by like people getting radicalized, that's the problem. Like who's getting radicalized and who's doing it, and what is the real reason why you're getting radicalized?
Okay,
because you don't know who the fuck you are.
So you can be getting radicalized for the better or for the worse too.
For sure.
So you're just really getting educated.
Look, there's people that get radicalized towards radical ideas of fitness and will and discipline.
That's a good point.
Pay attention to Jocko every morning. What's radicalized? You can be a radical. You can be into radical kindness. You get radicalized, just be kind to people.
Yeah.
It's all dependent upon what are you talking about and who's doing it. So why would the social media platform be in trouble for doing nothing other than giving people a voice?
But the algorithm, is there an algorithm that is
That's why it's weird.
that's what I mean. Is the algorithm, isn't there some liability to an algorithm?
No, but here's the problem. The algorithm amplifies what you like. So you have to decide what you're looking at. Like you have to have some personal responsibility, because that's most of my algorithm, particularly on YouTube, it's all just stuff I like. It's all fun stuff. It's all interesting. It's all ancient history stuff. Cool cars that people are building. That's it. That's most of it. Fights, pool matches, professional pool matches, a lot of Muay Thai. That's all stuff I'm into. It's nothing that is. So, like, why is your algorithm fucked up? Because that's the stuff you're clicking on all the time. And a lot of things, I don't know if you can do it on Instagram. Can you do it like, I don't like posts like this, where you right click on things?
I think you can. But you
I
also
also do it on Google Newsfeed.
Like if it's a young person, is there any more? Should there be anything? Like I agree, there is a level. It's always personal responsibility, and I think we're probably in a space where more than ever, personal responsibility is going to be start to thin the herd because it's like who can have like control over their own wherewithal, and what they absorb.
Well, we have to learn from other people's mistakes, right? We kind of are better at that. We're better at that as a society than, say, when societies, with alcohol, for instance, than a society where alcohol gets introduced into that society. We don't have a history of it. Generally speaking, that destroys civilization.
Native places, like when they need alcohol,
Native Americans. Native Americans. It's a perfect example. Native Americans have no history of alcohol use. United States troops came through, did two things. One, killed 90% of them with disease. So 90% of the Native Americans died from disease because they were exposed to smallpox and all sorts of horrible shit that Europeans carried over. So 90% of them died from that. And then they got pushed into reservations. They got slaughtered by people with guns, and they lost all their land. And then also they get introduced to alcohol. So both everything gets super depressing, and you get introduced to alcohol, and that is devastating to a society. And to this day, reservations have very high rates of alcohol and drug abuse, very high rates on Native American reservations. But if they're really drinking over there. But if you look at us, like regular people, like we're talking about alcohol today, right? We're talking about I barely drink. I'll have a drink every now and then. I have one recently, but that's it. Like you can. I know how to do that. I come from a culture of people who drink. It's common. People drink wine with dinner. It's common. It's normal. You can figure out how to regulate it for the most part. But there's people who won't, right? Yeah. But it's not as bad as when no one knows what to do because you've never had it. And then once you get it, you're fucked. That's the problem. Also with censorship. That's the problem with like social media. Like we're the first people to get it. So we're like basically the Native Americans of social media. Like we're getting it for the first time, and it's wrecking our society. Not the same level that it did in Native Americans. It also carries a lot of positives. It does let you distribute information, you learn about things. There's a lot of positives that come with social media. But also, we're the first people that don't know how to handle it. The grandchildren and great-grandchildren of us, they will have a much better understanding of what not to do and what to do. Oh, I have an uncle who is an addict. He's a Twitter addict. He's a real problem. All he does is yell about politics. He's on his phone 16 hours a day. He doesn't pay attention to his life. He's losing his job. He's a Twitter addict. There's people like that. Just like there's people that are drug addicts. These are the first ones.
I thought about it like that.
Yeah, we gotta learn how to regulate. And I think people are going to learn, like a lot of kids are using apps now that limit the amount of time they're on their social media for like 1 hour a day. And
I think a lot of these kids,
they're just kids that want a better life.
Yes.
And kids that recognize that you can waste time, and when you waste time over long, junior high school, into high school, you really start realizing it. You see the difference between people who don't waste time and really get after it and get things done, and then you see people that are falling by the wayside. And that's a pattern that establishes when you're a teenager, pretty much for the whole rest of your life. I knew people that were kind of ne'er-do-wells in high school. They really never got into anything. They never tried hard at anything, and they stayed like that.
Yeah, it's hard to make a change in your life.
Very hard. Very, very hard to make a change in how you see life.
Yeah.
And then you're not going to change your life unless you change the way you see life.
Yeah. Do you think about something else? Sorry. Brain sometimes gets hard to keep going. How are the fights, man? You get fun?
Yeah, it's always fun. Madison Square Garden's great. There's a few buildings in this world that have like a tangible feel when you're in them, like, whoa, this is the garden. Bro, I've been there a ton of times. I've performed there. It doesn't matter. Every time I go there, when I walk into that building, you gotta be on P's and Q's, son. You gotta be ready to go. That's awesome. Garden. I think fighters feel too.
Sure.
Extra amped to fight in the garden.
Yeah, Dustin said that he went to watch the fights. Was there a lot of, was Anik there?
Yeah.
How did you get to watch?
Yeah, Anik, DC, let's go. And Megan was there too.
Megan Levy?
Yeah. Oh, she's got that. She's the best.
How great is she?
Her and her husband are both
Joe,
salt and pure.
the best.
The best.
Their whole, I mean, I will say this, they have one of the best staffs of any sporting group I've ever been around in my life, for sure.
Yeah, UFC staff is very much.
Amber, Nicole,
We all know each other so well. We hung out together so well. Like, everybody's all hugging everybody backstage. It's a beautiful place to work.
and Bruce is doing his stretch. There's so many little things going on.
Yeah.
And you just get to see them all happen. It's always the same people, you know? And,
Yeah, we travel around the world too. Well, I don't anymore, but I used to travel with those guys around the world. And they, you know, they'll go from here, and now they're going to Connor.
I was going to go.
Were you really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, it's fun. So,
I know.
I don't care if you about the outfit.
I'm from the outfit already once.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
I'm thinking maybe I have to live here if I get in trouble.
I thought they were going to take my life another and come back. Not them, but you just never know the police what's going on, you know?
Yeah, what does that outfit mean?
It's called a throw. I mean, you can see a picture of me in it.
Yeah, I've seen it. I use it to attack you or stuff online.
Oh, yeah, like
Said you're in the pocket.
type shit. What
Like
is
you
that
grab
shit?
Oh, this is good. I like how theirs has a collar. It's
Yeah.
more modern.
I think you have to put the head thing on, like if you're like listening to music or
No
whatever.
real problem if you're grappling. Living your movement, control you a little bit better.
Well, for the person you grab the with is also wearing.
That's true, but you're slowing down the game.
Yeah, you're right. How would he?
That's why you're wearing a bathrobe. You're not even wearing a gi. You're wearing an ankle-length bathrobe.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's
go.
gonna get in the way.
I was gonna go. I was kind of, but yeah.
Did you like going over there? What was your experience?
Yeah, man, I liked it. I mean, obviously they treat you a little bit different because, you know,
You're not gay.
yeah. Thank you for saying that. And I just got that out there. And I didn't look for love. I did meet somebody that I thought was kind of cool.
How did you choose?
I'm sure that they're probably. I mean, I feel like they're all kind of in cahoots. I mean, you don't really know what's going on. It's more so Muslim country.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like if I was a Jew and I was traveling around the world right now,
So it's not been here.
flying to Sweden instead, you know?
I guess. I don't know. Did Qatar or did any of those countries help with Palestine? I don't know. It was hard to know what was going on.
Well, I think there was talk of, did you say Qatar or Qatar?
You're right, Qatar.
Yeah, Qatar. Yeah. There was talk in the beginning of them helping to rebuild. You know, this was like when Trump said, well, shit, all time. We're going to take over. We're going to turn it into, what did he say, the Mediterranean of the Middle East? What the fuck are you saying? That was one of those things that made people go, wait, is he really crazy? Like, what's going on? How are we going to take over? How are you going to take it? It's like when he was talking about Greenland, like maybe we're going to take Greenland. Like, hey, what? Why do they want Greenland? Let's ask Perplexity. Why is he ask Perplexity? Why is the United States interested in acquiring Greenland?
You think there's something up there?
You know what I would think? Let's imagine a world where the climate does radically shift, right? And by the way, I think human beings play a part of it. I've had a lot of these conversations with people. And I saw a video of Luke's criticizing something today, saying how, you know, talking about how much money there is in climate change and pushing the climate change narrative. And then that didn't compare to the amount of money that's in the fossil fuel, promoting fossil fuels. That is 100% true. But it doesn't discount the fact that there's a shit ton of money to be made from green energy. That's why they're promoting it. You really can't stop fossil fuel. That's the inside leak. Everything is made with oil. Yes. Everything. Your pharmaceuticals, all of your electronics, plastics, tires, everything is made with. You ain't stopping oil. However, this idea of reducing carbon footprint 100% is money. And there's money in the whole green energy narrative. There's money. This is why Bill Gates recently abandoned saying, totally backtracked on what he was saying.
Oh, climate change?
Yeah, he totally backtracked on it because people were starting to investigate and looking at why he's saying this. Are you making money off of this? Do you have like certain stocks that would rise? And were you making an extraordinary amount of money if you promoted these certain narratives publicly? Yeah, that's part of what's going on. However, there was giant solar activity this morning. And this is what I'm talking about.
In Greenland?
Yes, no, in America. Giant solar activity where people were seeing the northern lights in Texas.
Yes.
In fucking Texas. Okay, and a friend of mine who is, well, Brett Weinstein, I'm pretty sure I'm saying it's not secret, was telling me, like, this is like a significant, like, amount of solar activity, kind of unprecedented and very dangerous. And if it gets bigger than a certain wave, which they can't really predict, like these solar flares, they don't have a clock on the sun. Like, oh, on November 17th it'll be 82 degrees. It does whatever the fuck it wants. And sometimes it does mass injections, man. And these huge bursts. And these huge bursts can wipe out satellites, wipe out telecommunication, wipe it out, and change the fucking temperature of the Earth. I got another shit going on. United States is interested in acquiring Greenland for a combination of strategic, economic, and security reasons. Greenland's geographic location makes it a critical asset for U.S. defense, especially for monitoring activities in the Arctic and North Atlantic, as well as for tracking potential Russian military movements and securing early warning capabilities for missile threats. That makes sense. You know what also makes sense? If it gets green, because the Earth temperature changes.
Because you're investing ahead of time.
Greenland maybe used to be green.
No, I mean, I would bet at some point it did.
I think they discovered Greenland, like, officially in, like, I want to say the 1800s. They listed Greenland as a continent, but there's maps of Greenland, like detailed maps of Greenland from like the 1500s.
Do you think that they can? Do you think that it's controlled, or they can start to vote on whoever owns it all?
It's not controlled. No.
So that's not
I
controlled.
think this is the scariest thing about the temperature of Earth. It is non-static. It changes, and it changes all the time. And sometimes it changes in horrific rates, where it turns into like an ice age. And if that happens, we all have to move to the equator. That's what happens. That's what happens in human history. That's why you see these like super advanced civilizations that came out of South America. Like, well, they were probably the only people that were able to live like normally during the ice age. During the ice age, like if you're in North America, you're a fucking caveman. You're covered in animal furs. You know, you're trudging through the snow. You're hiding. Things are hunting you. If you're living in the Amazon jungle during that same time, man, you're probably in like the Aztecs. You know, the Aztecs.
What were they? The Aztecs.
Here's the thing. The Aztec rules is what I was going to get to. They found them that way. The Aztecs that lived there, they didn't build them. They found them that way. They uncovered them in the jungle, the ruins. They're part of a civilization that's even older than them.
So the Aztecs found them. Like, they didn't build them.
They built some things,
right?
But they found those things there. So that their great ancestors were probably the ones who built it initially. And if you think about the Ice Age, if there's any advanced civilizations, it's going to be in a place that are frozen. You know? And all of North America, North America was under at least a mile of ice. Well, let me think about it. Half of North America was in at least 1 mile of ice. Yeah, you know how it's flat in like a lot of Wisconsin? Wisconsin has areas called the driftless areas. And that's the areas where these giant glaciers didn't just plow over the earth. So they have hills and mountains and shit. Everything else is just flat. That flat shit, that's from 2 miles of fucking ice, just erasing anything that was there before the bulldozer. So if there was a civilization that lived on Earth up there 20,000 years ago, bitch, you ain't finding nothing, idiots. You ain't finding nothing. You ain't getting shit. That's what I think. That's why they had such advanced civilization.
And so many artifacts and stuff, because that's what was possible.
All kinds of weird shit that they don't understand. So like what cities that were in the Amazon jungle that they're discovering now?
Well, what happens? You know, say it starts to like things are, you know, it starts to devolve even more. What happens? Where do we meet up? I know we talked about this before. I think we said
But I think Denver's lost. I think Denver's lost. You're just there bringing wolves back to Denver.
Well, I wouldn't mind a wolf or two, but I'm just saying, what do we do, man? That's what I'm saying. Like, if it gets weird, we have to have some plan. It's already getting weird, right? It's getting weird.
Yeah. It's getting weird, but the reality, what I was getting to is you can't control the Earth's temperature. You can't control the Earth's future because there's a bunch of factors. Even if you say Okay, let's all agree on something first. Let's agree that human beings have a detrimental effect on Earth. We can all agree on that. Let's agree that human beings overfish the ocean. Let's all agree on that. Let's all agree that we pollute the air, we pollute the oceans, we pollute the rivers. All that is terrible. All that should be fixed. Let's all agree on that. Once we agree on that, that's not the greatest threat to human life. The greatest threat to human life is asteroid impacts. Well, nuclear war for sure we do that too. That's number one. But after that, it's asteroid impacts. And asteroid impacts, you can't do a fucking thing about them. That do something? No, they're not ready yet. They can't do anything yet.
You couldn't do something. You could hide behind something.
No.
You could do something. No. You could wear something. You could wear something.
No, you know that 3-eye atlas, that one that just passed through? It's the size of Manhattan, and it's made out of metal. It's a giant chunk of nickel that's the size of Manhattan. And it's billions of years old, and it's going, how many thousands of miles an hour was it going? Put that in
Where would you be
How
then?
fast was 3-eye atlas? It doesn't matter where you are, everything's dead. The whole planet's dead.
Okay, because what
You have a
happens?
few hits it. You have roaches, some fucking underground mammals that survive.
But you're saying it hits the planet,
Yeah.
and then what happens? Does
Everybody dies. It's miles deep into Earth in the first second. Miles deep.
But does it like impact? Like does the Earth like shift over 20 feet? Like
It's just
what
a
happens?
massive explosion.
Oh, you said you see the explosion.
This, not just the explosion, but it creates nuclear winter. Like the entire Earth is covered in volcanic ash. Like you're fucked. Everything's dead. Like most of the Earth is dead.
Okay.
So
Maybe I'm not understanding.
it seems like it. It's going approximately 155,000 miles an hour.
Oh, you didn't say
This
that.
makes the fastest interstellar object yet observed, with its velocity accelerating as it approaches the sun and then gradually slowing as it moves away. So it's 250,000 kilometers per hour. Earlier measurements as it enters the solar system recorded speeds of 130,000 to 140,000 miles an hour. So it's the size of Manhattan. It's made out of nickel. Okay, let's Google this. What is the observed mass of this object? What is the observed mass of 3-eye atlas? Observed mass. Okay, let's see what this is. Observed, look how quick it did that. Just Google all those articles. The observed mass is estimated to be over 33 billion tons.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about how much that is.
It's a lot. 33 billion tons.
How much is 1 ton? Like
2,000 pounds.
okay,
What else is 33 billion tons?
that's a great question.
Very good question. Look how research is. Estimated mass of 3-eye atlas, 33 billion tons, roughly equivalent to the mass of Manhattan Island, which is about 3.1 miles across. Similar in size to the comet's estimated nucleus diameter. This means the comet's mass is roughly comparable to a large city in solid matter terms. 33 billion tons, 3 to 5 orders of magnitude heavier than previous interstellar objects, like 500 what? Far smaller than the heaviest known comets in our solar system. Look at this one. 1C 2014, whatever, which weighs around 500 trillion tons, with a diameter of about 128 kilometers, 80 miles.
I didn't think that it was. I think I had a different concept of it.
Yeah, so
I had something small. I had something like this. There's something that's.
no, those hit all the time. Things like that hit all the time.
Yeah, that's
One
what
of the
I was
best places to find them is Antarctica. Because Antarctica's all white, so they go out there and they see things in the ground for meters.
Is it true they won't let us up there? Is that true? That's
No, there's places where you're not supposed to fly, but there's a bunch of reasons for that. One of them, I'm sure they're probably doing military research over there, but also, so they have restricted airspace, but also it's really dangerous. And if you crash, they won't have to rescue you. Like there's nothing up there. Like you will die, most likely. They don't want to have to try to die going to get you. It's sketchy as fuck going up there.
fuck yeah, it is, dude. I couldn't even imagine it. I mean, I'm trying to think. We used to go skiing or whatever, like in Iowa somewhere, or in, I think it was in Iowa. In the winter, they have like a place called Sundown, I think it was. It's fucking crazy. Like, we went to Whistler, Canada one time, and it was crazy cold. I can't even imagine being at the Antarctica. How cold does it get?
Oh, it's cold as fuck. It's not just cold, there's no one there. Like, they do these,
They don't even tell anybody it's cold because there's nobody even there.
I wonder what they're studying out there. They have scientific communities up there. They have like groups of scientists that live up there year round. Or at least they year round.
Yeah. And do they get to bring their wives and children?
I'm sure it's children. Dang. Bro. You never saw that movie? Kirk Douglas. I mean, not Kirk Douglas. Michael Douglas. Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell.
It's
awesome.
Great.
Dude, that movie's incredible.
I haven't seen that.
Fun horror movie from like, I guess it's probably like the 80s. Yeah.
That thing.
There's a comic in that movie. T.K. Carter. The dude who used to perform at the store. Yeah. He was at the store and then he started getting big movies. And he was in The Thing. John Carter's him. I remember that dude. That's cool. Yeah, and The Thing was like at the time, like one of the craziest special effects ever. It was kind of corny now.
Yeah, because it's goofy. But maybe they'll remake it or something. I don't know if they do that.
But it was about them finding like some spaceship in Antarctica. That was Antarctica.
I think right.
Is that where it took place? Yeah.
I think people want us to find something. I think people are looking for stuff right now. People are trying to look for something to get things.
Yeah, that's also part of the confusion. Is everybody's telling you constantly aliens are real. You're hearing it constantly, and no one's even flinching.
But they aren't real. They don't give a fuck about us. That's what I'm telling you.
What is that? You don't see Neil deGrasse Tyson?
No, not a chance. And B, but B, dude, they're not coming here and visiting, dude.
They are. I think they are.
Here's what I think about it. I believe that Earth, we should be this fun place to come and visit. It's almost like it's a cool tourist park or whatever. And you don't have to bring your kids here when they have like holidays or whatever, right? And now it's like that old place you don't take your kids to anymore. It's like an old theme park that's kind of over on the big side. And now I think aliens are taking their kids. They're traveling other places on vacations. I'm saying, where is it at all? Places we don't know. Because we're so fucking here.
Like Avatar.
Yeah, they wanted dope ass places. Like, and they pull up here and their kids are like, you took us to fucking Earth. This place sucks dick.
What do you want? Going over
Yeah, people washing
to
their hair,
the
fucking water, whatever. Like, yeah, it's out of here.
the arms area
Yeah,
of it,
You know what's cool? In
of,
India,
of the angel
so that's what I do believe.
and
there's
the
a
cloak
temple
and
in
shit.
India
On
that
the-
is one of the most
side now.
confusing places I've ever seen. Where people describe its mass and like how it's made. It was carved out of a mountain. The whole temple was entirely carved out of a mountain. It wasn't built. They removed the mountain and created this insane, like very symmetrical, incredibly intricate temple that doesn't show any chisel marks on it. It's like hundreds of millions of tons of rocks have been removed in that thing. Bro, have you ever seen that? I watched a whole YouTube documentary on it last night. What is it called again? Kalisa Temple. Dude, it's fucking bananas. So they think it was made, it says 6,000 years ago. It's chiseled out of rock. Yeah, I thought it was like much more recent. It's like they think it's 2,000 years old, right? Is that what they think it is? How old is it? Okay, 756 to 777 current era. So that's like the year 773. So it's even less than 2,000 years old. So they think, I don't know how they know this, but whatever they know, whoever fucking made it, whoever 2,000 years ago made this fucking house. See if you can, Jamie, see if you can find a video on it where they can they describe it or they go through it. Dude, it's nuts. The video I was watching last night on YouTube, my jaw was open. I was like, this is crazy. It's so detailed. And when you think about just the sheer effort of making this, and if one person fucks this up, this whole project's ruined because you're not building it. You're carving it out of the mountain. You can't recarve. And they did it perfectly. It's nuts, man. It's really, truly nuts.
You got to plan ahead with that. What do you think?
Yeah, but how did they do it so well? I mean, how is it so beautiful? How is it so symmetrical? How did they? Who fucking asked for this to be built? How long did it take? This is nuts, man. This whole thing it's so impressive. It's so impressive. Almost more impressive than some of the stuff from ancient Egypt. Because it's all one piece of stone. The whole thing. Whoever these people were, man, I believe. I wish they wrote books. I wish they wrote books on how they did this. And if they have the books, let them out. Look at these pillars, man. This whole thing. It's all carved out of the mountain. It's bananas. Like, it's so special. Because I'm barely grasping it. I'm trying to put myself in a position of someone who's there physically in the audience, where I'm sure I would be blown away. I'm sure you don't have enough time in a month to really go over this place and really get a feel for it. Because it's so insane. Someone was able to do that long ago.
Well, if you said that, like, I think the amount of time and attention you would put into things, you know a lot about things taking your attention.
Also, I think things have happened, and we forgot about those things. And I think things like asteroid impacts, these like super volcanoes, these ice ages, things have happened and destroyed civilization, and we've forgotten a lot of it, and we're relearning it, we're refiguring it out now. That's what I think. That's how you find stuff like that. Like that one doesn't even make sense. Like, and also, if you make that, who just left it there? Why'd you guys move? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? You just left this there. That's nuts. Wow, that's the Aztecs too. There's a bunch of these structures that people just left, or they all got diseases.
Or wiped out. Yeah, I'm sure they probably got wiped out because if everybody leaves, and if there's a nice place, right? Everybody leaves. Some people would stay, like, no, where's he going to stay?
They got wiped out. That's how they're not there. That's
Something would happen, and probably like you're saying about weather or something big, you know.
maybe weather, but I think a lot of it is people traveling with disease. I think that killed people in giant chunks all throughout history. That's what they think happened to the Mayans. That's what also they think happened to the people that moved the Amazon. It's like the City of Z, the Lost City of Z. There's a movie, yeah,
With George
Percy Richards. Is that what the guy's name was? Percy Fawcett. So Percy Fawcett was this explorer that went down there, and so what happened was a group of people had said they went down to the Amazon and they found these golden cities, these spectacular civilizations.
God, I would like that.
And they went back to Europe and told everybody, and then 100 years later they returned to try to find these things. At least 100, might have been longer, right? All the shit's gone. Everything's gone. Because those first guys brought over the cooties. They brought over diseases. And they killed everybody. And they didn't even...
How are they spreading the diseases then?
Just being around. Yeah. Like, we, Europeans, I should say,
And nobody noticed that they had something wrong with them?
they were used to it, man. They were used to being sick. They were used to those diseases. You know, they had developed immunity
But it
over generations.
But if you show up with miles with a disease, right, at a certain, like, I'm going to maybe see that something could be wrong with you, or you think it's just hidden in your path.
They probably had no fear of it. They probably had no fear of it because they never encountered it before. But you know, they do believe it's possible that the Americans gave the Europeans syphilis. Yeah, type shift. Yeah.
That's a type shit. That's what kids say sometimes.
Yeah, well, my daughter doesn't want to swear. She says type shift.
She does? Oh, man. Your daughter's doing good, right? They're awesome.
Yeah, I'm sort of those.
Oh, I'm missing it. Did they go to the fight too?
No, they're future college. They do. It's
They're
awesome. It's so fun.
They're fun. They're so funny. It's just funny because I just see them incrementally over the years. You get to see them grow up and just like,
I was just thinking, when did we do our first podcast? Do you remember?
I don't know.
It was like 10 years ago.
No way. 8. It's been a while. Yeah, man, I can't believe that we've been
Back then,
it's all been going on.
I would never imagine that you would go down this road and be really good at it, man. Like, you real sincere people. You ask real good questions. You were present. You know, like you're funny, but you're also trying to really understand what they're saying. That's a delicate balance, you know. Be silly and be funny, but also like pay respect to whatever they're trying to say and try to figure out where they're coming from. You know?
Yeah. Well, thanks, dude. Yeah. I try to be. I think there's been a couple times where it's like, yeah, I try to be. I don't really know what I'm, like, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I work hard, right? Like, I'll
You figure it out as you go along.
Yeah, and I'm still kind of figuring it out, I don't know sometimes, like, what, like, my purpose is in it, or, you don't think, maybe that's a trap, huh?
Yeah, it's a trap. I think you should have a direction.
I do notice I meet a lot of people and I care about what's going on.
Yeah, that's a direction. That's good.
Yeah, that makes me feel, not important to me, but of some value, right? Like, yeah, last week when we had Gary Sinise on, he was talking about his son, and his son passed away of cancer, like, within the past year, and just talking about his son, right? Like, it was just nice, it was nice for us to sit there together and just talk about his son, right? Like, stuff like that, like, I think it just makes me feel like, I don't know, that kind of stuff means something.
So, do you feel like in your regular life you're not connected enough to people who are talking to you like that? Is that it?
And that's kind of interesting. I think I do sometimes have a problem with connection sometimes,
So you somehow or another can be more connected publicly than you can privately.
Is that so weird you say that? I thought about that.
Well, I thought about that because of my friendship with you. Because, like, sometimes you tell me things on air, you don't tell me things private. And sometimes in private, like, I love you very much. And I was trying to reach out because the last thing you want is a friend that maybe is going through some shit, not doing well, and maybe you could have reached out and you didn't.
Yeah, for sure.
That feeling is a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
That you could have helped your friend and you didn't help your friend. But you have a hard time expressing yourself in person sometimes. Sometimes I'll be asked, like, tell me what's up, tell me what's bothering you. Tell me, like, how do you feel, what you did. And there's like a thing where I was almost like a blockade where you'd rather just like ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But then when you're talking publicly, you like to address everything, which I find very interesting. It's like you almost feel more comfortable exposing various parts of things that you don't like about life or your life or what's bothering you about life. Publicly, you're better at doing that than you are privately with your friends.
I think there's this thing inside me sometimes that I feel like people don't trust me.
They don't trust you.
Or there's some trust thing. Maybe it's not me. I don't know. I'm trying to think about.
Hey, you don't trust them, maybe?
I'm right by the
I'm trying to
face.
think about, as we're
Matt,
talking about this, I'm trying to like.
I'm right by the
feel it,
face, so just this part's super
because it's
important. So
interesting to me because I love thinking about this
just
kind of
letting you
stuff,
know.
like, and trying to figure out why I operate or why we operate certain ways,
Right.
Yeah, I think sometimes, I don't know, it's hard for me to maybe say what's going on sometimes. Sometimes I don't know what's going on. Sometimes I'll like just, if I talk with somebody and then
Over there by the arm.
conversations I have.
It just made my leg twitch. That's why.
Oh, I know, dude. The calf,
That's when I'll talk
it
about
twitches with most people.
it.
It's the foot kicks. And it sucks because sometimes I'll be resting my hand on the foot.
Yeah.
And it'll pull my whole
I
hand.
try to not, but
Yeah, it happens.
You're doing good. Everyone's going in and out of the room. Everyone's going to take a leak, like green room conversations. It's kind of almost like a podcast in and of itself, right? But
yeah, it's fun.
There's also people showing each other funny memes, and we're all watching videos, fucked up things that happened.
Listening to music, joking around. That's a little bit more of a bigger atmosphere,
right? But the point is, it's like you don't have these kind of conversations outside of podcasts. The only time you or I have these kind of conversations is right in front of each other, where we agree we're gonna just sit and talk for like 3 fucking hours with no interruptions. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I feel like in that form you get relaxed, and in that form you talk about yourself like honestly, you're introspective and open about it, which I find very fascinating. That you don't do that privately.
Yeah, it's funny. It is kind of interesting. I don't know why either. I think maybe there's something like I thought, like I have, I have to. There's something inside of me that has to be a boundary. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out.
I'm working on the face.
You don't want to annoy people talking about your problems. Here's the thing: like when you start talking about having issues in life,
Huh?
Gotta lock in.
Yeah.
Because I've thought about all the times that I'm with you. Like, So Theo's always the life of the party. We're always having fun. I don't get it. How can he possibly not feel well? That don't even make sense to me. Yeah, like everybody loves him. He's so fun to be around. You know, like why would you not feel good? That don't make sense. You know. So then I had to listen to you talk like your podcast, and I was like, oh, okay. Well, there's some ways that he talks publicly that you don't necessarily talk a lot privately. So like your friends sometimes don't even know things aren't going so well.
Well, I think for some reason, whenever I started podcasting, I started to kind of have a conversation with myself for like sometimes the first time in my life. Maybe I was like having like some dialogue with myself, you know?
Because you do a lot of solo. Right?
Yeah, probably the first 100 or something were solo or something pretty much. And so I think
then you're forcing yourself to do a totally new thing, which is not just like go on Memento, but to actually think about something for like at least an hour where you're talking and just thinking about stuff.
yeah, that was probably the most fun I ever had in some ways, I think. And also it was like a learning. And then now like people can call in our show and leave voicemails, so someone can listen to those and talk about that kind of stuff. And that's something I want to get more into because that's something that I don't really care about, you know. But yeah, I don't know why some ways are easier for me than others. I have thought about that before, you know, I have thought about that. It's the same reason, like, even being like in a relationship, I remember like when I was like we get in a relationship with a woman, it was so hard for me like to look at them, but like to be super close. Like that was super hard, but it was easy for me to have a microphone and talk to people in a group. You know, like there's some things that are just like I just feel like a lot of like pressure. I feel like when I was in like that kind of situation, like I think there was something about it. Like if somebody, I don't know. I think there was always a part of me like when I was young, like if I looked somebody in the eyes or something, like they weren't gonna really. Does that make any sense at all? Because I know it's a weird thing to say, but
No, it does make sense.
there was a part of me like. Yeah, and I'm not trying to like self-pity or like look at like, you know, do I seem like I'm being self-pity? No. Okay, good. Because I like to examine stuff, but I'm not like, you know, being like, woe is me. I'm just trying to like look at it. You know?
Well, you got to think, as a kid growing up, you had a lot of negative interactions with people, you know.
Yeah, well, we ever looked at people like, what's going on with this kid, or like me in the eyes, or like people who are busy and working and like just trying to keep us surviving. So I think later when I got in relationships, you'd be right there with a woman and they'd be looking at you and they'd be really hurt. This is scary. You're like, damn, these bitches are pulling up. You know, and that shit was like baby girl, that shit.
You weren't used to intimate relationships.
Right, so intimacy made me super uncomfortable, right?
Well, you weren't used to trusting people.
Yeah, probably not even used to really trust myself. I don't think I do well with this.
And probably not used to people being nice to you. You gotta get used to, accustomed to people being nice to you.
We grew up in like a scary place, and so I felt like I wasn't sure if people were gonna be, you know, and so I think that made it like pretty tough when I was young. But yeah, I don't know. Some of it's been an interesting experience, and that's life. It's just like
Life is an interesting experience. Yeah. It really, truly is. You know, but it can be awesome and it can suck. The reason why it's awesome is because it can suck. Like that's, you need them all. Yeah, while we're human. And I think that's, we have only so much sand left in that hourglass. Where the humans are on the way out. I know a lot of people hate it when Peter Thiel says it, like, Peter Thiel is a terrible person, he's evil, he's just, no. I think he's just telling you the truth. I think he's, you know, when they said, do you think human beings should survive? And he had like this moral clause. Oh, yeah. And then the interviewer was like, the answer is yes. The answer is yes. You gotta get rid of it. Which is not how you're supposed to do it. Well, at least not how I do it. I would let him talk as long as he wants. Like, I would let, if you watch my podcast I did with him, this is long ass stammers. So he's like, everything he does, he wants to be very careful before he answers. So once you consider what he's saying, you ask me the same question. Is it important that humans survive? Okay. Is it important that an Australopithecus survived? It's not. Is it important that Neanderthals survived? It's not. Currently not important. Is it important that humans stay in this form? It's not. It's not going to be. If we're going to evolve to something way better than this, how many people go, I missed the old days when you could fly and you couldn't read minds and people were a lot more rapey? No one's going to say that. No one's gonna, I miss the wars. I miss stealing, credit card fraud. I miss the good old days of a rigged stock market. And the Jets won. Yeah. No one's gonna say that. They're gonna move on to what's next. So Pierre Thiel's right. It doesn't mean I don't love you. It doesn't mean that being a person isn't important to me. Yeah, it is to me because I'm a person, but I'm also, if I step outside of being a person and I look at where this thing is going, I'm like, it's going in a different direction. It's not going in the direction that we thought it was. mRNA vaccines and lying politicians. It's not going in that direction. It's going in some sort of digital God direction. And Ukraine's going to join on fucking real quick. It's within a few years. We have, I think, what is it, 2026 almost? We're real close to that. I think by the time 2030 rolls around, it's a wrap. It's a wrap.
Do you think that money will have any value at that point, or no?
I don't know what it's going to mean anymore. And the problem is that some people are going to be in control of assets, and some people are going to be in control of money. See, money is just, right now, mostly, if we're not on the gold standard, what is money? If your bill doesn't represent, you can go to Fort Knox and they give you a brick, whatever that money, they give you a brick of gold that's worth that money. If that's not real, we don't have that anymore, and if we're on some sort of digital thing, and if they can just spend money and then inflation rises and all this money that we spend on wars and all this other crazy, it's not, where does it come from? We don't have any money. We're $37 trillion in debt. They just print it up. If they just print it up, that makes money less and less valuable. That's what inflation is all about. And at some point in time, that's just ones and zeros. When you have quantum computers, they're basically like digital gods, and they're in charge of all the assets and all the money of the world, and they're not human. They're not human, and they're just going to stop it all. They're going to say, no, we'll decide how much resources you get to stay alive for as long as this body lasts, because you're not breeding anyway. Our fucking population is dropping off of a cliff. Overpopulation's a real problem. It's not. We don't have the correct levels in most giant countries like Japan. Japan is not in a restorative level. Like, they're not even close. They're disappearing. They have a real population collapse problem. South Korea, a real population collapse problem. Eventually, that's going to come here. That was one of the arguments that they had to keep the war moving. That was one of the Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi arguments. We're not having enough kids. We need to bring people in. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
There's no way I can look at Chuck Schumer and think he's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
If you asked a baby who'd been here one day who's a bad guy out of it.
Right, did you ever see the video when it's fucking dark out there, man?
That's why we just gotta love each other, do the best we can, have a nice creme brulee, hug a buddy, tickle your friend or whatever, tell him he's gay or something. That's a good move.
I just opened up my Instagram and he popped up a million model.
Like, what's he trying to sell you? Some bullshit.
It's something important. He accidentally sent the quiet part out loud about the Epstein files.
They all are doing that, too.
Alright, let's see what he said. Yeah, I'll send it to you.
They got me, these motherfuckers.
They got me.
How much longer does Israel let us stay alive, do you think? That's the big question. What did you say? Is that AI? What are you saying? That's Sora.
What are you saying?
I didn't say anything.
What are you saying?
Who did you Asanya?
Oh. He loves you. What are you saying, son?
Yeah,
what did you say? What did you say about the Epstein files? Let's see what he said. That was great.
You've been drinking somebody's ace the last 4 years when President Biden was in office. Well, that's the question every American is asking. Not every American, but so many Americans are asking, what the hell is he hiding? What?
That was a useless move.
This whole thing's all bullshit. It's all BS.
Well, it's fun.
Do you think he's alive? Do you think Epstein's alive?
I do not think so.
You don't think so?
If I had to guess. There's too much circumstantial evidence that leads me to believe that it was an assassination. I know a lot of people think that he committed suicide. A lot of very smart people that I know think he committed suicide. I'm like, there's too many convenient things. The cut wires, the security cameras rather not working. They weren't cut, right? They just stopped. They didn't function. Security cameras didn't function. The fact that he had shared a cell with this giant fucking former cop who was a murderer who killed multiple people, just giant roided out cop. This is cellmate. Like, if you wanted to get somebody, like, bro, extra Twinkies, take this guy out. Like, it wouldn't be hard. He's already killed a bunch of people. He was a drug dealer. You ever seen the guy? You ever seen the guy who was his cellmate? No, but it's like, it's kind of clear. It's like when you're freshman in college, they just put you with somebody, you know? Bro, you want to get someone killed. You have a high profile witness, okay? High profile witness in the craziest sex trafficking conspiracy of all time, where a guy who may or may not have been an intelligence asset or an intelligence agent or whatever the fuck he was in whatever country, this guy he's arrested for sex trafficking to elites, and then you put him in jail with that guy. I thought that was the guy that fought Mike Tyson. Remember that dude who read that poem? Bro, you ever have in jail with that guy? All you have to do is give that guy cigarettes and steroids. You tell him, I got you Marlboro Reds and Tren. I got you testosterone replacement for life, even though you're gonna still be in jail. I got you some Marlboro four men. Dude, he was found guilty of killing 4 men, and they put him in a cell with Epstein. Look at the size of that fucking cell. Giant fucking muscle-bound, steroided up dude, and they put him in a cell with Epstein, and Epstein got strangled. Well, I'm not sure about Holmes, but I think there might be a connection there. Epstein was probably trying to slurp him. I bet that he was such a pervert. Well, if he didn't kill him, then somebody killed him. He was such a pervert. I think somebody killed him. Retired Westchester cop charged with killing Lord cocaine dealer after bodies dug up on his property. Bro, he buried him in his backyard. Yeah, that's a crazy motherfucker. Oh, that's a good gardener, dude. That guy's like a compost, right? That's true. It's a better way to kill. They're already dead. And then they let them go to waste and bring them back to Mother Earth. Because they're leftovers. That guy's Italian, dude. They love leftovers. How do you think he died? I bet he died waste. That guy's pretty jacked. I don't know. I bet he got tired though. They don't do cardio. You're right. There's a lot of cardio involved. To 2 feet. How many bodies? 4 bodies, bro. 4 bodies is 4 6-foot graves. You think he did a mass grave all on top of each other, or do you think it was respectful? And then 4 individual holes. I bet it was more like, when you open up a box of chocolates like that, kind of. I don't think it was like a dessert. I don't say it was like that. Yeah, or a 4-pack of cannolis right there. Yeah, right. Take the lid off. You see feet. Just a dusting of perfection of sugar on. Not cocaine, dude. Waited up comment. But imagine, that's important. But imagine you are the most high-profile person being charged. They put him in there on purpose with that guy. 100. How could they not? How would you not? Like, why? If you're worried about the guy dying, why would you put him in the room? Lock him in a bedroom, a tiny little bedroom, with a roided up murderer. Just stop and think about that. You're in a room smaller than this fucking studio that you and I are in right now, with a roided up murderer. You're sleeping with that guy. You wind up getting strangled. How would you sleep? Say you have to go to jail, right? I know, but I'm just saying, if you had to go to jail, right? You're in jail for something that you've done or didn't do. Doesn't matter. How do you sleep at night? There's a big dude in there. You sleep with your mouth open, so you just have to force it. Sleep like that. You're crazy. Do you sleep with your butt against the wall or away from the wall? Good question. You sleep with your back or your head? What kind of pervert this dude is? He might be one of the dick sucker guys who just wants to suck your dick while you jacks off. And you want to sleep with your ass to him. Like, jerk off, so I suck your dick. Like, no, we're trying to sleep. Hey, I told you I'm trying to sleep. Bro, it's crazy. And then you find out that prisons are private too. There's a business in having jails. So then you find out that prison guard unions are also responsible for keeping everyone illegal. They get involved in prison guard unions because they want to keep the work coming. And it just feels like at some point, do you think it's always been this way through history where people have felt like you just feel like such a peon of like some corrupt financial system? Do you think it's always been that way? Or do you think this is like kind of like a highlight of it for America? This is worse than it's ever been before, for sure. And the United States is worse than every other country when it comes to incarcerations. But the thing is, they want to keep it busy. In the UK, they probably could use a few incarcerations. They're letting people live. They're doing horrible shit. They're not enforcing crimes over there. That place is getting real squirrely. But the United States, half the people are in there for nonviolent drug offenses. Half of them, right? I think that's the number. Put that in perplexity. What percentage of people in American prisons are there for nonviolent drug offenses? I think it's like half. So it's basically, it's a byproduct of prohibition. It's led to millions of incarcerations where people are locked down for the rest of their fucking life.
I hate that shit, dude.
Because somebody wants something and you don't think they should be able to have it. So you will arrest people, sell them to them, and you will lock them all up for possessing it. 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, which are predominantly nonviolent. Additionally, about 72% of federal prisoners are serving sentences for nonviolent crimes, including drug offenses with a significant portion related to drug possession and trafficking. 72%. In federal prisons, 72.1% of inmates are incarcerated for nonviolent offenses. More than half, 55% in federal prisons serving time for drug offenses. So 43% of federal prisoners in the United States are serving time for drug offenses, but 55% are serving time for drug offenses in the summary of key data. So it must be linked in. This is what's happening when AI is drawn from multiple different sources. I think they're going to be two different numbers. So it's somewhere between 43 and 55%.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, I guess you don't know which ones are like weed, which ones are cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, that kind of
Tastes
stuff.
good.
The
Tastes good.
The majority of drug-related
Still getting after it.
incarceration, possession,
Gotta be super
which is
careful.
classified as a non-violent
Really slow,
So, put this, other than drug offenses and drug possession, what percentage of people are in jail for
You can see
nonviolent?
it live on YouTube.
What's that in there?
Huh?
What you say?
So you can see it live on YouTube.
Yeah, other than drug offenses, what percentage of people are in jail for nonviolent crimes?
I gotta get a family, I think.
Yeah, I think that'll be good for you. Okay, let's see. Nonviolent. What does it say? Okay. Other than drug offenses, about 25% of the daily jail population nationally is incarcerated for low-level nonviolent offenses, including misdemeanors and public order offenses. 13% are there for property offenses such as burglary, and around 11 for public order offenses, nonviolent infractions such as weapons charges. The problem with that is property offenses like burglary can lead to violence. Like that's next door to violence. It's not violent, but like those guys that got shot breaking into that guy's house. As soon as you're breaking into his property, you're getting super close to violence.
Yeah, I think it's violent. It's like if you're in like fear on somebody they're in their own house.
Yeah,
that's pretty violent to me.
Yeah, it's not violent in that you're hurting a physical person, but you're breaking into their house and anything goes once you break into someone's house. Everybody knows that. You break into someone's house, anything goes. They don't know why you're there. They don't know that you're just a petty thief. They have no idea they're gonna fucking shoot you. We all know that.
The numbers are getting small left over. With the other thing, the opposite. Or I conservative likes to do the opposite thing. How many are in for violent crimes?
Right.
62% in state prison, but only like 7 to 10% federal.
Interesting.
Most federal inmates are serving sentences related to drug and order offenses.
Oh my god, that's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
that's nuts. It's like that.
I think it's weed. I mean, what do you think it is?
No, it's probably cocaine. Cocaine's the big one, right? Cocaine laced with fentanyl. Yeah, and then there's pills, and then there's meth. Meth is a big one too. Those are the ones that everybody's really terrified of. No one's really. The marijuana thing is a disingenuous argument because the marijuana thing is really there's a bunch of special interests that want marijuana state. The actual people that think that marijuana is dangerous are pretty small. But they're not totally wrong. This is a very important point. Marijuana is not completely safe, just like alcohol is not completely safe. I think there are certain people that, for whatever reason, the way they're wired, marijuana can fuck with them and badly. And there's some evidence that it can trigger psychosis or just sort of a psychotic break. There's real evidence.
Oh, definitely, dude. That shit, some of that shit's bad off, dude. I've taken some shit.
Powder or crack cocaine offenses. Go ahead. account for more than 54% of drug abuse. So that's most of it. And then there's meth, 24%, and marijuana represents 12%. But I guarantee you that marijuana thing, that's dudes who are growing. You know, if you're growing and dealing, if they're hitting you up in federal prison, heroin offenders account for 6%. That's weird. I would have thought it would have been higher. Just like 6% for heroin. Because they're so chill, they never get in trouble. They never get caught.
The family that did that opioid epidemic is still out and about. Sackler family still out and about, being responsible for a million people. And the ripple effect of that to families. Yeah, that's what I mean, suicides, drug addictions, families falling apart, lives destroyed. Where do you think people find a sense of purpose these days, Joe? Because it certainly feels like the fabric of like America. It used to be like that gave us a lot of purpose, right? And some of that feels like it's not there anymore. Do you feel like that's a true statement?
Well, I think this is also from social media. Okay. And while we feel that way, that everything's falling apart, we still have our neighbors, we still have our friends, we still have the places we go. We still have all the community that we always have. You know, we still have the mothership, we still go to nice restaurants, you still hang out with your friends, watch the game. You're still like alive on Earth. But you're so overwhelmed by this fucking constant onslaught of bad news that you're freaking out always. But then you got ICE raids where they're taking people that are American citizens and they're scaring the shit out of everybody. And
Did they make the video thing? That
was crazy. They didn't even ask you.
Oh, it was really scary.
You were just joking around because you were talking to a guy who was talking to his friend. And this was quite a while ago too, right? What was that video?
Yeah, I don't know. I think like a year and a half ago or something. I don't remember. But that was crazy. So
it was a joke, right?
She's like a friend. I don't know if she said a friend like that before. I can't remember what she said. But she's like, "Look, do you have anything to say to him?" Right? And I was like,
Yeah.
I'm planning on. I have no idea if it's real or not. I have no idea.
You have no idea. It's literally someone just handed you a phone, and then the Homeland Security, is that what it was?
Yeah, I forgot what line. It was after the Charlie Kirk thing. Yeah. And so then I was like super scared. Remember, I was texting like you. I was just texting people to make sure, because I kind of know they were like just gonna keep me lit and hit on TikTok. I had no idea what they were gonna do. I just can't believe they did that with you. They just put it in there as if like you were endorsing that. Well, it just kind of, and it was just a scary time. That was the same time as after the Charlie Kirk thing. Probably some fucking trap beat, which con artist or whatever. Like if a company did that, you could sue them. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was privatized, like if ICE was a private company, and that was the people that the United States hired to get rid of illegal immigrants, and they used you, you could sue them. You could sue them. Well, it was just. But the government can just put that up there, and then what did you do? You had to formally request them taking it down. Yeah, to have an attorney to get help to take it down. How long did it take to take it down? Like 48 hours or something. It had like 30 million views over 4 platforms. And how many people even know it was taken down until they just heard you say it? I knew because you told me, but I couldn't believe it. When you first asked me what I should do about this, I was like, that's probably nothing. And I was in the car and I didn't watch it. And then I got to the club. Then I talked to you from the club. You're like, you didn't see it? And I was like, no. And then I saw it. I was like, oh my God. What the fuck are they doing? That's not how you envisioned the government. The government made a hype video. Yeah, they were making like deportation hype videos with traffic and shit. And I was like, what? Doing? That's what I'm saying. Everything is turned into like the WWE. It's none of it's real. It's 100% that Mike judgment. It's idiocracy. Oh, idiocracy, yeah. But yeah, that was scary, man. Because then I got a little, because there was just like a lot of threats, and then things got like, then it was just kind of, that made me kind of paranoid. And then my mom was visiting, and we went to the doctor. Just getting something looked at or something, you know. And I was in the doctor's office, and there was a nurse asking me questions or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And then she's like, I have something for you. I was like, huh? And she's like, I brought you something. Can I give it to you? And I was like, I'm at a doctor's office. Like something she made, something out for you. Yes. Something. And normally, I think it might have been like, okay, let me, like, but I was just like, it was such a weird time. And my mom was visiting, and it was like, after the Charlie Kirk thing, it was just super scary. You just didn't know what was going on. Like, watching that guy get killed was crazy. Like, it was, and you know what's crazy to me is when people react.
That scared me just as much as watching him get shot.
Well, yeah, and let me think about that in just a second. I'm just thinking through the end of this, if you don't mind, real quick. Sorry, I know you're not interrupting. No. So I'm in this doctor's office, and it was just weird. You know, like I'm at the doctor, maybe feel like nothing was safe. Like it compounded on my head, like, oh, nothing's safe, right? No place is safe where, like, because I just given this girl, like, that one command, like, is this okay, you know? And so I talked to the doctor, and it was all cool and stuff, and like, but then I go outside, and I was sitting in my car, my mom was out there with me, and like, it just like been a lot of stress. And I'm sitting there, I kind of was like kind of tearing up talking to my mom, and just like, you know, I told her what happened in the doctor's office, you know, and it was after the DHS, and just a lot of stuff that felt like, you don't have any, there's no, you're solid, you're, no one, like you're not safe, like there's no.
Well, I think you think that way in particular because you're famous. So when you felt like you were having a normal professional experience at a doctor, and then also it became a fan experience, right? You're kind of trapped.
Right, that's what I felt like. And it's a doctor where you're supposed to trust, like you can be in a doctor. And I'm sitting there with my mom, and she kind of like put her hand on me, you know. She's like, you know, everything will be okay. And then I look up out the window, and there was some young man literally this far from my window. This far, like, it was just like, this. It was just like, that was like a tough time where I think everything, I just got kind of here.
That's a weird thing. It's totally normal to do. Just point a camera, people filming because they're famous at a doctor's office.
Yeah.
But it's like, I just want to put Instagram for $300. Here it is, me, deal.
Yeah.
I'm outside, he's getting his papers. They can break your medical information.
It felt like it was a movie though, and they were trying to break you. Like it felt like this, like a couple.
That's a personal thing, though. That's a personal thing with you because you're famous. That's one of the reasons why you think that everything's falling apart. Because you think everything's falling apart for you because you're dealing with the fact that you're crazy famous. Yeah, that's why you have this elevated sense of everything falling apart. Look at the example that you cited: a lady who loves you, who's a doctor, but she wants to give you something, and you thought, man, I thought it was just at a doctor. Now I'm trapped with some person because you feel like you're trapped a lot talking to crazy people or people that want something from you, people that are grabbing at you. That's what it is. Yeah. That's why you personally feel like everything's falling apart because you're having a hard time navigating your new situation. You know, and then also your new situation is very different than just you as a comedian because this new situation is you voicing your opinions about things, and some things controversial and some things not so much. But then people enjoy it, and so it gets a lot of attention. When it gets a lot of attention, you also get a lot of haters. You're going to get a lot of jealous people. You're going to get a lot of people that just disagree with your choices and guests. You get a lot of people that think that what you're doing is dangerous. There's a lot of like really idiotic opinions that people attach to you that don't make any sense, but they're still out there. And so you're dealing with that too. That's a new thing that you're dealing with. And it's part of why you have this accelerated thought that everything's falling apart. I don't think it's falling apart as bad as everybody thinks, but I think it's something that it deserves consideration. Like this all could fall apart, and it could fall apart in a lot of like very bad ways. And there's a lot of natural ways it can happen, like we talked about before, but it could also be self-inflicted. And at all costs, we have to avoid the self-inflicted thing. Yeah. And the only way to avoid it is to not be on a side. You can't be on that side or this side, but instead be on the side of the greater good of everybody. And that's possible too. You have to force politicians to do that. You know?
But is that going to happen with politicians? You look at Eric Adams this morning, he just did that, or whatever that thing was. He like did a phrase like, that he said he served Israel the best he could. It's like, I don't know if you feel like
I wanted a check. I got a nice check.
I flew over to get that bag.
Yeah, flew over, got the bag, driving a new Cadillac now. Bro, they just pay people. And the crazy thing is that Israel pays people for social media posts. Have I read that? Let's put that in perplexity. Is that true? That might be another Russian hoax. I was reading that there's countries, and I don't think it's just Israel, but there's countries that will pay influencers to post positive things about them.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Well, even Qatar was like, they wanted me to come and experience their country, right? I had a nice time while I was there. Like, I think it was really neat, but they didn't really talk about, like, you know, the different, like, if they have different points of view about things, what some, like, rules and things like that, or, you know.
But did they want you to post nice things about them?
I think they wanted to experience, you to experience their country.
Yes,
Now, Mr.
Israel has paid social media influencers to post content promoting its image, particularly in the United States, with reports indicating payments of up to $7,000 per post. This campaign, known as the Esther Project, is managed by a firm called Bridges Partners LLC, which works on behalf of the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The program is disclosed under the U.S. Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that these payments are legally reported and require influencers to disclose that their content is funded by a foreign government.
That's crazy. Well, I just don't see how we're supporting the country after the genocide. I just don't see how how that's okay to be. Like, I think that's the part of me that I don't understand, like, about their leadership there and stuff. I just do not understand it. But then you start to think, well, am I crazy? Because it seems like it's just okay that the politicians all think that this is okay, and so few of them speak up about it.
Well, I think this is what's separating the old people from the young people in this country. Like, if you look at the numbers of how many people that are like 18 to 34 that support the war in Gaza, it's very low. It's very, very, very low. Because this is the first time you've ever been able to see what happens when a superpower is attacking a country that essentially doesn't have an army, and they're doing it for years, and they're just blowing buildings up. Like, we've never really seen that before. This is the first time in a time where everyone has cell phones, right? Obviously, this has happened. You know, countries have bombed each other, and there's been Hiroshima, Nagasaki. They blew up entire cities, right? But you get to watch it happen bit by bit. You didn't get to see drone footage that's in 4K. You know, you didn't get to see cell phone footage of missiles being fired into camps and people waiting in line for food. You get to see any of that shit. And, you know, you're seeing wild shit. And then you're also seeing horrible things that Hamas is doing too. You see people get publicly executed in front of everyone, in front of cheering crowds. You're seeing people get dragged down, kicked to the ground, gunned in the head. You're seeing the horrors of war is what you're seeing on both sides. And we just have a hard time accepting that that's the only way to do things. And I think that the young people of this country, they don't want any part of anything like that anymore. They have been told by their parents, they've been told by the people they grew up with that war is hell, there shouldn't be any war, and most of this shit happens because people are making money. That's what most of it happens. They prolong it so they can make more money. They want weapons development, they want to launch new shit, they want to sell shit to people that need weapons. And most young people are aware of that now. Where I think most people, my parents' age, all they have is the Vietnam War to do. The Vietnam War was bad. I don't think they really knew the extent of how much corruption is involved in everything that our government does. Everything has the hand of some corporation attached to it. Everything has the influence of some foreign government or some country that has massive resources. There's always, it's never clean. Nothing's clean.
But just felt like me, I think a lot of times, well, for one, it feels like they're going to stop allowing TikTok, like people are they're selling it or something, so they probably be able to show stuff like that.
Well, they sold it to Larry Ellison's company, right? Isn't that about TikTok? Yeah, I want to be sure.
They still do that so they can limit its control,
But I think that the real worry that they had before that sale was that China was in control of it. And I think they're right. And I think that if you have a foreign country, and the foreign country is using a very popular social media website to spread propaganda, spread things that absolutely aren't true, along with, I'm sure, some things that are true. Yeah. But they have their finger on which way the influence goes. That's dangerous. That's dangerous. No, I'm not saying that Larry Ellison's company is going to do a great job of being totally objective and letting people criticize Israel, letting people criticize Hamas. I don't know. We'll see. We'll have to see. That'd be crazy to say.
I never met that guy. I don't know anything.
I think it'd be crazy for me to say anything. but it's not safe to have a foreign country that is actively trying to fuck with the way people have discourse in America, which is certainly what China's doing.
So according to it hasn't yet changed place. The shutdown had something to do with this, and this article is from today, I think, where people in Congress don't even know.
Right, so this says Congress is still waiting to get briefed on how TikTok's sale would actually stop Chinese algorithms from causing harm to U.S. citizens, U.S. military, and U.S. interests, she said. The lack of transparency has caused concern for both Democrats and Republicans who are still waiting for secure briefings on how to stop malign actions.
Yeah.
So this is the thing, it's like, that's a good point, because they do it on X. So Chinese bots, they swarm X, and there was a former FBI analyst, we read this article 100 times, his estimation, this was right around the time Elon was buying Twitter, that it could be as much as 80% bots.
Oh, so much is bots. It's like
So much is bots. But this is what that is. This is like China. This is Russia. This is foreign countries that they'll say things about USA. They'll say things about gay rights. They'll say things about LGBTQ, whatever issues, whatever it is, the border, whatever it is, USA, whatever it is, and they just flood the discourse. They flood it, and so they have their finger either way on how much negative shit you see about any kind of subject. And whoever's the best at it, whoever's the best at this kind of propaganda, this is like an incredible tool to use to demoralize another country, to have another country hating itself, hating its actions. And if you leave that in the hands of China and they own the company like TikTok, at least if someone in America owns it, and again, I don't know what they're going to do, but at least if they own it, you would say, okay, well, at least they're not actively trying to fuck with us and make us battle back and forth. They're just allowing the algorithm to do its natural course.
right. I guess if they're going to do that,
Here's the thing, if you can't stop bots, then all the are fucked. Because they're just going to keep making new accounts. You know, it's too easy. They sign up, fake emails, fake person, they're in. If you don't make people, and then what are you going to do? Require a digital ID? Fuck that. You should be able to be a whistleblower. If you're working for some company and you find out they're dumping nuclear waste in the ocean that's killing all the fish, someone should be able to anonymously report that. And you should be able to do that through social media without having a digital ID that shows exactly who you are.
and they can shut you down. It's just like, I don't know.
It's sketchy times.
Well, sketchy times. I mean, the same company, that company Palantir, that was doing all that crazy stuff in Gaza, in Gaza, they were like, you know, running all the drones and stuff like this, allegedly.
What are we talking about? What are you saying they did?
That they had, were compiling data on people that were there, and they were operating a lot of the drones in the sky that also had weapons attached to them.
Okay, so you mean like facial recognition data?
Right.
Do they have that capability with drones? Where they can just zoom around? Is this horseshit? It's real. Tammy's not even willing to talk on camera. He's giving me that. I'm sure they do. No.
They got a contract in America now, which is scary to me. That's what's scary to me. That a drone could go by. That maybe that's what happened to Jordan, or who knows, maybe a drone, you just have no idea. You can even point the finger at it. Well, it comes out of the middle of nowhere.
True.
That's a kind of, I'm not saying I'm
Here's what I push back
time.
against that.
I'm just saying that's,
You're listening. So you're right. However, China's making drones, and they're making really good ones. Way more sophisticated than our drones. If you don't have drone development and some kind of drone defense system in America, you just, if you say, oh, no one should have that kind of power, you're right, no one should have that kind of power. Remember, China already does. So if you just have no innovation and you have no way to implement any kind of defense system in drones in America, but it's already in China, it's already in Russia, you're kind of in trouble.
okay, so you have to have something in that space. You got to be moving forward into
You gotta have the weapon. They're already, it's like the nuclear bomb. They're already doing it. You better fucking get it. You better get it.
I think, to me, it's just scary that the company that was allegedly doing that there is the company that we hired to, I believe, create a database and have some of the same opportunities here. Or they could potentially be able to do the same thing here. So we can just kind of tracks where it's like,
Yeah, like one private company that has a database and all the information on every person, where you are and what you're doing. Yeah, that's sketchy. What's going on?
The story, the reporting of this
it's that absolute power corrupts absolutely thing. You know, this is like absolute power.
One day I was called the gospel. It's called Where's Dad?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
She just started
One of them's called Lavender. That sounds lovely. AI-enabled data processing system developed and used by the Israeli occupation forces in their, it says, genocidal campaign against Gaza have caught widespread attention, prompting journalists to call Gaza the site of the first AI-powered genocide. AI technology was reportedly first used in Gaza during Israel's 11-day assault in 2021, during the ongoing genocide for the first time to be used to kill Palestinians at an unprecedented level and at much faster rates. These three known systems identified targets for airstrikes based on Israeli mass surveillance records of the Palestinians in Gaza that have been collected for years by the IOF under the racist framework of monitoring what they deem as threats to the Israeli regime. This is from Palestine-studies.org. So there's also how, it's obviously going to be favored towards them. Yeah. I absolutely believe they have that kind of technology.
I think the scariest part to me, Jake, when you bring it back up for a second, the scariest part to me was just the quickness they do it and then like the review, right? Like a few Israeli intelligence agents shared with Plus 972 magazine that they personally only take 20 seconds to review and approve the airstrike recommendation.
Using time only to confirm if the target is a male. Well, it's unclear if this is actual policy, right? What is that? So this is.
Again, this started making
They shared this in a magazine. So they said this in an interview in a magazine that only takes 20 seconds to review, and the time is only to confirm if the target's a male. It's unclear if this is actual policy. In August, however, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights released a statement revealing that the majority of those killed in Gaza are women and children. So here's the other thing. Obviously, horrible things have happened there, right? But if you're getting your information from the people where the horrible things are happening,
Doing okay?
You got any water in here?
If it is truly that they're mostly killing women and children,
yeah.
We're not sure.
A good percentage of them have actually been Hamas agents. I don't know.
Yeah, I think this
That's what Israel says, right? They say a lot of them are Hamas.
Yeah, they're like 2-year-old Hamas agents they were finding shooting. Which could have, I
bet they probably think about this future. Especially now when you blow up their fucking city. You know, I mean, if there were terrorists there, how many are created by watching something like that happen? Right ahead.
Well, the thing for me, I just thought like that America would come help at some point. That was just scared. I think that's when I just thought like, oh, I just have a different concept of what's going on. Or also, these are just my thoughts. I don't know what's going on. And I don't need anybody to believe my thoughts or think the same way I do. I think the thing that made me nervous was that same company, Palantir, got a deal in America to create a database that helped with like surveillance and stuff. So that just makes me scared, you know. That made me a little bit nervous. Not scared, but just like a little bit like, what's going on here? Are we going to enter a surveillance state? You know?
That's one of the arguments for letting chaos take place. One of the arguments for letting criminals back out is that you make it so dangerous that in order to make it safe, you have to put restrictions on people. That's the only way. And you show that it's effective. People lie, and then everybody's a digitalite. The government tracks you. Like, you know, like that Life 360 app where you can track all your friends, track all your family.
Yeah, why you running around or you whatever.
And the government is
going to parties a lot.
The government can do that as well.
Well, I think one thing that made that
You know, Chris, that is allow the government to constantly know where you are and what you're doing. Constantly looking over your shoulder. So you're going to self-censor. You're going to be scared. You're going to be scared to talk because you're going to be listening. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, crazy. We mentioned Judge Emmer, they knew over your I mean, that was.
Yeah, what's the possibility?
And that was momentarily later.
Yeah, momentarily later, the algorithm recognized that I was talking about Chuck Schumer. Let's see it first. Big fat tits. I mean, big fat tits. Okay, big fat tits on your 45-year-old stepmom.
A long time.
Okay, see what it is. Imagine if it just goes to, nope, I got head kicked.
Would you buy a cat on the Facebook Marketplace?
Sure. It's a cute cat. Yeah, that was fun. Look,
I'm not buying a cat. Oh, yeah.
text something random to someone, and then give it 5 minutes and check your like 3 pages.
Bro, right away. It's
Ladies with big tits. I say, hey, let me see one up and guess what the other one looks like. That's my trick. That's your trick.
And you're like, I don't know. I bet that other one's weird looking. Yeah, I bet that one is too perfect. Yeah, so they both look the same. Did I say this?
Well, I'll show you, Theo.
I used to do this one thing I would have if I sat next to somebody in an airplane, I would have them draw a picture of their kids. Like if they had kids, I'm like, draw a picture of your kids. And it would be the most fucking ridiculous looking picture. But it would always be pretty fun, you know? Yeah, I think I was just concerned about, like, if that's a company that does it here, so that's like where my brain tracks it.
Yeah.
Out of that. And
No, that should be scary.
that's why I make ice happen. That's why I think all the ice stuff happened. Because I think they have to get everybody on the books. This isn't about, they have to do an inventory now of everyone because they're going to need, otherwise, when it's a surveillance state, it's all going to know if you're not like documented or on the bill of sale or whatever. It's going to be, or you're not on the inventory list. If you're not inventory in the country, it will know, the machine will know immediately. Oh, this isn't. You're not even supposed to be here, right? So that's why I think that the ice stuff is happening because I think one of the reasons they have to get everything inventory.
I see what you're saying. I think the ice stuff is happening. A lot of it's because of political power. It's congressional seats because the census just counts people. They don't count legal citizens. And when you let people come over here illegally, and then you get food and you get Medicare, what happens is those people are going to vote for you if they can, and they're also going to count. They're going to stay. So they count your district as congressional seats. That's what's crazy. They only count the people. They don't count the citizens. So if you get as many people in as possible, you can take over congressional seats. And if you make it really easy for those people to get by, like they say, hey, California's the place to go. They don't give a fuck. You can be illegal there, nobody cares. Which is what way it was basically until I started arresting people. It's always been like that. I mean, what percentage of people do you run into LA? In LA,
Great, brother.
a lot. They don't care.
You're doing
It's
great.
it's always been. I don't care. And now all of a sudden they're getting arrested. But there is the argument that by having people that came over illegally,
Starting to hurt down there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm almost out of this spot.
You know, and that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy.
It's all fun. It just feels like I don't know.
But I am at low voltage, so.
You what?
I'm using low voltage.
It feels like a lot of different things, but you're right. I think you just have to focus in on things that are important. You know, honestly, I bet it's an easy way to increase your population.
Making some cut holes in the fence for them. You ever see when they did that? They cut holes in the fence. I've seen people who put up like these fucking heavy duty fences.
Put that titty bar right there. You put a titty bar right there.
A bottle of water stands.
Water and tits. What about that?
Together.
Like
Generally like alcohol in their tents.
I don't know if you've been in the desert for a couple of days.
That's true. That's a good point. Very good point. Where's here? I'll send you this joke because this is kind of crazy. What could you possibly be doing here other than purposely letting people into the country? I think there's a lot of that. And I think there's a lot of that because they want cheap labor too. That was something that someone told me once, that they were stunned. The CEO said that they were against these the border enforcements because they wanted cheap labor. So they said right out to them, Biden Harris said forklifts to open the border when Texas built a razor wall. Like, why would you do that? Wait a minute. You did what? You said a forklift to open up the razor wire?
I'm gonna hit
Do
you
you
with some
think
spray
that
in a
they
sec.
all know that the other parties just do, like, do you think that they all go behind closed doors, like, okay, what are you guys gonna do this month, and we're gonna do this, and it's all just this theatrics?
No, I don't think they coordinate like that. I think they hate each other. No, but this is nuts, man. This is like genuine nuts. And by the way, I feel for these people. I would do the same thing. I would 100% be in line seeing people with their babies, hoping for a chance at a better life in America. They're not the problem. The problem is cartel people and the whole congressional seats thing. That's the problem.
Well, these people have become pawns. They'll send information to the countries that they live in and get them to come. It's like,
Listen, if the population, you're right, that's
No, it's. I don't even know probably what I was saying, but I don't know.
Before you get up, let me etch in some of this hair so I don't lose it, alright?
Do what?
Etch in some of the hair
Oh, for sure.
so I don't lose it.
Elected officials and these people that we thought were like us. When is that end?
That's good.
And can it end? I think the way to end it.
It's gonna be hard. My suspicion is it ends when AI starts sorting government. And we're probably going to use AI with government to prevent this kind of fuckery that we see on an everyday basis. AI will like logically make decisions as to like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense about our current legal structure. Some things that like if people become politicians, the reason why they become politicians is they know they can inside trade with Nancy Pelosi and make hundreds of millions of dollars like she did. Like, that's crazy. That can't be that way anymore. And I think any intelligent, like artificial intelligence that's not attached to an ideology or a party is going to immediately, if they both agree, if the America votes on it and saying, we want AI to take a look at the government, and AI immediately goes, like, you can't do that, you can't do this. Like, this is bad, this is evil, this is a lie, this is truth, and you're suppressing it. And then we probably don't have anything remotely like the government we have now. Because I think that mind reading software, it's already in beta, right? They're already able to communicate, going back and forth, asking each other questions. They have headsets. You don't even have to get an implant. Is it Google that did that, Jerry? What was the company that did that, where they were asking each other questions and then answering them? No, but it's in beta. The point is, it's in beta. So they're doing this already. And as this stuff gets more potent, it's going to be just like we used to have little flip phones without a color screen, and now you have an iPhone. And it's going to be that. It's going to go from you used to be able to just ask each other questions to we can all read each other's minds. It's coming, man. And when that happens, turtle face, that Mitch McConnell motherfucker, you can't operate anymore as a leader. You can't know. You're seen now as what you are. You're an agent of money. You're a money agent, moving money and influence around. You're not doing it for the greater good of people by any stretch of the imagination. And also, how are you still working when you Windows 98 on us every now and then? Yeah. That guy just freezes up. You ever see him?
Yeah, but his freaking you ever see him lock up?
Just lock up. How is that guy still able to make decisions on anything?
His receptors are there. Because these receptors go to him. You think he's not a remote? You think this that guy is indicated? They even update his lips. Yes,
It's
all these people
are. Imagine we found out imagine Candace comes out and she does a deep dive and said there was no RFK Jr. Do you know that all those photos are AI? There's no evidence of him whatsoever until 2021.
What is this here? RFK Jr. has a camel toe? What is this here?
He was born a woman.
She's the first. Dude, Candace is the best. Dude, I went to see. She has her and her husband have four of the most beautiful kids in the world, and they're so funny. And you go over there, and they're just like dying laughing, and one of them looks just like her. It's so funny.
Do you think she's right about the president?
We did?
Yes. He is ready to man. She's all in on that.
Bro, she's all in.
They're suing her, aren't they?
I think they are. I don't know if they still are.
I think they're at least threatening the lawsuit. It's all like for like $50 million.
That would be like if she ever writes a book, that's gotta be it. But dude, it is kind of strange that the guy is dating his teacher, right?
When he was like 40 and the kid was 15, or she was 40, even if it was a she. Like, what? And again, this is France. They're very different over there. Pedophilia is just like, get your wing out of that child.
We married.
What have you done?
We married.
He's almost 15.
Bro, that if she does, she better have a hog on her. I don't think she does. That's what I said. I don't know if she has the body style to have a real fucking hog on her. And if they release, the last thing France needs is to release like a wiener that looks like it's retreating. It will just go down this. They need to release a fucking book.
Did you see that information?
And I don't think they have it.
might have had a micropenis. They got genes from Hitler's blood, and it seems to indicate that he had a genetic disorder that would lead you to have a micropenis, which totally makes sense, right?
That's surprising.
About Hitler, why would you be saying like Hitler would be the guy?
You can hop
The
over
guy wants
if
to
you
kill
want.
everybody and take over.
Take it
Yeah,
nice
tiny
and
dick.
slow.
He's fucking doing coke and heroin and all.
He was doing oxycodone, and he had his whole army on that.
That's why that matters.
Oh, yeah.
After a while, taking at it like that, yeah. I'm gonna take one of these now.
Alright.
So what's it supposed to do?
It just helps you focus, I think.
Focus on what? You stabbing me in my leg?
Yeah.
Every day you woke up, if you let the mask singer, you like open your pants and
Who knows? I think he knows. He's like,
now everyone gets punished. Fucking Poland.
those guys with big old hogs. He's probably jealous.
I think I don't know, in the future, they got little dicks in the future.
I think that's what he wants. That's how it's the channel was.
Now to go to DNA.
Yo, they saved that?
At least we did like
Yeah.
the most. I thought you were gonna have to be on that.
I'm like,
It'd have to be so bad.
Thank you. I'm glad we made it. I love you.
You are the best. I love you too, man. Thank you.
At least that was
So
the
I
part
was
that was
taking a quick break just so I can reset and start going big because I started getting too focused on the face. But that shit's there.
I'm glad we just got that out. Everything else would be like a shader, probably, right? Like a shader. The total steps we get is just a shader, right?
Experience.
I look at anything the whole time. Stormy Bridge.
Dude, I was up 1 week class because I was 170, he was 55 pounds. Most down the chair more, most down the defense, 55 pounds, which is like every round. Say it's boring, but listen, man, it's boring. If you're a casual, the fact that he was able to do it every round, it was a little frustrating because you want to Jack to try to adjust, but he couldn't. It's not shut his game down. Low kick,
They
they
could have
should
been
have
better off
like
slowing down the way on
Hamilton, big dot, real quick, like within the
That's
first
true,
round.
bro. I was there for 3 or 4 minutes.
You lay on.
That's what you can
You can see behind them, he said,
all the shades coming
that
right?
That's what's so crazy. That's
it
what
was trying to create some shade.
He's not good at
There's
stand-up.
modern fast because
Islam has really good stand-up. Like his stand-up, Khabib's stand-up was a means to now. It was like his stand-up was to crack you and get a fuck you up, drag you to the ground.
I was done after this.
That was Khabib's
Handy.
but Islam's
yeah,
fucking
so
killer.
bad.
It's different. He's different. He's head kicking.
Fuck.
That's a. It's like a different level of stand-up.
Real Pakistani boys in
It's
there.
not-
You know what's crazy too?
Yeah, I need to get a chin.
Dude, when I saw that, he gave me an idea. Remember, I was like, dude, I want to get 1736, like something like that.
I thought I trained hard.
That's all I followed up. I think I have an episode. As soon as you see that, when I'm dropping off the next.
They always say, the thing is that
You should have brought that back.
I'm
No.
That's how they're living. They pray 5 times a day. They're super religious. There's no gambling, there's no drinking, there's no partying. It's just training. Just training and training with a bunch of training together, get down every day, and then it's fire charge. All the different characters. Well,
And they don't forget the disrespect.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Oh yeah, the background.
I don't forget.
Those are bad reviews rating that happens. Can't even make them.
So you would have to, it would have to be on private, and you would have to really,
Yeah, check out what I'm putting on this tab.
you have to really mean it. You'd have to convince the maid that you can. And it was all, because he just doesn't play that game, that talking shit, self-fight game. He doesn't play that game.
Yeah.
I saw see
That's got to
show.
No.
Yeah, that's my enemy.
Right.
I'm
not setting the goals.
Yeah, because if you're a journalist, if you're working on a podcast, you gotta that can only go to a certain level. Someone is your most sworn enemy. This other guy's your training partner.
There's no scenario that
Roger, try one of these things. It's like a hint thing. Like Euros. Yeah. Me too. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You don't understand it. You don't live it. And like wrestlers, like elite wrestlers, are the only people that train the way like in any other combat sport, like you're coming over from kickboxing.
So here's this. It's live right now. Yeah. These are mine. Let's see. Yeah.
There's a difference in the
So.
kind of exhaustion that you get.
See.
Oh, so far that's why wrestling is
Where's that at? Right here?
Yeah.
That's
Here and here.
You gotta be a fucking
I got
you gotta be a fucking
I wrestled the first couple years. It was hard. It's hardcore, man. Like, it's because besides the techniques, you're trained to suffer.
Yeah.
And they bring you all the way down every
Yeah.
That's
That's
there's a
fun.
way to compete in the state. I went to school with this kid who's 5'6". All his brothers like 6 foot, 6'1". Just because he wrestled all throughout his childhood and cut weight all through his childhood. He essentially
He used a 3-round shader.
and stumped his work.
And I was whipping at 5.5 volts.
Yeah. He was a wrestling guy.
Very fun. Like curls and hair.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Like he just has to eat because it's like, oh, I have to eat. But whatever connection it is, like, yeah, like he'll forget to eat. Yeah. Like that it can really fuck with you.
So usually it fucks with guys the other way. When they cut way too long, then they just like to fight you more. They're crazy. They just can't stop eating. They develop real eating disorders. It's really
For anybody just tuning in, they're doing his Realism tattoo, Archangel Michael, with a Memento Mori surrounding a stairway to heaven. My client's just taking a restroom break. And I'm going to mix my inks up. We're going to jump back in it here in a minute.
But I know now it's against me. I didn't know what it is. But he just kept looking me up because I was scared to hurt him. I got my ass whooped. It was finally all over. And my coach came over and said, what the fuck? I was like, no. He turned and told me, he was like, you missed me. And I was one of the kids. last time it's over. This is gonna be okay. Yeah, especially this late. I mean, looking back, he had a point. How much did you miss about it? Because it was like, okay, there's certain households where, like, my mama didn't give a fuck about no nigga, where you gonna eat that food? It wasn't like my dad control over my diet. Right. Yeah. So you just have to do some of that foam stuff.
Figure out how much
I can't hit you with the energy spray because I'll lose my sense.
when you do a hard workout. It's not as much as you think. Like this dude.
Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Like pancakes,
Yeah,
pizza, all that shit, like 10,000 calories. And then he went running to burn off the
At
calories.
least it's not a lot because
Ran for 10
It's bad, bro. It's bad. It's bad. Let me tell Razio to come tattoo the back of your calf, bro.
I'm sure it'll happen at some point. Speaking of, I need my Razio, I gotta get my back thing. Yeah, we'll figure that out. Yeah. Alright. Let's fucking do it!
If you go back and touch up that thing, he like swears.
If I get opportunities to put some in there, I for sure will.
Super cool motherfucker. I've known him a couple times, and he does interesting stuff, man. Like weddings and all kinds of crazy. He toured with like famous bands and stuff, setting up.
Yeah.
I told him to meet, come,
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Man.
I'll hit you with some stuff.
Oh yeah, the dying is
Alright. Let me get a little further up and I'll hit you.
Alright.
Because I can't risk losing the detail in the gates.
Alright. Yeah, there are.
I like that kick.
Did you bite into it?
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
That actually was super good. That mint.
Yeah, the mango chip.
Where'd you get that from?
I saw them at a gas station.
Which one? Any of them?
I think they're at a lot of them.
Oh, dude, that's killer, bro. Yes, sir.
He could, but
I'm trying to think of like a ghost line shit, but
I mean, brother, do you think? What if we did? I'm trying to look at you. What if we did like the front to let the back rest? Or you don't think that would be enough?
yeah, I'm just gonna etch this shit in. And then as soon as I can, I'll put some numbing on you, alright?
not really. This dude was writing.
You got it.
Jesse, it's sort of. That's it. State.
See, that's not too bad, but like work in the same spot.
Yeah, we're moving up and shit. Like I'm gonna have to go back into that area a little bit, but not sure.
Don't pull out the white ink, bro.
Nah.
30 days. Probably got to pass with this. Yeah, you can die. You definitely die. You can right. Rhabdomyolysis. Rhabdomyolysis. He's had a bunch of things. He's had heart surgery. We have rhabdomyolysis that he got. Rhabdos, when you push yourself so hard, let's put that into context. I know exactly what rhabdomyolysis is. Because I'm going to fuck this up. No, it's an AI. It's an AI large language model that gives you answers. So processes when muscle tissue damaged by trauma, excessive exercise, prolonged immobility, metabolic or genetic disorders, infections, or certain medications. So obviously,
they've got excessive exercise. So it also celebrates now substances like creatine, kinase, electrolytes, and enzymes that leak into the blood. Myoglobin filtered by the kidneys can cause urine to turn dark brown or red, and in large amounts can cause acute kidney failure. So when your piss starts looking like Diet Coke, that's when you know you got a problem.
There's a lot of perspective. Instead of people coughing into a napkin, so you know they're sick. Taking a piss to serve.
Well, it's only if someone works in the supermarket. That's really weird. It's like you're literally working yourself to death.
But then second into the stress of finished the race.
You went to the hospital, you went to the hospital, recovered in the hospital, went back to the exact spot where Scott was. And they did like a lot of emotions with this.
Just went to the hospital for doing that.
You just can't, you just have to accept that's who he is. That's who he is. He's got no mean cartilage and still runs. It's just he's a different human. And again, it's like the Daxton thing. Like there's levels to discipline commitment. And those guys have very high level. It's not just discipline. It's like they're very technical. Abdominal was his dad was phenomenal trainer. It's just phenomenal.
Where did he learn?
Well, it's all Russian sambo. They all have like a long history. I think his dad was this just to make sure I'm not speaking out of my ass. But you gotta think of like sambo or combat sambo. Because that's my favorite thing. So Russian sambo is like MMA, but they wear like a judo gi top, and they have shorts on and wrestling shoes, MMA gloves, and fucking headgear. And they have combat sambo championships. They throw each other using the gi, and ground and pound, and kicking and punching. It's like judo mixed with MMA, but they're wearing wrestling shoes. Like it's really kind of crazy. There's no real. It's round, and it's basically kind of MMA. So he was named by the Russian Book of Records as the most successful combat sambo coach in the country. So he was the head coach of Eagles MMA, coached 2 UFC champions. His son came from now as well as his own. But so he practiced from a young age while serving the Serbian army. So the army began to practice judo and sambo. First big success as a coach. His brother. Memento won at the World Sambo Championship for Ukraine's national team in 1992. Trained to 18 world champions. His coaching career. World champions. That's crazy. Joe.
Spicy meat.
How about Joe Fedor competing in combat sambo? It's kind of crazy. You see him because he was competing in combat sambo. He was also fighting in MMA. He was still competing for Russia.
Combat sambo, there's a difference between combat sambo and some other thing.
Yeah, well, there's sambo, which is like just the grappling art of sambo. Like they're fighting punches with grappling gear on and shoes on. This is crazy, right? Isn't that nuts? They got wrestling shoes on, shin pads. Yeah. They can't throw knees here. So, I don't know. Pretty crazy. So that's Fedor when he was world champion in MMA. Maybe the greatest of all time. He's definitely in the argument. Yeah. The argument is him, Cain Velasquez for heavyweight, Francis Ngannou, and John Jones now. Heavyweights.
Bro, that shit's spicy, bro.
Yeah, there you go, huh?
The argument of him being the greatest heavyweights will go two heavyweights. And the other guy, is Fabricio on paper has one of the best arguments because he tapped all the world champions. Fabricio, maybe people forget. I feel like look at a guy when like MMA fans want someone who started, they have losses around
Something inside the way I swing. So I'm just sending it in. But at least turn it on now.
Tapped.
Yeah.
I found one for $100 on eBay.
And then say you might be able to just open it up and tighten whatever thing loose.
Yeah,
With your little set.
Okay.
Little tools that you have. Oh, but you know what? It might have some sort of loopholes in it close.
I'll
But
find something to do that shit.
yeah, they do. That have like those kind of-
If it's still in warranty and
Oh, yeah.
drawings on the hurt.
Yeah.
Is the consensus. Yeah, it's all when you catch it. The guy got through Francis in that first fight. Francis was just like taking his heads off.
Three hits.
Yeah, 3.
I think it would be more than 3, right? Because big glass is like a slight heavy.
He's got 4.
I'm trying to find that good position.
But he's got the most title defenses. This episode is brought to you by Happy Dad.
All right.
Yeah. Nice cool.
Just trying to get into this.
Great. It's easy to drink. No bloating, no nonsense. When you're watching a football game or you're golfing, watching play, boys are out of play. These moments will all bring Happy Dad. I'm drinking all these seltzers and loaded with sugar. But Happy Dad only has 1 gram of sugar in a normal size can. You can buy Happy Dad on the GoPuff app and your local liquor and grocery store, including Walmart, Kroger, Total Wine, and Circle K. You can't decide on a flavor? Grab a variety pack: lemon lime, watermelon, pineapple, and wild cherry. They also have a great flavor in collaboration with Death Row Records and Snoop Dogg. They have their new lemonade coming out as well. Visit happydad.com for a limited time offer and use code PROGRAM. Buy 1 Happy Dad Trucker Happy Dad. Join full Happy Dad. Must be of legal drinking age. Please drink responsibly. Happy Dad Hard Seltzer, Tea, and Lemonade is a all alcohol located in Orange County, California. So he's got the most title defenses in the division's history.
All right, 6 of them back.
Yeah. Right. And then defended against Francis, which is the crisis, right?
Awesome.
No, defended against Francis. Oh, no, not Francis. Defended against Francis and got knocked out by Cormier, knocked out Francis. Then they fought a second time and they beat him, stopped him. That was the time he was body shots. Oh my God. He had that beautiful blood and he just had fire. So he beat Daniel again. It's by decision. Third fight. And that's where he lost. That's where he lost. That was George. Beautiful spin back to the body. But it's like peaceful. The north, too. I think about from racing those, like, forget like how hard it is to submit a guy like Fedor Emelianenko or a guy like Keith Lasses to be the guy that submits all, like, out of the guys we consider possibly all-time great, submit him. That's nuts.
That's just what it is. I'm not talking about it.
He was an heavyweight cardio like Michael. Nuts. Nothing like that.
Right there that day.
What would happen with the is didn't adjust to Mexico City. So they had a fight in Canada, fought in Mexico City. And Mexico City gets like 7,000 people. I'm pretty sure that's the case. I think it's about 7,000 people. So it's not fast air. It's not much air. And recently got there way
You need to go on to this side of it. Yeah.
What's up?
I'm gonna be right here now.
Let's check. Move on.
Yeah.
Real high altitude.
You want to like move or something?
Yeah. That's 2,000 feet above 10.
Why did he come?
I think it was some of the best vacations. We got a chance to be out there for 2 weeks. That's not close. Not even close. From racing, was up there with 6 months. And they told him that he was going to fight for the title. I think he went out there for 5 times. But it was many months. So he's
And he was like, okay, so the next day was hitting. So he's like, fuck, it's 9,000 it's crazy. And so got accustomed to higher altitude. And then he came down and he was on the Archangel and he caught it's like seeing him. He's like I said, he's submitting for his that moment. So we showed him 2 months early. We're doing his homework right away. Showed him 2 months early. Established training camp. And to condition his body even higher elevation from 12,000 feet. So it was one of the whole kids. It wasn't 4 months, it was 2 months. And it was at 12,000 feet, which is fucking crazy.
And that's
He said for the first 2 weeks, I was scared of I never trained before at all. I was so tired. So if you got used to doing that, okay, so
like that's some shit. Just
right,
oxygen deprivation.
well, James did that for a while. He took that sleeping in a tent. It was a plastic tent. It was sleep off inside. They could put it up around his bed, and it was a thing that sucked oxygen out of the air there and made it like sleeping at high elevation. Apparently, that's the move is sleep at high elevation, but train at low elevation. And the reason for that is train at low elevation for oxygen, you get reps in the ground, so and then where you just where you really want your body to get depth. So that once you're done training, you run back up. Like say if you were training in the valley, went up to Big Bear, or sleep in Big Bear.
Those are the gates you're on? No. Wait. I figured that's what it felt like. Yeah.
No, the idea is sleeping at altitude is all. Sleeping at altitude gets your body. It's the whole thing is about getting your body to sort of adapt to this new altitude. So you're just adapt. Exactly. You'll have more oxygen. You'll have more, and you'll be able to work with this. So it's like they used to think training and sleeping at altitude. But now I think actually it's probably better. Maybe this is me. I'm not sure, but what they're saying now is train at sea level and then sleep at altitude, which makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I run out of purchase. That's why I did for. Like I love coming here. It's so good.
It's dry.
It's so dry.
Yeah. Yeah, no service police.
It's all free.
There's no air. And then, you can get higher than that too. For the Aspen. They used to have the Aspen conference. They used to have oxygen waiting for you backstage. Yeah. Case dudes started fainting.
It's not that.
I don't know. I think, they stopped a bunch of those comedy festivals. They had, like, it was Juniors in Montreal. They started doing Aspen. They did Vegas too. But it used to see those things used to be effective. It used to be you would, take time off the road, go to Montreal, do your best set, and maybe you get a development deal. And if you got a development deal, maybe you get a sitcom. That was the whole. That was the carrot. They did everything in this thing. Yeah, but for some people, it was career changing. It really was. But that stopped, and then so it was like, why are we going to these festivals? I'm not getting anything out of this other than you selling tickets.
So I think that most of the institution just showed that people that used to be a tastemaker, people used to tell the business is next.
Yeah.
I think because this happens all the time. Every single company, that's why I started on the show. So it's like they keep on their show, and it becomes the show, and then they start wanting to maintain that reputation. So instead of them just fucking what they believe in, they'll just wait to see who has a little momentum.
Yeah.
So they kind of give it up and they wait for the industry to tell them. And that's just what happened to Jim. Maybe it's not the time now.
We also have to notice who it is. They're just people jobs working for whatever media company it is, whether it's NBC or Netflix, whatever it is. They're just people that got jobs. They might not have any idea, like, how a joke is made, what the process is of developing material, who's got talent, who's derivative. But they might not have any idea. But what they do is they lick their fucking finger and they hold it up, whichever way the wind's blowing, they pretend they're a genius. That's what they do. And oftentimes they'll dismiss someone who turns out to be the best one in one. It's real common. And they'll just stand by those ideas.
Do I have some that?
Oh, yeah, right there.
Oh, I think that might be all I have right
You
there.
got two right here? Can I use this one?
The back one? Yep.
It's shitty, but
It's all good. I just gotta get through.
yeah, they're those ones.
Oh, what, like all friends?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, the ones we got that one time.
That, I mean, it's a perfect example. Because Adam is an artist whose like job is to be a talent. But he's genuinely an artist. He gets it. He thinks like a comic. He behaves like a comic. He was a funny co-host of all different old show. And when Norm had that show, Adam had that show. He gets it. He understands the business. He's a funny dude, but he's also a smart dude. And he knows potential. He sees someone and he can give them genuinely good advice. Genuine links. You can take this and develop it this way. Maybe you need to work on this. Maybe you need to, show more.
Like he has the courage. Like when I first got down, I'm like everything is going to like, and then come back next week. You gotta wait till it's through. Everyone saw me. Adam saw me. The person that was like, you can start next Friday. It's like, yeah. Like he started like the meeting. There wasn't any hesitation at all. The time I met him. Yeah. So to do that, to have that belief in your mind, instead of eating up, there's a lot of lost. So this person is everybody is just no one wants to be the first one you did, no one wants to be the last one. So even if they see something they think is dope, they'll be like, "Does somebody else think it's dope?" No, what do we need? Right. But then as soon as a couple of people think it's dope, it's like I saw it 6 months ago. So
Yeah, that's what it is.
the problem is you don't have to have the talent to be in a position.
No, you don't. You just get a job. They need someone to do it. If you sell yourself, if you work with promotion, or you did something as an agent, whatever it is your influence, it's so tired. There's a lot of that. Yeah. There's a lot of that. A lot of stuff. And then these guys, they get like companies because just they don't know like how many terrible specials have you seen that just fit right in the graphic. And this like silly thing, like that was another problem that Al was having in the store. Is that like he couldn't just give spots to the people that he thought was funny. There was pressure to make a certain amount of games, a certain amount of women, a certain amount of they had like people telling you they didn't have enough certain demographics. Where's the money? It was coming from. But it wasn't just comics. There was, people that were buying it. And that's nonsense.
He just wakes up this
and it's just like, there's a lot of vicious people in this fucking business. And if you're a guy and your job is to work that club, that's all you have. That job is a threat. Because people complain about your best to make the lineup diverse. Just like, it's so silly because this is the thing that we always talk about in Green. Like, look how diverse that club is. There's everyone, like all kinds of different kinds of people. And the idea that, like, it's one thing, this is the most dumb straw man that gets tossed around. It's all right. The vast majority of people that work here are the vast majority. That's a fact. Yeah. And you can't tie it down. It's all like, man,
Dude, that shit is terrible, bro.
I know. I'm like trying to think of how I can. There's just no way to numb your stencil, you know.
Australians, people from fucking everywhere. It just this one thing in common.
You know what I mean? Like it'll literally.
I mean, even if you just put it like on the wings and like just did the wings.
I'm not even on the wings because I'm moving up right. That's the thing, is the numbing only works on the areas that is already open skin.
Yeah.
I'm moving up until I don't have skin, so it's not going to do anything. It might take away pain here that you have currently, but you're going to be feeling pain where I'm tattooing anyway.
Yeah.
That's where it'll be at.
It's like the same thing for neurosurgeons. I feel like, you know, if you're looking for a Danish woman neurosurgeon, or like that, you know, you're pain. Like, one that really let it be.
But the good news is,
What?
some good news.
I already know.
I can line this shit out. I can actually do the wrought iron dates and then line out the lettering. And then I can spray you and do all that shading in the background and everything, and you won't feel that.
Alright.
When it comes to the crap,
Yes. It's unless you're Steve. That's the only but you can't get away with a lot of people, right?
unless you're super famous.
That's true. Ultimately, though, when it comes to like sustaining a career and having, you know, years and years of people around to see you,
I'm not lining the lettering.
Once people find out about you, now you've got your foot in the door, and it's all just about keeping it up.
Right.
Yeah, bro, it sucks.
I know.
Keep making stuff, keep writing, keep working on sets, and you will, you know, if you're working for those people, they'll keep showing up for you because you didn't laugh.
That's the only thing I'm bad at everything except
I know. When you're really good at your hobby, some people never get really good at it.
the thing that I feel like every year, this song that was, and it is, sketchy is, seriously, what you did.
He don't.
Still, she can't have this.
It's one thing.
Real
Never
number.
It's amazing. It does one thing. That's it. We had to. It doesn't even go on social media at all, which is the only reason why it's not selling out enormous arenas. When we had him at the club last weekend, I said, he's the best. He might be, he's one of the best of all time. And he's up there, dude. It's like, it's kind of silly to rank comedians, right? And every comic that's alive today is kind of gratitude to it's a very brother.
I go like this things I'm really like this. And some of those come from the same people.
Shit, don't do that. Not bad.
I love
Yeah, that's the best meal. That's where the fire starts burning. You need to feel that. That's why comics still exist. We were talking about this the other day. That we're talking about broken cans. Yeah, this is the thing when you're like Ray Gus and wonder all the time. I think one of the reasons why is when you're around, comics don't exist in the back. You're not going to go like to South Dakota and find the best comic from the best comic in the world in South Dakota by himself. And he's the guy who works in this little world of comedy while he goes to see him lounge around. No, the best comics are around other killers. You get to see how like Dick tells me. You get to see Shane Gillis go up. You get to see Joey Diaz. You get to see all these fucking killers over and over and over again. When you're around that, you see Ron White every week. Like that's how you get better. Like that's where it's on. He starts to hate him. He's fucking talented. He's smart. He's a great guy. And he's fucking just a curious, interesting thinker.
Whenever I follow him, he always brings me up like emotional space. You know, he says my name, I just my name.
Out this week.
That was on last week.
Nice. Want that? Long jokes, all right.
Yeah, that's on my
Yeah.
There a lot of stuff online. Boy, I just found stuff. That's how. There's so much.
Okay, so appreciate
That's all you can.
There's people that are huge fans of the people. You know, how's that possible?
It's just too many things to pay attention to. How many times have you heard about an actor like my kids or something about something? I'm like, who's that? And they're like, oh my god, that person's huge. I'm like, shut up, really? And I go to their Instagram page, and they have 30 million Instagram followers. I'm like, how? I'm like, how?
I'm official Rachel's fans.
Yeah, I like this. Show my grandma's stats. Grandma Joe doesn't know anything.
Because I'm not looking, because I'm not at he is on tail.
Yeah. That makes me
somebody just like world famous.
I know. Yeah.
I completely missed the Baby Shark thing. I just started hearing people talk about it in jokes.
Baby Shark.
Yeah, that is like the number one YouTube YouTuber. But it's still going on, right? That's what I'm saying.
It's Baby Shark. Oh, Baby Shark.
Like I literally hadn't heard that song. And then I was thinking a year and a half. I had been eating it. I just started making jokes about it. You know, some subjects in the pop culture. Everyone can try to tell their own things. I heard a lot of those. Yes, they do. I completely missed it. I don't have the
And this is it. That video. That's a big video. I've never seen that video. World's most watched YouTube video has the biggest creator rich. Like, how come? The company behind Ubiquitous song is hampered by ad restrictions on children's content. Wants to raise funds for expansion. So, raise funds to get one viral video game. Oh, so they can't make money. Whoa! Yet last year, the company generated about $67 million in revenue for each release. That's a lot. So it seems like they are making money. I don't understand. This is saying that monitoring underscores how certain restrictions is wrong. Why is it? It doesn't make any sense that the company doesn't make money. It's saying they make money. Why doesn't it make revenue? So their expenses are so high that
I guess it's 16 million views probably.
So revenue is your gross.
That's how much they pay total people who they really got. That's not.
Oh, so they make like other stuff.
Yeah, they probably get like our slices.
So is your rap there, so it's like so operating profit, right? So they make a lot of money. Oh,
yeah, that's how they get it. Just like right back to here.
These things work pretty good.
That baby shark.
Oh, yeah. I gotta reglue them. They're $30. Yeah, if you lift it, just always keep your eyes on it. So
Yeah, definitely.
if you don't want to share tips and nothing.
Yeah. Yeah,
I was gonna bolt them down. I just got them put on just for. Well, they're glued right now. Yeah.
You didn't top it up with it.
Yeah. That's why I'm gonna fold. I'm gonna fold them.
Was the last time we had a viral holiday? Like it was toy everyone had that. I don't get it why.
Because they know AI is supposed to take as follow the lead. I hear about other agents. Is it a stuffed animal? Stuffed animal, then you gotta cut your stuffed animal.
Just buy it. It's a real animal. That's
Bro, this was the stupidest idea I think I've ever had, bro. This is terrible.
This letter is coming really good.
Let's take a guess.
Holding you down is the best bet.
Yeah. Oh, that's 30%. And after that, it's making at least $150. I bet it's like buying a hot car and then what does it cost? Human size locks and pieces $100,000. Wait a minute, yeah, human size little guys. Jesus Christ. What does someone do with a human size little boo-boos? Do you know some of this? Have you seen what the boo-boos are? Is this something like furry? But you hear the latest that dude who shot Trump might have been furry. Yeah. That's like a mark. Oh. It's not really cute.
It's a marker, right?
Yeah, for sure.
They're finding stuff. Let's find out. Yeah. There it is. Here's the big one. Whatever.
This lady invented them.
Gee, that little how? Again, how? How's that work? How's that catch on? Like Build-A-Bear's been in the fucking mall forever.
I mean, I think it's probably K-pop star. Probably they saw her. There's certain women they follow anytime she does fashion. Just straight up.
Yeah, there's a thing that does happen. A popular person starts to wear.
Yeah, they literally trick all women in America and put them in
Remember, Judas Priest had everybody dressing up like a gay motorcycle gang member.
What?
Yeah.
That started with Judas Priest?
Yeah. Rob Halford from Judas Priest is gay. Like, openly gay. And now, at least, I don't know if it was back then, but he dressed like a gay biker. Like, and that became, like, metal. Because Judas Priest was so good, they wanted to dress like this gay guy who dressed like a gay guy who go to like a gay biker club.
So, I don't know how to work with this anything that they change, but they think differently. And women want to do anything for the pretty.
That's true. Right? Anything weird, yourself a little pretty.
Yeah, and so it's like, Because all the dudes now talking all that shit, they was dressed like that in the 70s. Earrings, makeup, and purses, and all of that.
Bell bottoms, big collars,
Yeah, you think those on the plane?
flouncy
Just
shirts.
like Prince. Dressed like
Yeah,
Richard.
that's right. Yeah, anything that works. Platform shoes, anything that works. Okay, Thomas Brooks used they them pronouns, had obsession with political violence and muscle mommies. Oh, that's what the lone sniper in Grace Jump in the ear killed a beloved firefighter. Apparently had a muscle mommy fetish and repeatedly searched for videos about female bodybuilders and muscular women. What was the furry stuff though? I was reading some furry stuff. Crooks had two possible accounts on DeviantArt, a site that hosts fan art has become notorious for its community of furries. People who identify as anthropomorphized animal characters and or are sexually attracted to them. Did I ever tell you about the time that I accidentally stumbled on a furry convention? We were flying into Pittsburgh for UFC. One of the DeviantArt accounts linked to Crooks shared just one post reposting of a towering, muscular female bodybuilder and a slight man in his underwear. Yeah, that's like our Chrome type stuff. Hilarious.
Yeah, I don't keep shit.
I don't keep shit either. Have fun. Me and Duncan wore furry outfits once. And yeah, we had to take the hats off after like 5 minutes. Like, respect to furries. Walking around all day with this fucking thing on his head. It was hard to breathe. It was hot. We took it to boat. Yeah, that's what he likes. Yeah, baby.
Doesn't like that.
I don't know, some little dudes. Some little dudes don't want to be dominated. Some men. Some little dudes want a dildo. When I was I was flying into Pittsburgh. We're flying in for UFC, and we got a rental, driving to the hotel. And as we're driving to the hotel, I'm like, wow, there's mascots on the street. What the fuck's going on? It's really weird. Like, we didn't understand what was going on. This is a while, like at least 10 years ago. And we're driving, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what's going on? We get to the hotel, and I look around the guy, like, what the fuck is going on? He goes, it's a furry convention. Like, I kind of vaguely knew what a furry was, but I never, like, dove into it, So I go, what are we talking about? It's a convention. All these people get off dressing like animals. I can get off of those people. They're asking us to serve them food in bowls. Okay, are they getting room service? They want room service.
I'll readjust them some real quick.
Yeah, they were asking for a longer box. I know a lot of people don't believe this. Like, 'cause I told the story about a friend of mine who was in Utah. His wife was a school teacher there, and one of the parents had a child that was a furry. They wanted to put a litter box in the bathroom. Now, this was entirely relayed to me by my friend. It was relayed to him by his wife who worked in school. I don't know if it's true. And everybody got so angry, and they started saying what I was saying was transphobic. I got so confused. So I was like, this is a couple of years ago. I was like, wait a minute. Accepting a transphobe. We're talking about someone who wants to shit in a box. Like, where's the trans part of this? So somehow or another, furries and that kink are getting like lumped into this LGBTQTAI plus whatever. And they're trying to like lump furries in there in this debunking of my conspiracy theory. But that's what I didn't understand. But it's not sexual. These guys was when I was talking to the guy that worked on the counter and something he goes, apparently what these guys like to do is they have like a hatch on the back of their furry outfit and they like to bang each other without even knowing who they're banging. All they do, they pretend they're banging, try and swerve, and they're into it. And it's apparently like part of the fun is that you don't have to think about your body. Maybe you're ashamed of your body, maybe you don't like your body. Maybe you're just like, I'd rather someone just fuck me and think I'm a raccoon. So that's what they do. Their head is heavy, you know?
Heavy is the head that carries the throne.
Yeah, that's it. Anything that requires maintenance.
There's a lot of washing. You gotta wash that furry outfit. If someone jizzes on it, doesn't tell you.
Yeah, but then it might be a subsection of the community where they like to not wash the dirty fur.
Like an animal, like in the woods that wash themselves. Yeah, come on, let's go. We're furries, are we furries or are we
I
not?
once had a next to work
Oh, shit, Ken.
What?
Nothing. Just had to draw out these fucking gates so they make sense. You want to move around for a second? For a minute? Okay.
I think I gotta eat more potassium, bro. Getting cramps a lot at night. Yeah, magnesium too, right? Huh? Yeah.
What do you need?
Oh,
it's turned off, bro. Probably.
yours?
It's printing here.
Mine works, yeah. As long as it. Are you printing off of?
Nothing. I mean, why is he saying both of them?
So, this is the stencil. That's for your reference. I think you're printing.
It's making.
Oh no, it's printed on the stencil, but it's not printed. It's so fucking weird.
Bro,
You're doing so good, man.
I'm not trying to see you for a long time, bro.
I was gonna say you came in happy as fuck, now you're hurting.
The NFL, where every touchdown will bring you closer
I'm done.
to the finish.
Travel back.
Actions in your hands, first touchdown. Anytime TD
I
live
could do
bets
that.
every
Bro, I did my
play,
whole
every
chin,
snap,
stomach, no
every
problem.
game
That's
matters.
fine, but
When there's
no,
something
no, God,
every
no.
drive feels bigger, every moment more intense, and every trip to the end zone could mean a win for you. Here's the best part: new customers bet just $5, and
It
if
just
your
takes a
bet
couple minutes. I
wins,
got
you
everyone.
get $200 in bonus bets
What?
instantly.
It connects to it.
Your team
Okay.
hits the end zone, you could hit the payout. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN. Bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets.
Show Razio that shit.
Bet wins in
Razio.
partnership with DraftKings.
Check out this spot.
Is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in New York. Call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y to 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Play responsibly on behalf of Missouri, Kansas. Major tax may apply in Illinois. 21 over 18. It varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario.
What were you doing before you sprayed some shit on?
Expire in 7 days.
Yeah, I sprayed some money on the lower half.
Responsible gaming resources. See DKNG.com.
What I'll do is, matter of fact, so I'm gonna have to do those gates and do those lettering here and feel it. But while I'm doing that, the lower half will be numb because I need to go back into the lower half and brush and
I figured.
my soft tongue. So that might work out perfect.
Hi kids, you look like fucking some sort of a giant animal.
I think the first time you encounter something sexual that was happening, buried into you.
That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, like I got a movie that is like into the BDSM world or something like that.
I think it's gonna look rowdy when it's done. I was this close to.
Years later, without
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to get you to those points.
back in his parents' closet and found a little chest, some chains and shit like that. He was like 6 or 7 years old. And he didn't make the connection. Oh yeah, well that's what.
Yeah, some changes and shit.
Well, I don't know if that happened something to keep social media. Yeah, I think I read that, right?
Well, I think some information is probably passed down from parents to kids, and I would imagine kinks could be in there. Because like artistic talent is passed down. Obviously, athletic talent is often passed down. Though it makes it, I bet they don't know.
exactly what you're giving to your kids.
Well, let's find out, because if it's true, I mean, that's gonna make you look at tomorrow. Yeah, but I
would like to pity the poor people that accidentally walked in their parents' pocket.
you never did that. No, actually, that's not true. I never walked in, but I definitely knew that this was.
I can't block that out. You can't block out the natural.
Because you definitely just the doorknob.
Your dad was beat up. I'll see his ass.
I don't have no
Burning.
His ass like, no. I can't.
I'm gonna record a video of this real quick. In the back? Yeah, send it to
But I imagine the case if you walk in. I mean, what would have to happen for you to be a furry? You see,
I don't think it's that. I think it's probably some social disorder involved with some of those folks too. There's like furry lights, which my kids go to school with. There's some kids that wear like ears and like maybe.
I know you were done.
They're the best. Do you see what they did with the free flow and free cleaning project? They trick women into thinking that it's like a sign of feminism to just bleed and not have a tampon or a massive pad. Just let it go. Free bleeding.
Is your back feeling good?
It is a joke, and then
Yeah.
feminist crazy things.
So now free bleeding is like a trend.
Yeah, it didn't last. It's disgusting. It's probably totally unsanitary. You smell like fish. It's hell. It's hell. It's like you have pussy plug running down your fucking pants when you're showing up at the office. You expect to keep your job here at United Health? Get out of here.
I don't think anybody ever showed up at the office.
I'll go use this bathroom. We'll jump back in. All right.
I gave it to you. I have it in my pocket.
not too long. Maybe like 45 minutes. It's all just line work. Yeah. I was just gonna line it, spray you, go down, clean the bottom, and then the top will be numb by the time we transition. And try to do it like that.
You're gonna line this top piece too?
The Memento? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't want to lose that.
Ain't that bad, bro.
Yeah, we're going to new areas, you know?
It so fucking hurts, man.
Yeah, I know, buddy. Fucking hate getting tattoo work.
You don't like doing it?
Getting it?
Yeah.
On myself?
Doing it, yeah, I'm saying getting it, yeah.
No, I use numbing cream too, bro. I rely heavily on it.
Well, I mean, I have my pretty much my whole body without it, so now I want to use it.
Me too. Got all this black work and shit without it.
You have the inside of your biceps done too?
Mm-hmm. Hammered
Bro.
black in there. Ugh.
The other one
I
too?
didn't even want to think about it. Yeah, it goes all the way up. It's the bomb going.
That hurts, bro. Back here, inside there. I have my nipples done. No numbing cream.
Oh, yeah, me too, but they're not shaded.
Mine are half shaded.
Let me grab another.
So a new area right now?
Yeah, we're gonna do these gates. Here we go. All gotta be straight lines, okay?
Alright, man.
Here we go.
No, man. I cannot talk right now, bro. Just let me text you, though. Alright.
Perfect line. These three play off. These three play audible.
Can I play music on my phone?
Yeah. I can play off the iPad too if you want.
Yeah. Oh. I'm gonna put this pillow on his forehead straight to the pillow, dude, and just.
Right, here we go.
I said I came because I was looking forward to the funky jam that I could stick it to. I got my headphones on, and if you isolate my focus, you could probably hear it bleeding through. But everywhere that we do feel that I ain't wasting my time with a bunch of fucking comedians. Stand down, there, go figure it out. Talk shit, you hear it in your mind, so go think about it. There's one reason, feeling general direction and the misery. I got the groove going, I will be the perfect time for you to go and show them how to drink it. And they bottoms up to the ceiling. I ain't wasting my time with your constant negative feelings. Step back, step back, I study the max. All shit, watch the rest of us back. I'm gonna cry about it. There's a dark bar sitting on the south side, playing James Brown like it never changed. Got the dance floor swinging like a pile. I'm blowing in the wind when it's pouring. And the lights keep flashing and the ice keeps splashing in the glass like it knows your name. Man, you should get up and go insane. Cause everybody's been there. You feel that they okay. They looking at us like we came from space and I don't care. They go complain, that's what happens when you're doing your thing. Everybody feeling, you feeling pretty damn good. They looking at us like I do they would and I don't mind. And I'm running the mouth in, but to turn this motherfucker out, let me tell you something. Yeah, alright. So what you talking that shit for? We were feeling alright. They okay. They looking at us like we came from space and I don't care. They go complain, that's what happens when you're doing your thing. Everybody feeling, we feeling pretty damn good. They looking at us like I knew they would and I don't mind. And I'm running the mouth, you about to turn this motherfucker out, let me tell you something.
Rich, I hate you right now, bro.
I know I'm almost at a spot where I can hit there now. All set.
Dude.
I can feel it in my chest, feel like everybody's touching me. I don't think that I can stop it. Only doing pills that just make me feel good. Girl, take it, baby, medicated. Vodka, put it in my cup. Sedated back pain to the ghost. Blurred vision, I feel my body smoke. I ain't breathing.
Alright, here comes the lettering.
The what?
Lettering.
Bro,
And then I'm gonna spray it.
is the shit you have strong? Like, is it
Yeah,
actually gonna work?
Yeah, it works.
Is it that other shit that you use for the Jesus?
I use it every day.
The white bottle?
This spray, I use it like I bought it in bulk.
Oh,
Alright, here we go.
it's actually not bad. See that in the middle right there? That shit hurts.
Tattered ghost ships sailing out of sight. I've been writing about it most of my life. Couldn't find it in my heart of hearts to lie about the fight. So I set it all on fire, disappeared to the night. Now you were looking for some flaws, let me hit you with that list. So much always talking at me like I didn't know my shit. Plenty murder was that script. Now I'm walking on a fine line carefully. And I don't need anyone taking care of me. You see me when I'm shot. Is it good you smell the kerosene? Cause I made it private, not in use of myself. Destruction is therapy. I own that. I put it out before you let me go past. Still you try to chip away my highs and use a low pass. Fuck it. This is not the first time that I had to come. I had to measure out the distance and it got was from. I tasted every single toxin that comes on surrounded. Allow it to the percentage you got if you don't. Push up to that night shift, running all day, working all night. Night shift, running all day, working all deep waters conceal the darkest of truths. I've been around it since a youth. Even though I'll never truly understand it, break it down to the roots. I always navigated honest and true. Oh, you were looking for some curve. Let me get your ass paid. Look, one of my enemies become as popular as Facebook. Not turning up the page. You keep giving me the same love. Acting like I shouldn't catch my compliments in pain. When it's saying, look, I'm climbing. Push up to that night shift. Running all day.
You gotta move a little.
Move, no. Put that back where it was. And then move this one, yeah. Just so I gotta get my elbow in here.
I got you. Is that the M?
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Huh?
Look at this in the mirror.
Oh, yeah. You should sigh.
Money talks, bullets sick in the city roads. I watched depression turn a man into a pile of bones and meat. Hard to believe that I used to shoot. God became a box that I put my treacherous future. Threw it all away, so part of me still in it. Swimming in dark waters and swallow a man's vision. They turn us into collisions, swerving over the road. Show me one fuck giving, I'll show you who doesn't know, man. I saw that finger pointed at me from the roof. When I feel a little closer, come arrest me, the truth. Shit, I was told that I would never be you. So they put me full of drugs to make a version they can use. And they wonder why I used you. Yeah, they wanna tell me what would you expect when they poison second roots. No hell, just a whole bunch of told you so. But I survived because it endures when the roses grow. Now I'm stronger than I've ever been. It was raining outside, they wouldn't let us in. Showered down, got soaked to the bone. But in the morning, was surrounded by roses. When we were down, nobody ever gave a shit. Just a couple of food stamps and a waiting list. All the chicken the same as, but we ain't making it. Single lady with babies, the 80s made me this. It doesn't faze me, but lately I've been crazy as shit. Admit you hate me cause this fake is not helping a bit. Not lazy, but they haven't paid me and gave me a tip. My heart is aching, it's aching and breaking to bits. If my skin started fading, I can make some rain. My mind is racing, got me facing the pavement and bricks. Changing pages, but they looking for raising my kid. I'm sorry, but this lifestyle got me chasing the chips. No handouts, I'd rather prove myself until I bring it in a bed out. Do you understand what these thoughts in my head's about? Fuck standing out, put my voice in the speakers and you can see standing out. And now I'm stronger than I ever been. It was raining outside, they wouldn't let us in. Showered down, got us soaked to the bone, but in the morning, was surrounded by roses. lay it down. Looking like I walked through hell. Rhymes sturdy though, ain't nobody ringing my bell. That's a short shot. You tell I go get him in the wrong stop. Rhythm compels the world listens when the show stops. Only the crowd can be a finish. Don't let me catch your ass slip. Might check one zoom. Hey, hey, shit, car, day. Birds start falling out the sky. It's payday. Back to the bed like a cave. Baby, I'm a grown ass man. I don't lay that. All I do is do stand.
What was that?
Another M.
Another what?
Just another M.
Talk that shit now whenever they want. They can talk that shit now whenever they want. They can talk that shit now whenever they want. Something to the small break, fill up my plate, cause all of this running round got me hungry till I'm back. Chilling my glass, ain't no need to be panicked. Soon as I knock this back, I'm rock that ass like no. Skinny bone shows for the immaculate. Yeah, well, with the asshole, told you I had a rap slow. Put him out, I stepped into my future, knocked out that noise, and I came back with a vengeance. I'm now, got that super shit, sniffing on some floor, and I walked out of that cold cloud with my game tight on. I'm feeling real good right now. Yeah, real fine. I'm feeling real good right now. Yeah, I'm feeling real fine. So if they ask about me, tell them what I do.
Is that an M?
The N, yeah.
Everybody's always mad about something. Maybe that's the way this is, and I ain't got time to worry about nothing to my back. Try to relax, go ahead, be honest. This shit ain't 20 back on my style. Oh, shit. But on a little bit of everything. Picture looks like you get head on top of my bench. It's like that. I walked out of that night. Hopped on to that stage. Now I came back to go back shit. Dope is like a Bruce Wayne. Now got that sort of shit. Jumping off my page. You talk like a real listening, but I'm too buzzed. Big days, I'm feeling real good right now. Yeah. I'm feeling real fine. I'm feeling real good right now. Yeah. I'm feeling real fine. So if they ask about me, now I was standing in the middle of it all, trying to face it. Everything around me's been a break in the chain that I placed faith in the figures. Cause ever since a youngin', I was running with the devil in a race to the bottom of my patience scattered. Trying to pick the pieces off the ground, but there's nothing but a memory. I fight to keep around now. The beat's on, but I'm lagging, never catching it. Never ending circle and definition of relevant man. With nothing but a pencil in his hand, trying to scribble down the permanent so he can feed his family. To take it off for granted. You walk into my temple open-handed. I shouldn't see the terrifying things that I've been keeping underneath these bloody bandages. You see the balls watching me like on this side of the camera lens. You see the tech when only gets to his feet like she death and never getting no sleep. Doesn't matter who you are, the sun is gonna set behind you, behind you, behind you. All alone in these streets. Doesn't matter where you go, the night is always on a little bit of love inside you, inside you, inside you. Cause my husband never getting old, stay, never getting old, never getting old, never getting old, stay, never getting old. Yeah. The courts told me I should rap for a bit. Fucking typical design. I was floating in the ether, trying to ease a worry I'm feeling. Trying to leave it all behind. Life's mystery is leaving us chasing it through the vines. But I'm fine with it. I never needed the definition. I'm getting used to them spelling me with the letter missing. Another pistol in my hand. Drawing pictures in the sand when I'm slowly becoming one of my premonitions. Heavy, they call me heavy. I was following the light that was shining and signifying the end of it. The flies gather in the bottle, even if it's empty. It's tempting to know that even just a simple thought of it can leave them trembling on the floor. You're looking at me like I haven't been around before, man. You want the recipe for just one piece? I cheat death and never get no share. Doesn't matter who you are, the sun is gonna set behind you, behind you, behind you. All alone in these streets. It doesn't matter where you go, the night is always on a little bit of love goes inside you, inside you, inside you. Cause my husband never
Oh, shit.
One second. Hey Siri, set a 7-minute timer.
You know, after you get tattooed, you go home for the night, sleep like a baby, bro.
Mm-hmm.
How's it look now?
It looks dope. I just gotta. I had to put the outline down for you. Now, I mean, the gates are lined out, so.
That sucked.
Yeah.
Take a picture for me? Is the Memento going to be like negative? Like that would be dope. I like that.
Welcome everybody to RC Flight 352 and non-stop travel to wherever your fine ass decided to go today. Before we take off, I'd like to go over a few safety procedures, so please make sure your seat is laid back, your glass is full, and your speakers are turned all the way up. I can't even say the name of I wonder where the fuck I came from. Had to catch a flight to drank a couple whiskeys in the air. Called my mama when I landed in, told her not to be scared. I'm a rolling stone, never really knowing when I'm going home. We ain't caught the itch and got the beat like it was cortisone. I'm out here, you can go ahead and let them know that coke's got to be something, that race got to be low. Hey, this that shit that you can play in LA. From Chicago to Seattle, all the way to BK. Caught that A to JFK and had to hop on the plane. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a yo. I said I woke up in a city I ain't never even been to. Call the home. Cool shit we could get into. I had to jump on to. I'm a love put it in a drink and strong. Watch the city disappear behind me like it's camouflage down here. You can go ahead and say it loud. I say it's gotta be crazy. It's gotta be real. That class gotta be real. That house gotta be found. That roots gotta go up, cause this shit's about to go down. So that class gotta be real. That house gotta be found. That roots got to go up, cause this shit's about to go down. Hey, this that shit that you can play in LA. From Chicago to Seattle, all the way to BK. Call that A to JFK and then I hop on the plane. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a postcard. I sent your ass a I'm sticking in you. I'm sticking in you. Crazy.
What do you eat, bro? What do you eat? A couple M&M. Eat that.
How's it? You got gloves? I feel that shit, bro.
Red light smells amazing.
Oh, so that's strong. You put some foam shit on like that last night. Yeah. I didn't get that. How? Yeah. What's he doing?
Just a little tattoo in the armpit.
Really armpit?
Yeah. His series set a 5-minute timer.
You don't look sick when it's finished though.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep it minimalist. Like,
Always ran across the bar to me, you and I. like that. Loving you right. Anybody that look at you funny, I hit him with a baseball bat. That's the truth. This type of weather makes me wanna go. Slow down. Wait a minute. You and I should sit down the road. Roll out. Where they money and cry. Back for money in the trunk. Her partners and cry. Whenever you want, girl, you're ready to die. Oh, yeah. Getting out of legs on the run, and you're out on the fight. It's the Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie and Clyde. Bonnie's and Clyde. Whenever you want, girl, you're ready to die. Just an old-fashioned love. I remember you don't spell it, but old enough to know that when his fingers touch the keys and it's something up in his soul. But at 4 years old, it's hard to notice the power. But I sat with that piano for hours, hearing the sound of it. You heard an old man's noise, heard every tear that he wept and every crack in his voice, heard every fear that he kept and every passionate joy as he scrambled across the keys and I played with my toys. I saw the power that projected from that living room. That man lost his family and everything that he ever knew. He went to down like it saved him from the hell he flew, running from the pain that awaited him from being raised in jail. So people paint with the music, stimulate his senses and able to do every weapon. Those rays betray me to take it so. Everywhere that I go, making my home with the music speaks. You stay good for the children, remember on and on. No need in original life, cause I never I can still hear the music, this whole box used to play it. And I am what I am, cause of you, they can't take that away. I can still hear the music, this whole box used to play it. And the man that I am is cause of you, and they can't take that away. Just an old-fashioned love song. Saturday morning, waking up yawning, smelling mom's cooking, and I couldn't stop looking at the TV. Feature double feature, got till the verses wrote down and can't keep up. I got to watch, but here's Pops with a bag of 45 records. He had handpicked and carefully selected. Had better rock the Casbah Clash. They don't want to see what else he's got in his stash. Yo, speed wagon, now it's time for Jackson. Michael, when he dropped Thriller, we went psycho. Dancing like our living room's a club. Then I fell in love, thought so performing years later. Now I'm torment, traveling the globe, and my music's my home. I pray she never leave me alone. I be lost in the zone. Deep sentiments are set in my fashion. Thank you for religion, my life, my true passion. You stay good for the children, remember on and on. No need in original life.
All right.
I can still hear the music, this old box used to play it. And I am what I am cause of you, they can't take that away. I can still hear the music, this old box used to play it. And the man that I am is cause of you, and they can't take that away. Just an old-fashioned love. Talk is irreversible. It's irreversible. Talk is irreversible. It's irreversible. Talk is irreversible. It's irreversible. Talk is irreversible.
That's how it is.
You gotta wipe this off now.
They're chaotic. Shoot up on it just a bit.
Nah, that shit works good, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
in the dark, I'm trying to find that bright light. That I can only focus on my immediate needs. I walk around just like yeah, I'm keeping my dreams. Left away, but never leaving it. And I ain't gonna rest just like catch my breath. When I hold no, left the stretch and death. I'm included in the program, I wrench it back. Eventually my teeth don't clench and it's flat. Operator, is my dad connect me, please? I know that she's dead. It's 4 o'clock on Sunday morning. The hell is calling my phone? Picking me up, I'm stretching and yawning. You can't make sense to leave me alone.
We hours of the morning and the word is born. I've been telling and the word is born. I change to the truth. I flip on my tongue. But they all want me real. And they let the cold somewhere. Drinking when my friends come back. And they feel consistent. All I remember was the stupid that I painted the rain. Sitting me with the silver that she said on my lap. Very crippling. Living in high and low in my business. I love freeing the people. It's just a matter of business. With all the nice tricks. Look as a business. Fuck that is. This is this. Two little figures up. This is this. This 10 match down. This is this. What this is. This is this. Cause I don't think that the people straight. This is all things.
On Sunday morning. The hell is calling my phone? Picking me up, I'm stretching and yawning. You can't make sense to leave me alone. Yep, I'm ready for it. I just want to tell you what you're in, I'm kind of hard. I know it gets in you, but I don't see my dream. And when I talk to my dream like a friend, this is a bitch. Because I now can see you. I want to let you go, but every time I see you, it's going to be odd. That's the problem. The space that you occupy is going to bring you fun. Cause my mind, box behind the corner, COVID nails. He puts me down, but I ain't got time for hate, man. Like, hey, bitch, how the hell you know what? We were telling me that you slept with my friend. rest. I just know that I remind you in case you ever forget. Train yourself to believe that you're not a terrorist. You blow my heart and I'm like a million pieces. Pieces of nothing. Like a baby, so I'm what the fuck is going on? You say when I'm under the wrong name and your phone is that a picture? And I ain't see that. All that brain got you suicidal. I see that. Oh, yeah, it's what you get. Yourself only never gonna be your friend. So you better off using yourself. Jack off the pass out. The lonely truck takes to have the fuck off and ass out. Oh, like I can doing more damage. I check the timeline on me. Tweet in Spanish. I understand that this is what you gotta do. So I got some screenshots to show. So trust me. Never having it all in the text. That's the angle. Oh, she's gonna love that one. Talk. Ask about my background. Living that cat that has to back down. Rolling up a head, bouncing up now. Focus on stacking back. My it's that mindset that I'm in. Ain't gonna win. Game's gonna play. I'm fatal with pins. Think of the haters. I'm waiting for him to lose. So I'm taking offense. Train my days, my faith with him. But what made you convinced? You can do whatever when you think over this. Wasn't delusional, drinking on gin. Never be losing my fingers within. Here's the virtue to the game I begin. Use the virtue of a brain and our film. Living in hell cause the devil's a test. This is the shit that's developed in test. I'm better than special. Where the hell do I better than seven? Can't name them. Podcasts, they campaign. Niggas bad payments and y'all mad cause I'm half famous. I'm half patience. A lot of you lack in imagination. I'm broadcasting this broadcast, this database. Hard don't eat those, hard with no emotions. I got gas like an argo, cause all I know is keep going. But party hard be the slogan, but part of me that was broken. Part of me wrong chosen and start feasting and boasting. I started being a composing here. It's hard to keep up with my closing this. Part of deep under the ocean is. So the start of me cause I will throw my fans. The choke your bitch, the over edition. The hope is gassy, host to listen. You'll be risking something close to greatness.
What's right next door?
It's a barber shop.
Oh, okay.
When the hell do we better than seven? All I know is keep going. My days no joke, you bitch. When the hell do we better than seven? All I know is keep going. Snap in the back on the tap, hold them in the back of the jack of your backbone. Wishing they have what I have when they whack those. Stick to the back since you catch me like no asshole. Cancel my last show, rap so bad to the D's and the rap so smash. You'll be in the back, don't have no cheeks. And command out that boy beats and he's Rambo. Still as the hell as the boss. You feel it, then you just didn't know how the knowledge beginning. The relative living you up in your village. I'm all you all like a squad of gorillas. So call up a witness for hell. Tell us that this is the realest you felt. Honest enough that you might listen to mail. Honest admitting because we took the hell.
Doing good?
Yeah.
What if he's always zoning? What if he's always floating? Part of me's ugly, broken, phony, opponents. I ain't your homie, so know it. Lowly bro, see this cat, don't need these rodents. Low key Beethoven, get it, low key Beethoven, get it, let that shit soak it. Let it play it back and forth like it's tennis. I'm screaming no days off. Getting Cobain thoughts, feeling exhausted, but it's okay, cause they know these are bugs. You just a fraud that be claiming you cooking cocaine wrongs. Your whole game lost, even these hoes say you soft. Now, here we go writing the talks, and we don't got time to gossip, writing constant. Players are flying for off, and people are trying to stop it. Might get soft, Where the hell do we better than that? Things on a play, I'm playing with hands. Throw my fans, the choke, your bitch, the bitch. Where the hell do we better than that? All I know is keep going. Throw my fans, the choke, your bitch, the bitch. Where the hell do we better than that? All I know is keep going. Where the hell do we better than that? Where the hell do we better than that?
I'm a loner Dottie. They call me Rebel Yellow. They don't know me Dottie. Hello Dottie. You can call me Mellow Yellow. You know I love you, Dottie. I'm waking up with you. But you don't know me, Dottie. I'm tangled up with you. There ain't nothing new. I just wanna come get my face stuck. I'm on my little wolf, one chain with crooked veins. Here I come, here I come. I ain't nothing but you play around. I don't fear your flame. Here I come, I hear him calling your name. Crying out loud, I hear him calling your name. Crying out, boy, I hear him calling you out. 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 I raised awareness, you can call me daddy. I took care of your sheriff, man. I'll shoot them all back. Mr. Happy, little hungry. On the search for my badge and good affair. I am just mad as scared because you got no more little toys to look after. They said you boys in the perfectly good pasture. We asked you where about town, we had one good answer. And they said there was no choice in the matter, and then the voice in the matter, and the white noise in your laughter was just the boy they couldn't capture or feel in time. Why you trying to put those killers in line? I was watching horror films hoping the killer was fine. Figured it was progress if you went this line. Why you played the Lord of Jesus? I was spilling your rhyme. Just to kill some time, they thought it was for justice. So now it's success for me because I crushed your destiny and don't feel lust for a mess to clean up. You love less of me now. Never trust the rest of me now. I'm sufficiently reckless. Just blood and flesh, yes. See now? We know what you're going and let me come and find the flowers before you submit the final hours for someone that's blind to cowards. I devour jealousy, complaints, or sports and shit. Now you're over apologetic, wet with 1,000 types of tears. I don't get it. You kept it right behind your ears. Tried to steer me near your beaten path of bad company. I said I keep my feet in glass, and that's comfort. That's coming from the king of the road to recovery. Who's got a soul that's old, and I sing at odes about codes and cut it free. It's just like me. Nothing's changed. No, I'm just a lone wolf, unchained with crooked face. Here I come, here I come. I didn't put your fire out, I don't fear your flame. Here I come, I hear him calling your name. You're crying out loud, I hear him calling your name. You're crying out loud, I hear him calling you out. 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 And they said they just wanted me after this. You were all like, you want a battle, bitch? And then you said, my history is too fragile to juggle. But now misery is the only man you'll put up with. And it's so clear, we drew weapons on those you hold dear. You said you were dancing in private, but you said it untold. Come on, man. Not just same old shit. I'm a living step, falling on the edge. Chasing life around in circles, trying to decompress my head. I feel it getting intense. Trying to break my bread and spread it out. Take my every single part until it's pen and jot it down. Cause it's the truth to me. The truth is all that ever held. No good shadow broke together. Knocked it off your shoulders to the blackness. Tripping over broken hearts and homes and getting close enough to turn that kid inside of me to stone, and I'll admit it. Cause I was never taught to give it up. Still an ocean full of drug addicted, missing courage, love without a paddle. It took a lot of faith to fight my battles and tackle a couple habits I never thought that I'd have to. We did. Bottle the water under the bridge and toss another written page of my history to the wind when it blows. Cause all this disaster has led me home and left the louder room for me to learn it from. And you are not alone. I don't know what it's like to be a grown man. I don't know. Your turn, your grace, it's like you say, and I say, well, hold yourself. It's the place we go like I've seen the things I love, each man won't find myself. Never won't find myself. Not just same old song. I've been waiting on a fear with a reason, waiting to chase the way the devil in my brain and play me like it's pain. Cause day to day, imitated faith, this was a shaded gray coward. And behind emotions, just a plan.
Yeah. Can you give me 1 second?
Yeah.
In the house of holding love, the past will be born and explain. Even if you listen to the storm, I'm not a purpose. Your purpose, then set it down. Be afraid until it opens up and redirects the sound that you got to. Flows and turn around and do it down. The perfect little twist and exit all over the cloud you created. No for denying it. Hiding it cause it loses to it. Self-reflected, oppression, anxiety, y'all went through. So understanding all that is.
I'm gonna spray you.
I said, all right, bet.
Then we'll jump right back into it, right?
Yeah, I just gotta pee really quick.
1 second.
Not too much water.
Where's the,
You gotta tie this to like a
brick.
A necklace. Wear it around.
Shawty said, oh, no love for the wicked, I just hold that bitch too far. No love for the hoe, love for the hoe. Cash in the temple, run a little ride in the temple. Cash in the temple, run a little ride. Grab my gun, grab my busy, shot down. Oh, I have to die for thee. I'm a stack cash in the temple, run a little ride in the temple. Cash in the temple, run a little ride in the temple. That's like don't trash bags in it. Shorty looking like she never wanna leave the clinic. Shorty looking like she following shit on a minute. She got supposed to be just love shit for music. I let her be. I like a family. With a ham of attention from a city. When I try to cut the ground, took it to the project. Send the product. I see you in gang, I gave it to the snake. That's like don't trash bags in it. Shorty looking like she never wanna leave the clinic. Shorty looking like she following shit on a minute. She got supposed to be just love shit for music. I let her be. I like a family. Straight in my cave. I be that bomb like a cave. Girl, I'm the age. Girl, I'm the basic. It's like a basic whole basic. I'm the shit. Run a little ride in the tempo. Cash in the tempo. Run a little ride. Grab my gun, grab my busy, shot down. Oh, I have to die for thee. Run a little ride in the tempo. Cash in the tempo. Run a little ride.
record. Alright.
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
I started lying to my shop, but you feel now myself slipping off the ground, reaching for the crib. Fortunate for a kid, fortunate for a kid. He said what I thought that it would be when I was born in it. It took me 29 years to fall I fucking up that shit like a sword shit. You fell before my eyes. Told me that they show you what it's like to have a feeling that can last. I got a fast, without a line, staring in your circles, traveling before my eyes. This is crazy, cause it makes you always bring me back home. No matter the weather, I'll never be that cold. That's no time for me. I feel good. Thank you for building that place. I put the music in. drive with that foot on breaking foundations. Stress ain't nothing but a bit of vibration. Me, I was swerving in and out of my lane. Learning to drive a little slow in a mountain. It's a full pound, the whole block knows my pain. Trying to run away from it, but it knows my name. I took a shot. This is your style, baby. I'ma keep rolling till the ghost pop, baby. I was on it till the ghost got lazy. Now it's just clothes in the basement, digging up the truth. Daddy got a new pair of shoes. A pawn shop guitar, sing my blues, man. I paid the dues, learn to carry torch. Wanna find me out. Yeah, this checks me out. The street lights leave me home. Lately, I've been going off the rails. Don't pick up my phone when I was on my doors. My demons chase me out the dark. The street lights leave me home. Lately, I've been going off the rails. Don't pick up my phone when I was on my doors. Baby, I was lost. This place all the dice are Thomas. Past the wall where I wrote my name on it. Under the tunnel in that ditch we used to escape. I could just post up and escape. Picture me then, bad hair and an even worse attitude. Multiplied by 2 when I had a few. Shitty jobs, good friends, bad decisions. Your heart was making you feel like you were living. You stretch my car like a rental. Hot curve, baby, break the window. Rap words, instrumentals. In the help, make a couple friends though. Long summer shorts, it was bad trips. Slow lifts to make you feel like this. They say you live is bliss. Releases some shit.
Databases in cyberspace. I went through all thousands of hours to take power naps to run every junk family, junk food, and junk box of trash. It's tireless, I'm wireless. I'm an alpha male on beta blockers. Interacting from time to time. My radio broadcast is slower, tying it high and measure so we keep the pedal to the pedal and over the rock. Break back, freeze, dry, rewind, break back, freeze, dry. I'm hanging in, there ain't no doubt, and I'm hanging tough. Over and out, over and out, over and out. They say he's underrated, that's a fact. No ass will never blast you in the back. These ass your homies about me on the jack. Crack you back in half just like a capsule. Fragile, I'm a fucking everyday attack. Ready, candidate, a man, so man, we'll let it go just like a man. We'll handle anyone up on the spread. Yeah. With analogies, that's in the minute. We'll let the challenge be built by mentality. This is reality. My mind is bigger than what you reality. How is he? So large and phenomenal. Yellow is me.
That last song was fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Fucking Spotify. Yes. Hey, what's up?
Trick or treat, wet socks, like dots and swords in the best spots. Girls mornings came with the best eyes. Running around with the dogs in the backyard. Going at the door, past done. And the life like the wrist of
Yeah,
the back.
I heard
The playground scratched up. Coming home after school on the last bus. Back then it was all about laughs. The corners came up into a flare packs. I was a vision and happiness was a fact. It's a shame how the time goes fast. Moving so fast.
Okay, so he paid the amount today. He's on the schedule, and he's on stop by sign. Okay. Can you? Is it a cover up? Is it that big ass tribal shit? Okay. Is it 2 days? Okay. Yeah, can you just let him know I'm in a full day right now? When is his appointment for? How far out? Okay, cool. Yeah, just remind me and let him know I'm gonna get to him as soon as I can that I'm in an all-day appointment right now. So I'm not available to talk, but I'll definitely try to. Awesome. December 22nd? Yep. Yeah, let's not do any more after that, though. Okay, cool. Good job.
It's like a woman in
What part are you doing right now?
Wing.
Oh, bro. How much longer do you think we got?
I don't even know right now.
Huh?
I don't know right now. Hold on. What time is it?
5:15.
$5.15?
Yeah, bro. And I got someone to be at 7.
Shit. This ain't gonna finish by then.
So what?
This ain't gonna finish by then.
I know.
Especially the quality working. You gotta get that noon, bro. So I can fucking sit here and draw on you like this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Well, whenever I just come back, I'll have it already.
Let me at least knock down the staircase.
For this rap was a short day. Had a feeling that the air smell honest in the air. Get up in the morning, started skipping all the years as I was carrying. That's my ambitions became passive. I became a habit, I escaped it when it mattered. The feeling that I had, I ain't know what it meant. Every bit of focus on my soul and my ex. Trying to be a kid, while learning how to live. When condoms see it, always turned to getting lit. Like moving too quick, so I took too bad. When they get a kick, kept it pushing like a room bed. I'm in a movie, not in a good way. Nigga that around there, nigga got full legs.
Shit's coming out so dope, though, bro.
I know.
Can you see it on YouTube?
I was looking at it. Look at it again.
Is it following my hands pretty good and shit?
It was earlier for sure.
That'll be cool content for it, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's following your hands pretty good.
Did it just follow me to the tray?
No. Because I think because you have your right hand on it.
Oh, maybe it's got
I think if you move both of them, it probably do.
Yeah. It's on track my left hand, but I think I have it reversed. It's the way the camera's sitting upside down.
Yeah.
Started with these different publications. Always bring faves, it's a couple like a name. Could put out for the city, put it on the map. Still they find a way to overlook that. I can hand you the truth, overlook the facts. No more interviews, but don't hold me on the after stats. The plans, the fans, the hands, the shows, the tracks, the wax. Oh, I know I'm dead. I'm not coming back. Y'all ain't showing up since my track with the red. So you got the chance to be the one so the thing. But you don't need a chance, still get a chance. You can say my hobby, hit it, turn it to my track. Everything you bring in is what I said. I remember back to the colors of the bags, and I realized now that I can't help it. I wasn't black, and that's why. That's where we're at. Turn up, yeah, when the pop belt strap. You can walk up, but they never give it back. When they get back, to people what they have. When they give a man 14 grams. When they always stand when they say they had it. When they sound with it, because they're alive. When they disrespect, I be over for the end.
Yeah, see a track right there.
Nice.
Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, yeah, my courage.
Does it show it pretty good? Like, you see pretty good?
Yeah.
Like, can you zoom in on that shit?
I zoom in?
Yeah, does it let you? And have it like...
Yeah, I can. On YouTube?
Yeah.
You can zoom in 8 times.
Nice.
I'll never nice is gone. I got 30 seconds to wake up from a nightmare when the flooded rush with memories like this one. Caressing your repentance side. I find pride as my enemy. Most of the time I'm obsessed with finding answers and guiding my voices to the choices that I made having cancerous. This was you, tell me how would you live? Energy all spent with nothing left to give. Except the red when you're blessing to be free. Doesn't sound much like a fair trade to me. Obviously it was finding the better of both worlds. No matter how much it hurts, we both deserve the company that we need to let us get good sleep. I'm not weak right now, but it's not worth it to eat. It was never part of the plan to end up like this. And I'm not trying to die for the things I can't admit. This morning I woke up and the ceiling was filling and my eyes couldn't adjust. The sun was beginning. I opened the shades and burned through cotton skies. Summer at home when you were cold as night. The room was hot, but your body felt different. I tried to wake you up, but your head never left. I was whispering into your ears, please don't leave. She was sleeping in God's arms, so I couldn't breathe. Her face against my chest, the silence was singing the song of innocence. Feeling like jumping again, the moment I stuck it, I couldn't breathe. Scream for somebody to help us up here, please. Nobody was here, just me and my love. Wrapped up in the blankets that meant so much. To your skin against mine, life slipped away. God stole my heart, but left my body here to stay. Went to sleep early, got to be a simple by 8. Got out my flashlight to write it like you were ready. I stayed up too late, I'm always tired in the morning. Once you can see goodbye, you'll always have me super early. It's not that I'm lazy, I just got things to do. I'm trying to save my heart, it's more important. Yeah, if I can live in these are killing me, I'm keeping it quiet. I love to see angels beat on the inside of her eye. But locked down the legs in my boots, she'll wake up. So I stay in this position till my whole body's numb. It's still a right to the window of a roll, but it's always perfect speed, so my thoughts are never wrong. Sometimes I roll over and try to hold me back. Because it is, I'll be sticking up to the rubber, sit away from your face because it smiles on us for good night, so I love it till my flashlight on.
Bro, it looks crazy.
You want me to keep going?
Huh?
You want me to keep going?
I mean, I don't feel anything. I got a birthday dinner at 7.
What time is it now?
5:30. It'll take me an hour to get home, probably. Dude, I'm honestly pissed at that company that I ordered that shit 15 days ago and it didn't come in.
Yeah.
I'm disputing it. Tell them not to even send charge back.
Yeah, that definitely sucks. Just gonna do a couple things. Left and down.
All I want was the peace and quiet to take me out of here before I start a ride. Yeah, lost my reason, I done lost my way. I done sat here for hours, all the songs and the jukebox play. So keep your Sundays away from here and out. Before I lay you down, inside of myself. Let's show like a regular guy.
I don't know. I'm praying, I'm waiting, I'm patient. I've been out here to smoke and study, like, negative, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's something that you say. I'm out here doing things, cash is here,
One of these days, maybe by the smile on your face, 'cause I've been praying for you in some ways. I'm sick of always making lemonade, sugar water on my brain, baby, tell me how it tastes. Don't sell one, won't help at all, don't wait until last call, just get it, get it, get it, get it, get it, while the game is good. Put it where you get what you've been looking for, that's forever vacation. Come on, the time that you've been wasting, be wasted. Like a lemonade and super silver lemonade. I've been trying to find a way to find some moderation. Get back to the basics. One of these days, maybe by that smile on your face. 'Cause I've been praying for you in some ways. I'm sick of always making lemonade. Sugar water on my brain, baby, tell me how it tastes. 'Cause I've been praying for you in some ways. Yeah, I've been praying for you in some ways. I'm sick of always making lemonade. Sugar water on my brain, baby, tell me how it tastes. 'Cause I've been praying for you in some ways. I've been praying for you in some way. I'm sick of always making lemonade. Sugar water on my brain, tell me how it.
Hold on, just give me a little bit. Since you don't feel nothing, I got a little bit of time. Let me just throw some background shit in there.
What do you mean?
Like some of the ambient background that I would normally put. Since you don't feel it, might as well.
I definitely feel that. Shit, I got the best luck when it comes to shit like that, bro.
Like, yeah, I'll be great. You don't feel nothing.
that a USB-C right here? On the floor. Yep. Can I grab that when you're done running that line? Dude.
Oh, I got it.
You're good, bro.
It got completely tangled.
They say Christian to the fame, the same creep in them. We different than Christ saying we gotta leave vision. We see serpents trying to creep in, but we can keep in them. You see poison, prejudice, and sin, can see the pain in them.
I feel every bit of that. Really? Every bit of it.
Don't you know that I don't have to die one day? Just make them as only better find your way. I'm just trying to sign the trouble.
Well, it's better now if we can split it up. I can come back with that stuff, and then we can do the negative, right?
Yeah.
I made the song listen you 3 days, still don't understand that if you don't want to wicked and that blood is on your hands. The fine phrase that we really is giving them a chance to repent. I letting them die and saying you missed the plan. Shall we just define saying from artists because you ain't fan? Saying what everybody says is just about what you can. Love is an action and Christ said is keeping his commands. Saying got you again, it's just believe my weakness dance. Don't say the bad guys otherwise. Don't you know that I won't have to die one day? Tell me coming so you better find your way. I'm just trying to sign a trouble. I'm just trying to sign a trouble. That's when the walls why I'm confused. My Christian rapper partner with the world to get their views. And they convince you it's just a spread of good news. That's what they tell themselves while it's really they so that they lose. What happens when you compromise for a lot of vibes just to get caught in a lot of lies? You're out for pride. You come up with the glamour. I see you try to hide. I know the blessings are not forgotten. I don't see the bad guys in your eyes. Don't you know that I won't have to die one day? Just me coming so you better find your way. I'm just trying to sign the trouble. I'm just trying to sign the trouble.
Is that the gates?
That's around them.
I got an angel in one pocket, the other's full of nickels. One for every time I pull the pistol on your innocence. You've been a victim since you bit your lips under my sheets. Under my spell, and I was under your wing. Little bird found in me, and she suffered my sting. No wonder why I sing to any open field. Lifted up over 2 cents, drenched in regret. Best friends since we met. Of these friends that I met. They came to double cross me in price. So I took a king off his boat, but I ain't down
Call that for today. I'm gonna spray it and get some footage and shit there. Hey Siri, text wifey. I'm cleaning up now.
Most of these 26 years, dear, I'd be a hero to myself. But the truth is, I need a rest. I've been slide, captivated, insecure, to try to lay and visit her. I hide away, I'll even turn my picture sure to fade away. I got that same flow, you never hear it growing up. Next time you hear my name, it's probably cause it's blowing up. Satisfied with first, but looking for the best. Yes, you might have entered early. I'm the only one that's ever wanna take the world. Not give a fuck if people try to stop me. Your flow stay together.
What up?
That's sick, bro. Like when people see you from behind, this is the first thing they're gonna see.
That's awesome, bro. Pop up, we're good.
Until tomorrow, guys.
Take me away, cause I don't need all that. Wait for me, cause I'll be right back. Look both ways and I hear the smack. And the sun goes down and turns to black. People try to rap, can't see where I'm at. 2 dimes come close.